Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The October 7th, 2009 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing-impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. As is our custom, we advise everybody that the building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system, so should alarms activate, please leave through the exits, and then our marshals will tell you when it's safe to re-enter. We have no reason to believe that this would ever take place, but we make this announcement in an abundance of caution. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Bredlow, Grace and Desert Episcopal Church, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. Creator of humankind, as citizens' worries about losing jobs and homes continue to rise with intensity and numbers, we ask for our elected officials to be blessed with creative ways to do more with less. Grant all of us a sense of caring for those around us without a job. Help us to look out for our neighbors and speak words of comfort to those most in need. Bless citizens and leaders with a grounded sense of valuing each day of our lives, even amidst uncertainties. We are grateful for what we have and ask you to grant each person listening to this prayer the openness to grow in selflessness, not selfishness or greed. We need your help to think of others more than ourselves. In the midst of all that is, we humbly are asking you to help us to consider more than our needs, to do what we can to help other people, and with a generous spirit and a prayerful sense of calm, we ask this in your most holy name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we begin the ceremonial portion of our agenda, I have to tell everybody why I am as I am. We have a I know, we all know. We have a wager every year with the mayor of Reno, Bob Cashel, as to whether UNR or UNLV is going to win the football game, and I was convinced this year to a moral certitude that UNLV was going to prevail. As you see, I was wrong. And this is my punishment. I have to wear the shirt during the council meeting, and I'm supposed to put the helmet on, but my head's too big. Just to show people, something like this. Okay? That's the best I could do. But we will have it right up front here. And there's good news, though. There's good news. We had also made a bet between the mayor and myself on which team was going to win the most games when they played each other during the baseball season, be it the Aces from Reno or the 51s from Las Vegas. I was winning just about the entire season, and then on the last day, they tied it up, so it was 8-8 as far as games were concerned. So Mayor Cashel and myself met on the baseball field, their new AAA stadium up there in Reno 2 days ago, and he provided the deck of cards, and in the Nevada tradition, we cut the deck, and I pulled a 7. And I said, uh-oh, I'm history. I said, not only am I going to have to try to fit a helmet on my big head, but I'm also going to have to do something else. And he complained bitterly that I took the top card instead of going into the deck to get it. But when he saw it was a 7, he said, it's okay. And then he went into the middle of the deck and he pulled a 6. So we won. So this is a good thing. And for our first item, Councilman Wolfson is going to recognize the October Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Good morning, Las Vegas. Every month, the City of Las Vegas gets to recognize a special person or persons for their contributions. And it is my great pleasure this morning to recognize 2 people for their accomplishments, their contributions to the City of Las Vegas. But let me give you a little background first. I'm talking about Wade and Lynn Myers, who are seated right out there, and I'm going to ask you to step up in just a minute. Our community is very fortunate to have so many individuals who work so hard to make our world a better place. Sometimes the simplest acts of kindness can have an enormous impact on an individual or group. Today, I am honored to recognize a couple, not just an individual, who have embraced Las Vegas as their home and make a difference in many lives in many ways. After 25 years in the oil business in Hennessy, Oklahoma, Wade and Lynn retired, or so they thought, in Las Vegas in 1998. Of course, everyone has a different definition of retirement, and after you hear this, you'll understand why I say that. Lynn and Wade did not join a country club and sit by the pool all day drinking martinis. They decided to get involved.
I hope that wasn't derogatory.
It was directly related to you, Mayor Goodman. Instead, they purchased a convenience store in the Lakes community where they live and work. As many of you know, running your own business is a full-time job. So much for retirement, right, folks? In 2005, they purchased the restaurant across the parking lot from the convenience store as well. Captain's Cove is a great place for lunch or dinner or a special event. It's right on the lake, out at the lakes. Wayne and Lynn are the epitome of community partners. When they found out that the city of Las Vegas was adopting a group of soldiers deploying to Iraq, they graciously opened their restaurant and hosted a free lunch for nearly 30 soldiers and their spouses. After the soldiers deployed, they donated boxes and boxes of goodies to send over to the soldiers overseas. When they found out we were hosting a national night out in the lakes, again they stepped up and provided the food for the evening. They are now working with us to host a special kids' corner at this year's Lakes Festival of Lights. Time and again, they have opened their hearts and their businesses to give back to a community they have joined 11 years ago. Their neighbors and friends have similar stories to share, and if you meet Wade and Lynn, you become their friends too. And this is probably a little embarrassing because I've asked the Lynns to come today, the Myers, but I didn't tell them why they were coming. I have a little short story apparently about donuts, Lynn, and maybe you know what I'm talking about. Monday through Friday, apparently a lady would come into their convenience store and buy a dozen donuts, and every day Lynn would wonder, why is this lady coming in to buy a dozen donuts every day, and she's in such good shape? So one day, Lynn, apparently you asked this lady, why she's buying this dozen donuts every day, and the lady said that she was a teacher, and many of her students come to school every day and don't have breakfast. They didn't eat breakfast that day because their parents couldn't afford it. So Lynn and Wade decided on their own not to charge this lady for the dozen donuts, but to give her a dozen donuts every time she comes in so the students at her classrooms could have a breakfast. That's the kind of people we're talking about today. The simple acts of kindness and generosity have a lasting impact on people. So today it is my pleasure to recognize Wade and Lynn Myers as the October 2009 Couple Citizens of the Month. Now, you are here with your daughter, Tara? Is that right? And I imagine grandchildren? Okay. I'd like to ask Wade and Lynn for you folks to come up with your daughter and grandchildren to accept this very special recognition for the City of Las Vegas, September 2009 Citizens of the Month. speak for you folks, just to say a couple of words.
I guess I'm the one chosen or appointed. We come from a background of treating people like you'll be treated, and a lot of good friends and neighbors, and this is a surprise. We just treat people like we want to be treated, and we have a lot of good neighbors, and all I can say. You want to say anything?
Well, there should be hundreds of people up here with us, because every time we decide to do an event, there are a large group of people that show up and say, what can we do? And since we've hosted National Night Out in the Lakes North Park, we've also been fortunate enough to do an event for Child Focus and for Ray of Hope, which is a wonderful foundation that puts money back into our very challenging school systems here in Clark County. And it's always the same people show up and go, okay, what can I do? You want me to do the same thing I did last time? So I'm afraid this building isn't big enough to hold all the people who show up on a daily basis to help and make the Lakes community a really wonderful place to live. And we're very thankful and a little overwhelmed by this. So thank you very much.
Now, there's one other thing. I don't know if you know this, but all of our Citizens of the Month have this sign posted out here on the street, and you can look to your right, Wade, and see that you are the City of Las Vegas Citizens of the Month, and that sign will be out there for a whole month. So congratulations. You're welcome. You're welcome.
That's great. For our next item, we're going to recognize the efforts of the city's Office of Communications in winning the City of Las Vegas a very prestigious honor. I'd like to ask our Communications Director, David Riggleman, as well as KCLV Station Manager Charlie Hosmer McGraw to join us at the podium. I'd like to also ask Nancy Byrne, Jesse Harville, and Eric Sorensen to join us up here. KCLV Channel 2 is an award-winning government television station and a great community resource. The KCLV team does a great job broadcasting all of our city council meetings as well as planning commission meetings, and also has wonderful programs like City Beat, City Scene, Access City Council, and Town Hall. The station has become a great tool to help the council reach out to our residents to provide information and receive feedback from them. One of the city's priorities is to promote an open government, and KCLV is a big part of that. Today, we're going to recognize KCLV Channel 2 for earning the city's first Emmy Award. In June, the KCLV team was honored with the Regional Emmy Award by the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences Pacific Southwest Chapter for the 30-minute special, Las Vegas Gangs, Not Our Kids. The program features a ride-along with local law enforcement as they combat gang violence, and also features interviews with former gang members, and the special presents a look at the social, communal, and law enforcement problems that gangs cause, and investigates resources and programs that are being used to address these issues. Las Vegas Gangs, Not Our Kids is produced and hosted by Nancy Byrne, while Eric Sorensen and Jesse Harville shot and edited the program. Congratulations to the entire team. And now, David, tell us a little bit more about this honor. Really good.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'd like to start off by thanking you and the council members and the city manager for your support of KCLV over all these years. In fact, it was Councilman Ross who came up with the idea to do this special in the first place, so he has a direct hand in us winning our first Emmy Award. That deserves a big round of applause, I think. Winning this award is a long-time goal accomplished for us. As the mayor mentioned, over the years we've won many awards at Channel 2, mostly among other government entities. But to win an Emmy, you have to compete against the best of the best in both the public and private sectors. So this is something we've been striving to do for quite a while. Mayor, I think really in the bigger picture there's something that this illustrates. And it may be a surprise to some people. They often equate government work with poor quality. And, of course, we who work in government know nothing could be farther from the truth. So I think this Emmy Award just helps underscore the fact that people in government public service do great things every single day. And this is testament to it right here. Case in point, the people that work at Channel 2, I couldn't be prouder of our station manager, Charlie Hosmer McGraw. The people who put this piece together that won the Emmy, Nancy Byrne, Eric Sorensen, and Jesse Harville, they're all incredibly talented. And Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to pass the mic over to Nancy. There are some folks from Metro and Detention and Enforcement that she'd like to make sure we thank this morning as well.
Thank you. Nancy.
And I know Gettysburg Address, tick-tock, tick-tock, so I'll try to keep it quick. Morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say that we in Southern Nevada and the city of Las Vegas are very fortunate to have outstanding law enforcement. I want to start with D&E because Antonio Rodriguez, who is one of the gang specialists, kind of got us started after Councilman Ross suggested we do this. He showed us around the detention center, Eric and I, and showed us how they try to keep the detention center, they don't try, they do keep the detention center safe from gang violence, but how they and our marshals go out and work with kids to make sure they stay out of gangs and ultimately out of detention centers. So thank you to the leadership of D&E and our marshals and our corrections officers. Now, on to Metro. We had the privilege of working with a lot of the officers there. I'm nervous. I know, it sounds crazy. All I do is talk to a camera lens. I'm not used to faces. We rode around with Tony Morales and BJ Plaskin and met with the officers you see out there in the audience. And if they are any indication of the caliber of work that we get out of Metro, which I believe they are, we are very fortunate. We have men and women with the talent, the dedication, and the really just the way to deal with a very difficult job and deal with it well. Lastly, before I lose my voice, thank you, David, and thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Eric and Jesse, for making us look good on a regular basis. And I'm done.
That was very, very good. Very, very good. And I'll tell you, it's great getting an Emmy. And I'm not going to diminish the award, but it ain't no Oscar. For our next item, I'd like to ask our Planning and Development Director, Margot Wheeler, to join us as we celebrate Community Planning Month. As we all know, the one constant in change is change, and in order to ensure the great quality of life that we enjoy in the city of Las Vegas, we rely on community planning to help manage the changes the cities go through. So the month of October is designated as National Community Planning Month in order to highlight the contributions and efforts of the Planning Commission, the Planning and Development Department, and the professional planning community. And we'd like to present this to you, Margot, on behalf of the city declaring this Community Planning Month, and we ask all of our citizens to join us in the celebration of National Community Planning Month. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. With the change in the economy, the time has never been more important to ensure that our planning is broad-reaching and has a lasting impact on the city, to ensure that we create communities of lasting value. And through the leadership of the mayor and this council, I know that we will be able to do that in the upcoming months and years to ensure the quality of this city continues on an upward slope and does not suffer, but rather we use this time to ensure the quality of all of our neighborhoods for the long-term future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And please stay up here, Margot, because we have some students who are joining us today who participated in a National Community Planning Month art contest, and students from across the city were asked to draw their favorite place in Las Vegas. And we had some great submissions, and judging them was really a very tough job, but I think we found three that truly stand out. So as I call the students, their artwork will be displayed on the screens here in the council chamber. The first is Jonathan Farias Martinez. Come on up, Jonathan, please. And if you have your folks with you or teachers with you, please bring them as well. They're supposed to be on the screen. Are they on the screen? Not yet. Not yet? We'll get them up there. But Jonathan, you're all right. You have your picture with you, right? So if worse comes to worse, you just hold it up. We'll get it on TV. This is very cool. Jonathan is a fifth grader at the John F. Mendoza Elementary School, and he took third place in the contest. And I really love the perspective. Look at that perspective that he has as far as the stratosphere is concerned. You did a great job, and congratulations to you. Has it shown up on the screen yet? Yes. Okay, great. Congratulations. And here's a wonderful award, and I hope you cherish this and hang it in a very prominent space
at your home and show it to the kids at school and your teachers. They should be very proud of you. Who's with you here today?
My mom.
Okay. My mom? Congratulations. Nice seeing you. Thank you. You should be very proud. Okay, next we have Bo Thistle. Bo? Come on up with your dad. She's a third grader at the Meadow School who took second place. And Bo has a great piece that highlights many parts of downtown Las Vegas. And when we were looking at her piece, we thought it could easily be turned into a great poster. Look at all the colors. Aren't they great? Now, is that up there too?
Yes.
That is as cool as it gets. Bo, is this your dad? Okay. You want to say anything?
No. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you, Bo. I wish they would do it. I wish they would be as brief and succinct as you are, and then this meeting could roll along instead of long speeches. Congratulations. Give her a nice round of applause as she receives this wonderful trophy. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. And finally, we have the first place winner, Lindsay Wasmuth, a fifth grader at Joseph Neal Elementary School. Lindsay, would you come up with, who do you have with you today? Oh, okay. Absolutely. And we have to have an asterisk here because Lindsay is a wonderful, wonderful artist, but we have to say the fix was not in because her dad works for the city of Las Vegas. But this was completely, I swear it was completely legit. It was. And Lindsay's created a wonderful piece. Look at this. That's based on Floyd Lamb Park at Tule Springs, and it's a very special and beautiful historical presentation. And we want to give you the first place award, Lindsay. Congratulations. Has everybody seen it?
Oh, that's beautiful.
Isn't that great? Here we go. Congratulations. Good job. Would you like to say anything? Absolutely not. You're even better than Bo. That's really nice. Really nice. That was a pleasure saying all this.
The video doesn't do it justice.
No, it doesn't do it justice. It's great. So I hope we could borrow it for a while and hang it in City Hall. That'd be nice. Good. Congratulations. Thank you.
I'd just like to acknowledge Judy Myers with Clark County School District. This would never have been able to be done without the assistance from the school district, and also Flynn Fagg in our office coordinated this whole program, so I just wanted to thank them.
That's terrific. And, Margot, stay up here, please. For our next item, we're going to recognize our green man, Tom Perigo. I have no idea what he does for the city. I've been trying to figure this out for 10 years now, but he's got. I don't know what I don't even know why I'm doing this, to be honest with you. Did you get an award? Oh, okay. He's getting an award. No, seriously, he's been honored as the Western Planner Association's Planner of the Year. Why I call him the Green Man is he is our representative when it comes to sustainability, and he's a very special guy. He's being recognized by folks all over the country as being a leader in the field and representing the city beautifully. And I joke with him all the time, but he's an extremely hard-working force behind the city becoming green and more sustainable, which is one of the points that is at the top of our agenda. He spearheaded the city's Green Chips program to provide energy audits and retrofits, and I'm happy that you've been honored this way, Tom. I think it's great. I'm going to ask Margot to make some comments and then hand the mic to you, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Western Planner Association is the 14 western states excluding California, and it is one person selected each year for this honor. And I'll read what it says. It's very brief. It says that the 2009 Planner of the Year, honoring individuals who have the fortitude, skill, and humor necessary to be recognized practitioners and outspoken advocates on behalf of planning in the West. And it says Tom Perigo, AICP, Planning and Development Department, City of Las Vegas, and we're very proud, as I know all of you on the council are.
That's great. Congratulations, Tom.
Thank you. Thank you. I was really happy to receive this recognition at the conference because it really is a reflection on the work that all of us do in the city. It really isn't just one person. It couldn't happen without the courageous votes that you guys make every day or every council meeting. The wonderful leadership of the city manager's office, and especially the people that I work with. Marco Velada does an amazing job. Lisa Spurgeon, Paul Grimeiser's helped out, Dave Knoyer, and Teresa Morel. So it really is a recognition of what the city's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That's great. I'm amazed to hear that other people are helping you. I can't believe that you're not turning out more work now. It's terrific. I can't help myself when it comes to him. He's great. He's great. Congratulations. Thank you. Now, let's see. Our final item fits right into the city's sustainability initiative, and as you have heard, sustainability is a key priority for the city. So not only do we want to be as efficient as possible, but we also want to meet the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations. And because of this commitment, the Nevada chapter of the American Institute of Architects, which I mentioned before, they're over at the Fifth Street Elementary School as well, has honored the city with a Distinguished Service Award for sustainable practices. The award recognizes the city's efforts to be a leader in sustainability through our green building program and our goal of having all new City of Las Vegas buildings built to LEED standards. And I want to thank all of the employees here, and I mean this seriously, of the City of Las Vegas for making sustainability an important part of what we do every single day. And Margot, you're at the helm. Tom, you're the oarsman, and I really have to congratulate you for all the great work that you do.
And again, it's really the City Council and their leadership that makes it all possible. If the mayor and the council did not support the endeavor and make it the city's priority and one of the top 3 initiatives, none of this would be able to be accomplished, and we wouldn't be able to move forward as we have done and will continue to do. So thank you to the council.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Great. Good job. Thank you. No, I want to ask, I'll take it. I want to ask you. Officer.
It's become a tradition, unfortunately.
Yeah. Pardon me? Up here? That's in the spirit of the bet. We keep our word. We're good sports. Okay, we're all set. Good. Okay, now we'll start our regular meeting. Item number 10, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and or the applicant wish to be held or stricken wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 30 is consent. Change the business name and ownership for a tavern license from Bar Kale Corporation doing business at Fast Break Lounge to Fast Break Lounge LLC doing business at Fast Break Lounge 2245 North Decatur Boulevard, Suite A. The applicant has that to be stricken. Item 31 is a restricted gaming license subject to confirmation approved by the Nevada Gaming Commission. Fast Break Lounge LLC doing business at Fast Break Lounge 2245 North Decatur Boulevard, Station A. Staff's asked to strike that one. No, the applicant's asked to strike that one. Item 35 is award of modification number 4 to contract number 050051-DK, Software Support Training and Professional Services, Department of Human Resources, award recommended to Aon Solutions, Inc. The applicants were set to be stricken. Item 75 is a public hearing on abatement at 1921 Sunland Avenue. Staff's asked to strike. Item 84 is new locksmith license, Speedy Locksmith and Key Inc., doing business at Able Lock and Key, 1913 East Charleston Boulevard. The applicant would like that to be held in advance until our November the 4th, 2009 meeting. At this time, council members, are there any other items we need to bring forward? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. For some reason, motion carries. Thank you. Item 11 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of September 2, 2009.
Yes, Your Honor, no additions or deletions. Make a motion to approve the final minutes, please.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 73, with the exception of item 30, 31, and 35, are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to pull item number 48 forward, please.
48, anybody else?
I'd like to pull item 54.
54, anybody else? Okay, we'll call 48. Or do you want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion.
No.
I would move to approve items 12 through 73 with exceptions of 31, 35, 35, and 48 with all conditions, please.
All right, and 54.
And 54, I'm sorry.
Very good. Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 48 is approval to allocate $1 million in redevelopment 18% set-aside RDA funds for the Home Ownership for Educators program, providing mortgage buy-down and rental assistance for teachers with the Clark County School District, and this pertains to all wards. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. During our briefing on Monday, there was questions by the council members that was in the briefing, and staff gave us a pretty good rundown on what was going on. And at this time, I'd like to have Ms. Morris step forward and just explain to us what we have here and where we're going with this program.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dr. Lisa Morris, Hibbler Neighborhood Services Deputy Director. At this time, I'd like to ask Tim Whitwright, Manager, to explain the Homeownership for Educators program.
Very good.
And thank you. Excuse me, Tim Whitwright, Manager, Development Division, Neighborhood Services. The Homeownership for Educators program is set aside specifically for teachers who teach at schools within the city of Las Vegas. The program provides two things. There is the ability to get rental assistance in the amount of $500 per month for up to 2 years total, so $12,000 per teacher would be the maximum. They can also receive up to $30,000 of assistance to help purchase a home, provide down payment, closing cost assistance to teachers, again, to purchase a home within the city of Las Vegas. Right now what's happened is the program has actually increased. Since the last time we were before you requesting funds back in November of 2008, we've actually had 11 home purchases occur, so that's the majority. So we've actually seen an increase. I mean, the program is actually finally being used and working and up and running. To give you an idea, too, the teachers who take advantage of these programs are earning, a first-year, second-year teacher is earning about $36,000, $35,000 a year. So these are the individuals that we're assisting. We can only help up to 80% of very median income. So to give you an idea of what that salary amount is.
All right, thank you.
Are we assisting also in rental properties for the teachers?
Yeah, the rental assistance is provided. That's correct. They can receive up to $500 a month of rental assistance.
How much money are we spending at this time out of this $1 million?
Sure. Right now, we actually, with our commitments, we are in need of about $250,000 to finish our rental assistance commitments to the teachers to carry it forth through the full 2 years.
Thank you. The other council members that was in the briefing, they thought that maybe we needed to we asked Betsy if she would go forward with the program, but look around to see if there's other entities that we might be able to help also. So if there's no questions or comments,
I have one.
You bet, sir.
one question, I guess in the form of a comment as well. I was very concerned that we weren't seeing much activity when we first started this program. To me, it was a wonderful gesture on the part of the city to do our share to make sure that we're able to attract great teachers into our community, and this would be a wonderful incentive in order to do that, and we weren't getting too many bites. Has the program caught on? Is that the reason that we're seeking for more money at this point?
That's correct, Your Honor. It has actually caught on. As I say, since we were here in November, we'd requested $500,000 at that time. We've actually had 11 home purchases since that time, so that's even less than a year, so it's more than one a month.
Okay.
So yeah, it has caught on.
Good. That's a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
If I may.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think that I asked this question a few years ago because I know this program has been in existence for a long time, and along the lines of what the mayor said, what do we do to get the word out to prospective teachers who may consider moving to Las Vegas that we've got this kind of assistance? Because this is a great program. Now, we're in a different time today than when I asked this question a few years ago when we were, desperately in need of teachers. But what do we do to get the word out to people?
Sure. Originally, we did have an issue with getting the word out and the marketing. What has happened since that time is the school district actually does the email blasts, if you will, and they do it constantly. It goes out, it's put on their bulletin boards, it's made a part of their meetings. So the word is out, and I think that's been a big part of the difference. The marketing is there, teachers are now aware. And in the beginning, there was confusion, and there was sort of the disbelief, well, no, that sounds too good to be true, that can't be, And we've gotten over all those hurdles and bumps. And so, as I say, now you see a real increase in the use of the program.
Is there something on the City of Las Vegas's website?
Yes,
because
actually.
About this program?
Yes, you can actually go to the Neighborhood Services website, and we actually have a full list of our programs, and the Homeownership for Educators is part of that program. Okay. Although it is administered, a great deal of work is done by the school district, of course, as well, and they also have on their websites and their programs.
Very good. Councilwoman.
The thing, too, is that if they are recruiting hard to get teachers, say in mathematics or special education, as their recruiters go out, they carry this information out into the different universities and places where they're recruiting. I just wanted to add that when we had Maureen Fox here from the school district, and she thanked us for our initial contributions, and she gave us, I don't know if all the board members remember, but she had about this high a group of letters that they had people who had help from this program, and they were thanking us for it, and they told us what it meant to them and how much it helped their family, and there really were some heart-rendering letters in there. So I know how much they do and how grateful they are. Thank you very much for helping it get going.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much.
During my motion, Your Honor, I'm also going to make a couple comments.
Sure.
They need at least $250,000 as of right now. The other council members, myself, during the briefing, we thought that it would help if we just delay giving the other $750,000 at this time to further look at a report on other subsidized housing needs throughout the city rather than just the personnel we're going after right now. So I'm prepared to make a motion to allocate the $250,000 to the Homeownership for Educators program and direct Neighborhood Services to prepare a report on subsidized housing needs in the city of Las Vegas for the other $750,000 at this time and come back to the council.
Mr. Councilman, what do you mean then that if they had somebody who wanted to enter the program this year, could they still enter it?
Yes.
We don't have any money over than what we're paying for what we have already?
There'll be some there, but again, this is just going to take a couple of weeks, and they're going to see if there's just not some other way where we could expand and go into other areas to help other people also.
Question, please. But if they needed more money, they could always come back to us and ask for more.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to spend the other $750,000. We just want to look and see if there's other areas where we can spend the money.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you. Item 54 is approval of a grant of easement from the City of Las Vegas and Municipal Corporation to FC Vegas 39 LLC, a New York limited liability company, as to an undivided 39.775% interest. FC Vegas 20 LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, as to an undivided 20.225%. LiveWork LLC, a Delaware Limited Liability Company as to an undivided 40% interest, all as tenants in common for a portion of the northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 20 South, Range 61 East, Mount Diablo Meridian, for an easement located in the right-of-way from the back of curb to the property line that surrounds Block 6 of Clark's Las Vegas Town Site, Main Street on the west, Lewis Avenue on the north, First Street on the east, and Clark Avenue on the south. APNs 139-34, 299-002, 009, 010, 012, 025, 026, 027, 028, and 029. This is in Ward 3. Yes. Councilman Anthony, you have to have this vote.
Thank you, Mayor. This relates to the new City Hall project. I don't have any questions or comments. I just wanted a separate vote. Thank you.
Oh, that's fair. All right, thank you very much. Let's have a motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. As we go forward with the new City Hall, I feel like this is an important step. I'm going to make a motion for approval, following all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 74 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of dangerous building demolition located at 4617 Spring Creek Avenue in the amount of $4,651 and assess a maximum of $88,700 in daily civil penalties. The property owner is Delarisa M. Rankowitz, and this is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith?
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background is that the condition of this property was a public hazard and an attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired Weaver Construction to demolish the structure to the City of Las Vegas specifications. However, the demolition was canceled after the survey. Work to be completed was to board the structure to the City of Las Vegas specifications, remove trash, debris, and dilapidated wooden perimeter fence, and post no trespassing, no dumping, no vehicle signs on site. On February 11, 2009, an asbestos survey was conducted by CAMAIR. To date, there have been 7 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date of June 1982 was $69,000. The recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses to include $1,330 invoice for Weaver Construction Services and a $650 invoice for CAMAIR asbestos survey, in addition to other fees assessed for a total of $4,651, and consider assessing a maximum of $88,700 in daily civil penalties.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here, Delarisa M. Rankowitz, or any representative of her? All right, it's a public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to be heard.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ann Hodge. I live 123 Sir David. In fact, that address is all over the world nowadays. It doesn't really matter. But anyway, when it comes down to the property, they said they had to board it, they planning on demolition in it and whatever. And this can be a nuisance in a variety of ways, but it always ends up costing you a lot. But as you said, if it stay there, then people bother in the community and use it for whatever purposes. And then if you tear it down, it becomes a big vacant lot. So everybody losing the tax structure, whatever. So what I'm trying to say, this is the real Donnybrook. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Anybody else like to be heard, please? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Your Honor, you know, we are making great strides. I know Mr. Seals back from the war. I wish we could just get him to go back to work. I want to thank Devin and his group. I'm going to follow staff's recommendation for the $4,651 general fund access and access a maximum of $25,000 daily civil penalties to this property, please.
All right, that's a motion. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 76 is a hearing review for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, Units 101 to 104, 106, 201 to 202, 205 to 206, 301 to 306, 401 to 406, 501 to 505, 601 to 606, 701 to 702, 704 to 706, 801 to 803, 806, 808 to 810, 902 to 904, 906 to 907, 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, 840 West Bonanza Road, and 920 West Bonanza Road. The property owner is Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, LLC, and this is in Ward 5.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Again, this is a review of the conditions. The subject property was determined to be substandard, dangerous, and declared a public nuisance as defined in Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 9.04.020, Title 16.08, and 16.31. Notice and orders regarding vacant and dangerous buildings and dangerous building conditions were mailed to the property owners to correct the violation. Today's hearing is a final review regarding the status of the violations from the public hearing items on August 5th and review of the hearing on September 2nd. The recommendation is that the review status of violation listed in the revised and re-recorded notice and order regarding vacant and dangerous buildings and the revised and re-recorded notice and order to abate dangerous building demolition mailed on June 18, 2009. Neighborhood Response recommends a one-year review.
What does that mean? What are we being asked to do today?
The property was in violation. We mailed all the notice and orders. Right. This case actually started when the Moulin Rouge Development Corporation owned it. The bank foreclosed on the property. Right. The bank stepped in. They have corrected all the violations that we asked them to do. The last two that at the last meeting we asked them to do were to get us a structural engineer's report on the tower that's remaining and to clearing up the additional conditions, fix the electrical to the outside of the buildings. To my knowledge, all those things have been done. I'm not sure if the report on the tower that they submitted is substantial or if it's going to be rejected by the building department. But other than that, they brought the property into compliance. And what we want to do is just, this is the final review on that case. It is in compliance now, and we just want to bring it back in 1 year for review to make sure that all the conditions and everything on the property have been met.
Well, basically, it's all boarded up now.
It is.
And Councilman Barlow is acting as diligently and with as much vigor as anybody in the world can, representing his neighborhood and his constituents over there. And this sure doesn't help him in his efforts to attract new businesses and to attract people to build residential, which he so much wants to achieve. I think what the Mayor Pro Tem said when he made reference to Mr. Still makes a lot of sense. I've driven past it, and I don't care. It may be safe. It may not be a nuisance anymore from a danger point of view, but it is a blight. And if we can't take care of properties like that and make sure that they're demolished or that they're restored to a condition where they're going to be economically viable as far as people living in it, I think that we're missing the boat. And I can't believe we don't have the authority to do it. I've been talking about it for 10 years now. The Mayor Pro Tem, the council members, we're all in the same boat here. And I just can't believe that we can't get rid of those kind of properties.
Your Honor, if I may, we have been in contact with the current property owner, which is just a lender.
I understand. I remember.
We do have the ability to go in and demo it. We could do that. We've issued the notice and order, and we could do that. But the reason we haven't...
No one's going to pay for it.
That's the reason we haven't done it, is because it would be a City of Las Vegas liability.
But I would like you to do, with all due respect, and I understand where you're coming from, if you can find out how much it would cost to demolish it, I would appreciate that.
Okay. And I believe that the property owners are flying in. They were supposed to be here about 10, and I need to put on the record, I need to correct the 1-year review and ask for a 6-month.
And now, are these the lenders that are coming in?
These
or
are the lenders.
Okay, because there's a big difference.
Well, they're the current owners of the property.
They're the owners?
They're the owners. They have foreclosed on the property.
Well, perhaps next meeting you'll come back, or you could tell the city manager, and she could brief us as to the status of it. It breaks my heart, because I know how hard he's working to do something over there, and he's not going to be able to do it with this monstrosity just hanging out there.
I'll put out for bid to see what it would actually cost us to get that.
Appreciate that.
To get that demoed.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, this is not a public hearing, so may I have a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And your comments were dead on. And Devin, thank you for adjusting the 1 year to a 6 month, because by no means was I going to approve a 1 year review on this item, because it is a true blight. And I believe we had an estimate as far as how much it would cost to demo. And what was that previous estimate that we were provided?
I don't have that number. After the one area burned and the numbers all changed, and so I would have to have that rebid and actually look at the bid prices and see where we're at today.
Okay, now I know we had a neighborhood meeting with the residents of Treeline last week, and the residents were very concerned in regards to the structure problem that existed. And after speaking with Chris Knight from Building and Safety, he informed me that the structural engineers, as well as the building and safety folks, will be going out to do that assessment. Has that taken place as of yet?
We posted notice on the buildings yesterday, and it's for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Oh, it's for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay. So will you all be following back up with me or bringing it back before council? How will I get this information so that I can stay on top of it?
I'll follow up. As soon as we have a report back from the structural engineer, we'll forward that to your office, and then we'll go from that point.
Okay. Now, what we're voting on today, is that contingent upon Treeline, as far as what's happening with Treeline? Could you give me an update as far as how the two relate?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Dr. Lisa Morris, Neighborhood Services Deputy Director. Councilman Marlowe, what we can do is the Treeline condos, as you know, is a part of the abatement agreement that we have with both OCI and LBAL. What we can do is we can have a 45-day review instead of the 6-month review because of the Treeline issue. What we were planning on doing was getting the facts from the inspection that's going to occur tomorrow, and then we were going to set up a meeting with their office and the LBAL attorneys to talk about how we move forward on that property.
Okay.
They have some concerns, too, with some of them.
Right.
Challenges.
And one thing that the current owners stated very adamantly was the fact that they were trying to sell it and not reinvest back in the property. And that concerns me because what that leaves me with is a large parcel of land, a large blighted parcel of land, which I would actually like to see taken down, because it doesn't help the neighborhood, it doesn't help me at all, and in particular, it doesn't help those residents who currently are living inside of Treeline, whether they rent or own those parcels. And so they were very adamant, and Mr. Smith, you were there when he stated that they weren't interested in redeveloping the parcel. They were trying to sell it as soon as possible. So, for me, how does that help the community?
Well, and just to put on the record to clarify for all the members of the council, the current owners are investors. So they have the property because they foreclosed upon the previous owner. So they are not developers, and they have no intentions of developing it, and they've been honest with us about that. Councilman Barlow is correct in that they want to put the minimal amount of money into the property because their intent is to sell that property. They have tried to sell it previously. I don't think their deals have materialized, and so as such, that was why we were going to request a 6-month review, because we don't want to see it boarded definitely more than 6 months. I think that we could either do a 45-day or a 90-day, depending on your comfort level. And obviously, the Treeline condos, we are working with them on that, so we are going to stay on top of that. And I'm assuming that the members of the council understand what's going on at Treeline. I can give you a quick synopsis if you like. It's just some condos.
Go ahead.
Should I? Okay. It's a condo complex. It's about 59 units. They have deteriorated. We've gone out and done some initial assessments. We need to relocate 11 units that are occupied. Because they're condo units, there's been some difficulties. There's at least one owner occupied, so we've been working with our city attorney's office. We have the fire department, building and safety, neighborhood services, all working together to try to figure out how to deal with this. The current owners have been working with us on it as well, and it's just taken some time because of the challenges.
Where's it located?
It is off of McWilliams, so it's off of H Street. And you just see a little sign that
Mayor,
says
it's actually the
Park.
Moulin Rouge. It's the backside of the
backside
Moulin Rouge.
of the
Okay, all right,
yes.
okay.
Right. So for me, as investors, where I stand with this is the fact that they are investors, and I understand that. If it takes these investors a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years to basically sell this property, I have that blight for that same amount of time, and I don't want to live with that blight for that amount of time. So what I would like to do is direct staff to go and find out what the amount that it will cost to get this building down. And if we have to assess the property owner or whatever the process it is through the city attorney's office, that we can basically have them pick up the cost or reimburse us after the sale, I would like to see the parcel taken down. It does not do this entire corridor any justice whatsoever. With the expansion of the I-15 and all of the beautiful landscaping and scenery that's coming down that corridor, this is not going to continue to remain in the stagnant state that it is today. I would like to see it taken down as soon as possible. And so for that, I would like to see this item come back within 90 days.
9 days, okay.
Okay, that's the motion. Let's vote. Post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item 77 is the hearing to consider the appeal regarding the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located at 1701 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The property owner is Wiens Maynard Jr. et al. This is in Ward 3. Mr. Smith.
Again, Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Your Honor, this is an appeal of a request of the removal for an outdoor pay telephone by Ilbert Mendenkoff of CCN Inc., who owns the payphone. The payphone is on the property of Ted Wiens Firestone at 1701 Las Vegas Boulevard. Mr. DiFiore will explain the process of the removal and explain why we are here today.
All right, Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, as one would know, payphones, outdoor payphones, are operated by an outdoor payphone telephone company and require licensing within the city of Las Vegas. Under our Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.58, it lists a series of prohibited areas. One of the areas is item G of 6.58040, on any property or at any location which has been determined by Metro, the Department of Finance and Business Services, or Neighborhood Services Department to create a nuisance under this chapter upon prior actual use. We have received complaints through Neighborhood Services that the payphone in question is being used suspectedly for illegal drug purposes. In your backup, you will find a letter of support for the removal of the payphone from Ted Wiens' store manager, Mr. Darrell Wade. It is actually on their property. So Mr. Wade has sent a letter supporting the removal of this payphone. And in the course of our notification to the licensee of this payphone removal, we give him 14 days to remove the payphone, or he may appeal it to the City Council under Title IX. And that's why we're here today. He's made that appeal to have the council hear his purpose for keeping the payphone on that particular property.
Well, this is the most amazing thing that I've ever heard of, to be quite frank with you. I understand what you're saying, but as a criminal defense lawyer and as a former police officer, if I knew that there was a phone that was being used to promote drug trafficking, I would put a wiretap on it so fast they wouldn't know what hit them, and I'd arrest the drug dealers instead of taking out a tremendous source in order to combat an endemic problem in our community here. I just don't understand it. And when you have information like that, wouldn't you agree, Councilman Anthony? I mean, that's if you have probable cause, all you have to do, you get a judge to sign an order, they intercept the telephone conversations if they're about drugs, and then you bust the people instead of taking the phone out and giving up a resource that I think is unbelievable. But there are a lot of unbelievable things that happen, including my having to wear a helmet
Mayor Goodman.
that doesn't fit because of my big head.
The only thing, Mayor, if I could just comment on that,
Yes.
you're right. I mean, I have plenty of experience with public phones, and they are used on a regular basis for drug dealing. So if we could put a search warrant and a telephone tap on every payphone, it'd be too much work for us. So we couldn't do it, but it needs to be removed as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman?
Mayor?
Yes.
Oops.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Council Barlow. Councilman.
I just wanted to say that we had a problem in a 7-Eleven across from Clark High School when I first came on the council, and I met with Metro and asked them suggestions, and they suggested that we have the phone removed from that 7-Eleven. And maybe they don't have enough people to be able to put the wiretaps on, I don't know. But the phone was removed with the approval of the new owners of 7-Eleven, and the crime in that area, the fights, we have had hardly anything since then. So it did help.
Right, Councilman Barlow.
Mayor Goodman, I understand your position as well, and due to Metro's assistance, they have come to our office for many years in regards to a lot of activity taking place around telephones, outdoor telephones that have caused a nuisance not only in apartment complexes but on specific corners where restaurants were and other type of businesses that cause a huge nuisance to their customers in front of their place of business. And so I do believe that it's on a case-by-case base as far as how the phones are in use and how they are used. But when they become a nuisance for the property owner and their customers that are non-related to the activity that's being taken place at that specific telephone, I do know that we need to take a harder look at it and of course, treat them on a case-by-case basis.
All right, thank you.
I'm trying to understand. We have a private property owner that enters into an arrangement with a phone company user. Do they have a lease? Does this property owner have a lease arrangement with this phone company?
I spoke to Mr. Darrell Wade yesterday and asked him that same question. He has been there 3 years. I don't know how long the payphone has been there, but he said that he believed that with corporate office of Ted Weens that there was an original agreement to have that on his property for a rental payment to be made. But he said in the last couple of years that he's not aware of any payments that have been made for that particular payphone to the Ted Weens corporate
The reason
office.
I bring this up is it seems to me that the city shouldn't even have to get involved. It's a private property owner. They don't like the activity of this person that they had an original relationship with. Kick them off. I mean, I'm glad that we're getting involved, but it doesn't seem like it's necessary if the property owner, they have their own rights too.
I agree.
Okay, folks, did you want to be heard?
Please.
Please, come up and identify yourself.
My name is, My name is Scott Swank. I'm the president of the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association, the one that this phone is located within and whose residents are most directly impacted. I walk up there to the Lovett Custard. I see right across the street from the phone. There's activity that looks to be drug and or prostitution related on a regular basis. With all respect, I don't want to see a payphone just torn out indiscriminately or unnecessarily. However, on that corner there is a 7-Eleven with a payphone inside the 7-Eleven. Across the street there is an AM/PM with a payphone inside the AM/PM. Also across the street, but not on Las Vegas Boulevard, there's a Mini Mart that has a payphone. You cross Las Vegas Boulevard, there's a White Cross. So this is not depriving anybody of access if that's what they need. But this particular payphone on the Ted Weens sign, basically right on the head of the alley that runs between Rexford and Las Vegas Boulevard, has, as far as I can determine, I haven't gone up and interviewed the people, but it's been a locus of what looks to be narcotic and prostitution activity. And I can speak for everyone I've talked to in the neighborhood. We'd love to have it gone, especially with the other facilities right there.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you very
good,
much.
no problem. Is the owner or somebody with the property interest in the phone here? Shouldn't they properly be here, or if they want to preserve the phone?
They should, but they were issued a certified and regular mail notifying them of this particular meeting today on September 22nd. So.
Okay, so they apparently don't care. That's the way I read it. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Pam Hartley. I live at 1700 Rexford, 206-89104. And this payphone is just a short distance from the parking lot where I park. There was another phone that was removed just south of the Rexford that was on a light pole. Since that phone has been removed, traffic has decreased significantly. We have the same problem with this phone that's a block away, and so removal of that one can only help that area.
Do you actually see what would appear to the naked eye as being drug trafficking out there?
Yes.
Well,
it's become much quieter, much quieter since the first payphone was removed. So I really would like to see the second one removed because it can only make it better.
I don't understand why people aren't arrested, but thank you.
They're not highly visible, these phones, like they are at the mini marts, the AM/PM, and the 7-Eleven.
But you're saying that you you were actually able to observe what you to be believed is drug trafficking.
Yes.
And do you call the police?
I have not called the police in this particular instance.
Okay. All right, because to me, if
My experience is that by the time
you're supposed to arrest those people.
By the time
How are
the
criminal defense lawyers supposed to make a living?
By the time the police are able to respond, it's over. Because when I see something happening, it's going to happen in 2 minutes and they're gone.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I hate to speak up on this, but this is really cute. The problem with this particular phone is location. The phone ain't the problem. It's where they got it set. And they can move that phone somewhere else in the neighborhood, it could be very viable. And then you can catch the drug dealers at the same time. The way that somebody sounded that says kind of off between two alleys and whatever. So location is very important, Oscar. It ain't the phone, it's the location. Sorry about this.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Steve Franklin, 556 Ellen Way. Mayor, I have called the police regarding activity, and I know firsthand that there has been an arrest made directly as a result of drug trafficking. Now, I'm not going to go into the whole story,
Right.
but it's fairly lengthy. But yes, I have called the police on a couple of occasions, and there have been arrests that have been made there. Scott had mentioned earlier that there are plenty of other payphones within literally 100 feet of this phone. So people will not be denied access to a telephone. You do have the Mighty Mart with a telephone, 7-Eleven with a couple of telephones, AM/PM with a couple of telephones. Those are in lit areas, and a couple of those locations have security cameras as well. The phone in question sits in the dark.
I see.
It's an island by itself.
I got it.
No lights, no cameras, and you see people all the time that will bypass the 7-Eleven phone, bypass the AM/PM phone, bypass, if they're coming from Oak or from Maryland Parkway direction, they'll bypass the Mighty Mart phone that's lit or perhaps with cameras, and they'll go to this phone, and you see it all the time.
Okay.
So I'd like to see this thing gone.
Okay,
With
thank you.
guys' help.
Very good,
Appreciate
thank you. Okay, anybody else?
Mayor, before you vote, I just want to put on the record that the owner of the business that owns the phone, CCN Inc., sent a letter to the city on the 31st of August requesting this appeal. The clerk sent him a letter on September 22nd notifying him that this was the date and time for the appeal, so they have notice of this opportunity, and apparently they're not here.
Right, very good. Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. DiFiore, I see my assistant come up. Did she have anything to add to this as soon as he came up?
Well, she asked me if we would need Metro to testify on this, and if you would wish to have Metro testify, I believe we have.
I feel like they need to come up and answer some of the questions or things that the mayor has been saying up here about Metro.
Please identify yourself.
Officer Daniel Nunez, NUNEZ, Las Vegas Metro.
Thank you.
Downtown Area Command.
You heard my comments. To me, it appears that this is a perfect vehicle to actually be observant as to what's taking place there and causing arrests to be generated involving drug trafficking. Has that been taking place? I'm not trying to invade what you do.
Yeah.
You're the law enforcement agency. But I would imagine at least common sense would dictate that if you know that crimes are taking place over a particular instrument, like a particular phone or in a particular location, that you would be surveilling it in order to cause arrests to take place.
Yeah, and we do when we can and we have time, we do. As far as this phone, I myself have been down there. Right now I'm in the chronic nuisance section. Before that, when I was in patrol, I was actually down there because of the drug activity, and I have arrested people for possession of heroin, possession of cocaine within 100 yards of that phone. So we do try to get down there when we can to make arrests. But another technique we do sometimes, though, is we do ask that phones be removed because we've noticed if a phone is in a high drug area, if we can remove the pay phones, it tends to curb the activity. So, and I know within this area, like I said, I've arrested people for drug violations, and I know on Rexford down the street, within the last 45 days, we've executed search warrants and recovered about 70 grams worth of narcotics from 2 different duplexes, as well as an unregistered gun, quite a bit of money. So it does seem like there is drug activity occurring there. Also, this phone tends to be more attractive as far as for drug users. It's in the dark. The business it's in front of closes at night, so there's no one there to supervise it. The reason, I know someone said they were bypassing the AM, PM, the 7-Eleven, the Mighty Mart phones. They have clerks there that work 24/7, so if they see activity at their phones, they call us so then we can respond. This one, there's no one really monitoring it at night, so it's really attractive for individuals involved in the drug trade to use it. And it's not uncommon for drug users to tell individuals, go to a certain payphone, give me a call from the payphone, and then I'll go ahead and meet you there or meet you somewhere close to the payphone. So, and it's a little bit harder to get those search warrants on payphones because...
I know it's tough.
Yeah, so...
I know it's tough.
But yeah, the location of this payphone is actually attractive because it is in the dark and it is in front of a business that's not there 24/7.
I understand.
So.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Officer. I appreciate the comments from the mayor and the fellow council members. Since I've been here, we've probably removed at least a half dozen or 10 payphones in Ward 3, and the crime rate has definitely fallen because of what we have done. I've had removed a couple over on Charleston, a couple on Eastern. It is important that the neighbors are aware that the city does care. I appreciate the neighbors coming down and voicing their opinions today. I don't understand either how come Mr. Ted Weens didn't remove the payphone a long time ago, but seeing how we are involved in it, I don't have any problem taking the phone out. I wish the person who owned the phone was here so he could at least say a few words in his defense, but because it is where it's located, I feel definitely we have to take it out, so my motion is going to be to remove the phone as soon as possible, and hopefully it'll help make the neighbors feel safer in the neighborhood.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
Thank you, Officer. Item 78 is a report on the development status and financing status of the City Hall project, which is proposed to be constructed on real property bounded by Lewis Avenue, Clark Avenue, Main Street, and First Street. And this is in Ward 3. Mr. Vincent, Mr. Adams.
Scott's on.
Oh, yeah. Good morning. Scott Adams, Chief Urban Redevelopment Officer. And Mark and I.
Yeah, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. Scott and I are going to tag team a little bit this morning. Some of the slides I think you've seen before, but we think it's important to put it out there again. And then in the middle of this presentation, I'll spend a lot of time talking about the financing, which I think is the items of the most interest to the council.
Very good. Thank you.
And while we're waiting for this to come up. Oh, there we go. What we wanted to do is keep this very focused. Clearly, over the past year and a half, we have been before you with numerous issues relative to the City Hall project. What we thought we would do is focus just on two primary issues that relate directly to the direction that we received as staff on July 1st that you gave us and the approvals you gave us going forward. On July 1, you did several things. You asked us to obtain a firm construction price and authorized us moving forward with the plans review process so that Forest City could move forward with their bidding process and start to firm up bids so that we'd start to get a handle on what it would cost to build City Hall. You also, at that time, asked us to move forward with the COPS financing process per a schedule that we laid out at that time, and that required us to identify feasible financing. And so what we would do today is give you three things, overviews. One is permitting and bid update, development budget and GMP recap, and GMP stands for guaranteed maximum price. And then, as Mark said, he'll launch into a detailed discussion, a comparison of some of the financial options that were analyzed over this past couple of months that led to us getting here today and presenting these to you. Real quick, in terms of where we're at on design and development, the design is complete, and we're virtually complete for bidding purposes. We are still doing some punching out. For example, one of the things we're looking at is converting more of our office space to cubicles versus hard walls and things such as that, but nothing that would materially impact from a high dollar value standpoint, GMP, and it was for that reason Forest Cities moved forward and really firming up pricing. I should also mention, just make a side note, that we have the full Forest City team here. So at the conclusion of our presentation, should you have any questions about the bidding or any aspects of the project, Dimitri Vasilakis and his team are here, as well as Bill Arndt is also here, can answer any questions about the deal structure as we've put it together up to this point. The plans review process has been moving forward. We have gone into the Building and Safety and the Development Services Center with the project. I've made application for building permits, and we're in the process pending civil plans approval now. There was an item in today's consent agenda, an easement that was pulled. That was critical in terms of approving to keep this project on schedule and on track to move it forward. By virtue of the approval of that easement, that allows us now to keep going forward with that building permit process and come out of the process with a final permit. The Main Street garage, while that we've said that Main Street parking garage isn't solely for the purpose of City Hall, it would provide parking to supply the needs of the new City Hall. That garage financing, design, and bid process is well underway. It's being looked at as a design-build process. We've acquired the site, and we've actually fully completed now the acquisition of that site, and we are in the process of putting together, using engineers, the bid package for design-build process for that project, as well as completion of the financing. And then finally, Forest City is securing a guaranteed maximum price based on this progress to date. They had the confidence quite some time ago, actually, based on where we're at in the building review process, of actually going out to subcontractors using Whiting Turner as the construction manager at risk to actually obtain subcontract pricing and to firm up a price at which we could build City Hall.
Scott, I might add that item 90 on today's agenda is actually the final adoption of the bond ordinance for the $15 million, up to $15 million for the financing of the garage. And I would also just put on the record that we did, all three rating agencies confirmed our AA ratings, so we're ready to go with that sale.
Mayor Goodman, may I, please? And I was going to ask a question, and since you offered what you just did offer, Mark, I think it's appropriate at this time to make sure it's clear that the financing for the Main Street garage is an independent thing from the City Hall project financing. They are separate animals, are they not?
That is correct.
Yeah, and just to remind you and the public watching that one of the reasons we looked at that site was it's a very important site from an urban planning standpoint because it's exactly between the City Hall and Symphony Park, and it really gives us a new gateway into Symphony Park. So whether we build City Hall or not, that site gives us new point of access into Symphony Park. The garage can also serve a portion of the parking needs for the new Performing Arts Center.
And it would also serve the office district from the back side as well, and certainly on busy days it would serve the Regional Justice Center as well.
It happens to be an area where we need parking.
Mayor Goodman?
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Vincent. Question in regards to the Union Pacific Railroad. What side of the track will the new City Hall reside?
On the east side.
On the east side. Yeah. And Symphony Park would then be on the west side. So the connectivity that you speak of, how will motorists, if you will, connect from Symphony Park to the new parking structure?
Via
Can you explain that process?
Via a pedestrian bridge, much like you might see, or similar, I should say, to what you might see on the Las Vegas Strip. So you'll park on Main Street, take a pedestrian bridge over the railroad tracks, and they're essentially a block and a half away from the Performing Arts Center.
Okay, so that bridge will land on the west side
that's correct.
of the Union Pacific Railroad.
With an elevator. That's correct.
With an elevator. Now, will those improvements be in place by that point? Do you imagine those improvements will be in place on the west side, or will they basically arrive on the west side of the track, if you will, in the middle of what is now vacant land?
Well, actually, we do have streets and a parking facility, a surface parking facility over on that site. If that is designated as Site L, Parcel L in the Symphony Park Master Plan, and that site currently has a surface-grade parking lot that we built as part of the Phase 1 infrastructure improvements of Symphony Park to meet the needs of the Cleveland Clinic, Ruvo Brain Center, Center for Brain Health, as well as in the future providing part of the parking needs for the Performing Arts Center as well. So it'll drop down on an area that's currently improved in the sense that once that walkway's there, the elevator drops down, you'll be able to walk through a parking area and get to the Performing Arts Center.
So it will be an improved.
That's correct.
Landing.
There is right now, yeah. I mean, so if you go out there right now, there is a parking lot. Okay. There's streets in place. We just don't have a development in place on Parcel L.
Okay.
Are we married to an elevator being on the ends, or could it be an escalator? I mean, is that something that we can discuss?
Cost will be the issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Cost and space would be the issue.
Because to me, I sort of like the idea of an escalator. There may be an elevator in conjunction with it, but it's sort of nice to see the traffic going like we do see on the Strip, where they go over these crossways and then come down.
It's certainly something we can explore from a cost standpoint. They're generally much more expensive, but it's something that we can look at.
And it also has a larger footprint.
Right. I'd like to see that explored, please.
Okay. We will.
Yes, Mayor Protem.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for those in the audience, those that maybe watch this on television, that while you see one of the council members go back to the back, we do have access to hear what's going on. We also have a TV that's on back there, so we're not actually missing what's going on out here. I just want people to realize that on issues like this here today.
Thank you.
Let me, moving forward, back in June, we presented not only here in our presentation in that July meeting a budget for the City Hall project. We did it through a city manager information report. So what I have on the screen now is in the center column there, estimate June 2009. That was the budget we presented at that time for the project. And that shows how each of the various line items formed up in terms of Forest Cities fees, all of the soft costs, utility relocation, construction, the actual hard construction cost. FF&E stands for furnishings, fixtures, and equipment, which is all the stuff going inside City Hall. And there is a new item there, improvement tax, and I'll get to that in a minute, and then land carry. Going forward, the center column is GMP estimate September of 2009. That is where we stand today, as we stand here right now, based on the bidding progress to date that Forest Cities achieved. They are telling us that the project will cost no more than this at this point. Now, it may be less, and they are continuing to work with the subcontractors to, quite frankly, extract every dime they can out of the project. But at this point, they've told us it will not cost any more than that. There is an item that's new, and at the time we believed that this project, because we're building a city hall for city government use, would be tax exempt. And as we've explored it with their attorneys and looked at the situation, we probably, because it's going to be built by a private entity, it probably will be taxable during the course of construction until we effect the land exchange, at which point then we'll own the site under the building and we'll be the user of the building. We believe it'll be tax exempt. So there will be some taxes paid during construction. Now, what I'm showing you here in this line item is the net budget, net of the RDA's portion. As you know, we're kind of paying ourselves, so to speak. On that higher level number of $2.2 million, the actual tax that we've estimated, the worst it could be during the 2-year construction program, we're actually paying ourselves through the RDA 60% of that. So I'm showing you that net number, the net number that we'll actually have to pay that doesn't come back to us through that rebate coming back to the redevelopment agency. Bottom line is, in the very right-hand column are the variances of each of those line items where we've been able to achieve savings going forward. Now, keep your eye on that center number, the 144,948. That is the total cost. Now, not all of that is going to be bond financed and into the financing. And the next slide I'm going to show you shows how we formed up all the sources of funds to build this project. And I presented these same numbers to you back on July 1st, and these are the same numbers that were in the CEMER. $137 million goes into the COPS financing. Now, this is the net number that goes into the bonds, not all of the other costs that would be associated with financing. Mark will get into that.
May I just add, Mayor, before you ask, COPS stands for Certificates of Participation. It's a particular note that's common in lease purchase arrangements where you have a non-appropriation clause in the lease, and it's typically called Certificates of Participation Notes, or COPS.
Thank you.
And then the second line item there are internal service funds and grants. There's 3 basic categories there. We are going to be building a new television station. We're adding a lot of new communication equipment. We have internal service funds that fund that. It's just like when you build a house, you don't finance into your house usually your curtains and drapes. You bring that into the house. You don't put them in the long-term capital financing. In the same way, we have internal service funds in the city that are used to defer and replace equipment as we move forward. The other big category on that, there's some energy grants that we're applying for to actually do some of the energy features that are built into the building. And so that's in that line item as well. There was some funding coming from the Union Park Phase 1 bonds. There's funding coming from the former Capital Projects Fund. And then we actually did put, and we've been very transparent about this, $5 million from the city's general fund 18 months ago in terms of some fund balance that we had at that point. Total sources of funds were $157,100,000. Netting from that is what we believe to be the firm GMP price going forward, which includes the GMP on construction, which gives us bottom line $12.1 million. Now, there was a number in the old numbers that I had showed you of $10 million that we were going to set up as an outside contingency. Going forward, we're probably going to recommend that we still take $10 million of this and keep it in an outside contingency during the course of construction. But it built into the budget of $144.9 million is about $7.5 million of contingency, which is a very good contingency. So we've been, and I have to give Forest City a lot of credit for this. As they've managed through the process of integrating our design into the cost, they've held steadfast on keeping a significant contingency. And so we believe that while we'll have a very healthy outside contingency, we may never have to touch it. And we believe we could be in a position where, at the completion of construction, we're going to be able to pay the general fund portion that we kicked in early on back. That $5 million that came in, the first tranche of funding that we approved. Now, I'll show you where those came.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Adams. We get interest on the contingency funds, do we not?
The money that we are holding,
Yes.
that on our contingency side, yes, it's invested in our pooled investments. Yes.
Very good.
Now, what I'm doing here, and this gets to where you have funded this project on successive stages.
Mr. Mayor, if I may
Yes.
just interject real quick,
Councilman.
and I apologize,
Sure.
Mr. Adams. Thank you for going back to the slide. The $7.5 million contingency that we basically will hold on to for this project, at what point or where in this slide is it depicted the RDA components or piece to this?
Well, the the contingencies are built into these. We've rolled these up into very aggregated line items. We have a significant contingency under soft costs, and there's a significant contingency in the actual construction numbers. But when you put it all together, you get a total of about $7.5 million.
Right, but
Now,
what I'm referencing is the fact that specifically when I had a number, probably 6 neighborhood meetings across my ward, I explained to the residents that the RDA would be paying into the new City Hall development. So I'm asking specifically, what area or where, in fact, does the RDA come into play as it relates to the numbers that you've just laid out before us?
I'm going to address that a little bit later, but to hold your attention, it is and how we're going to pay the COPS notes. And I'm going to address that when I get into the financial part, because I know that's a very important question, and I'll answer that in a little bit. But essentially what we need to do and what we're going to propose is that we have an interlocal agreement between the RDA and the city so that to the extent the RDA has new tax increment revenues from new development, new redevelopment, that those revenues would come back to the city to help pay for the lease payments or the note payments on the COPS notes. So that's where the RDA payment comes back in. I'll explain that in a little more detail.
So the answer is forthcoming?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would mention that on this slide here that we have up, that those UP Phase 1 bonds are tax increment back. Basically, we're using the redevelopment agency to make the bond payments on those bonds.
That's correct.
This was just a timeline. The last time we presented to you, we showed you a timeline, but this is a little bit more detailed. Back in April of 2008 is when we first entered into an MOU with Forest City to start this process. So it's been almost a year and a half. In May of 2008, you actually approved a master development agreement that laid this project out, the deal structure, and at that point, you put in your first $5 million to start the design process with Forest City. That master development agreement obligated us to work with Forest City to start the design process. In September of 2008, through a public advertisement, Forest City selected Whiting Turner as their construction manager at risk. And they mimicked our process. They put an ad in the paper, they solicited proposals, and then used a process internal to Forest City to select a construction manager at risk. But they made that opportunity available to the general public in terms of selecting that construction manager at risk. In November of 2008, we amended the MDA for a number of extensions and other things, and at that point we added another $5.1 million to continue design. And that is between those two numbers, I showed you those numbers on that prior slide, that gave the $10.1 million that we needed to design up through current date, as well as relocate the transmission lines that ran down the alleys of the block. We've got to remember that. If you remember, we came before you and said, in order to keep this project on schedule, Nevada Energy, I was going to say Nevada Power, only relocates transmission lines during the shoulder season. And to get it done this spring, we had to do it, or we would never have kept this project moving forward under schedule. So they're moved. If you've been down Main Street lately, you'll see there's new transmission lines that were the transmission lines going down the alleys. Now we're on Main Street. Then in January and February, there were a number of things done for the COPS process. There was a resolution approved in January. We approved sending COPS to the DMC. In February, the DMC approved the COPS sale with that high side debt limit. You had a public hearing at that point on the COPS financing. And then in April of 2009, the State Department of Taxation approved the funding package. So at that point, we were in a position to be able to move forward with full DMC and state approvals to fund the project. And then in July, we again presented another update on this project, the one I'm referencing that showed the comparison of numbers. So that's where we're at. I'm going to turn it over to Mark where he can pick up from there in terms of the schedule for financing and go through some of the financing alternatives.
Thank you, Scott. Just real quickly, the financing schedule. This is sort of a summary. We intend to introduce the bond ordinance on November 4th or 18th. The reason why there's a little toggle there, Scott and Dimitri Vasilakis are cracking the whip, and we expect to get all the documents done. One of the issues with the time schedule is, depending on how the ratings come in for this credit, for this specific COPS credit, we may want to pursue insurance. And so a 2-week window may give us enough time to pursue that and turn that around. If the ratings come in high enough, we probably will pass on the insurance and move forward with the issue. So in any event, that's when the ordinance would be introduced, be going to the recommending committee 2 weeks or so later. We would be bringing back the omnibus ordinance in either the last meeting in November or the first meeting in December to approve the COPS bond ordinance and several other documents. Certainly approval of the final financing contingency and some of the other transaction documents, of which there will be plenty, including the OPA's owner participation agreement. We expect to close these COPS under either of those schedules in mid-December. We want to close before we get into the holiday season, otherwise it'll just spill over into next calendar year anyway. So that's the schedule. I'm going to go through, and I'm going to take my time going through here, so if I'm going too slow, Mayor, you can speed me up. But this is the nuts and bolts of what we're talking about today, and this slide just kind of highlights what I'm going to be talking about, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, but a couple things I want to say. The DMC stands for Debt Management Commission, or it is formed by state statute. The state commission reviews all debt issuances and approves them to certain criteria. They approve them, then it goes to the State Department of Taxation. They approve them based upon what we presented to them. We presented to them a very expensive package, assuming very high rates of 7%. We tried to defer as much of the payments on the front end for the reason that Councilman Barlow brought up, which I'll address here in a little bit, trying to push off the payments until we would see the redevelopment tax increment coming in. That produced some very high payments after year 7, but it was the capstone, if you will, in terms of the max that we could possibly do. It was a very large number, made all of you gasp and made the public gasp, and it made me gasp, to tell you the truth. But at least it set the high mark. The GO revenue bonds I'm going to present to you, not because it's an option. GO Rev is not what you authorized us to do. Let me also explain on certificates of participation or COP notes, and I mentioned it earlier, but let me say it again. It's a lease purchase arrangement under state statute, and that requires a non-appropriation clause. It's not a general obligation of the city. That's not to say that it doesn't mean that we can't pay it back with general fund money. That's not what that means. It means it's not a full faith credit. It's going to get a little bit lower bond rating when we sell them because of that, but it protects the city, and that's one of the things that you were looking for us to do, is to protect the city in case the economy went into the second worst depression we've ever had, which none of us think that's going to happen at this point.
Let me just jump in and ask a quick question, Mayor, if you will. In regards to the reduction in the rating, how will that look, or how does that affect the city as far as the reduction in the bond rating?
We're AA, which is pretty high. It's a couple ticks away from being AAA. Maybe before I retire, we'll be AAA someday. We're at AA. I would expect, depending upon what happens in the markets in general, but I would expect we might get a tick or two below, which 1 tick below AA is AA minus. 2 ticks would be A plus. If we get much below that, we're going to probably would want to have some insurance if we can get a bond insurance. You can buy bond insurance; it's an extra fee, but it assures the AAA rating, and it allows you to sell the bonds to a market that may be a little bit nervous with an A or A minus rating. So we're optimistic, and that's why I mentioned that the city GO revenue-backed medium-term bonds came in they sustained our rating despite all that we've been going through, and the financial forecast that I've been sharing with you, I shared with the bond raters, and they came back, as I say, with a AA. So we're kind of, that's an unknown, but we think 1 or 2 ticks below AA. So AA minus, A plus, somewhere hopefully around there is what we hope. That translates into higher interest costs or higher insurance. It's either going to pay higher interest or you're going to insure it and pay an insurance. So either way, it's a fee that you factor into the financing costs. Did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
Good. So the GO Red bonds, I'm only presenting not because it's an option, but because it's the cheapest possible financing. We couldn't get anything better than GO rates, and so I'm going to show that for illustrative purposes. The COPS, we actually were pursuing a couple things. We were pursuing the bonds through an underwriter, and it was when we started this process last winter, the markets weren't looking good. Financial markets were still in a little disarray. As you recall, we had difficulty selling the RDA bonds. We tried 3 attempts. We finally sold the RDA bonds in the 3rd attempt. Things were tough. And so we started looking for potentially other alternatives, and we talked with a bank, a foreign bank. Natixis was brought to us by the Live Work Partners. And so we looked at that as an alternative. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. What has happened since winter is under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, or ARRA, we have now a tax credit for bonds called the Build America bonds. And so our underwriters are now looking at a method of selling Build America bonds, which essentially gives us a 35% tax credit back, a credit back on the taxable interest rate that we would pay in the Build America bonds. And you'll see how that works in a second. So both the Natixis bank deal and the underwriter Build America bonds are structured in the same fashion. They're still COPS. There's still no general obligation. It's still a lease purchase with a non-appropriation clause. But they're slightly different structure, and I'll go through that, and then we'll eventually talk about what we do if we don't go forward, the hold or do nothing. This slide's a little busy, but it's as small as I can make it to compress some information. This shows what the net lease payments would be over the next 10 years. So this will be sort of a mid-year cycle, but year 1 payment you could assume would be the latter half of this current fiscal year, fiscal year 10. So you could go on out that way. I'm trying to compare those net payments. I'm trying to identify the issue amount and what that balance of that obligation might be at year 10. So let me kind of walk through this a little bit. I picked 10 years because even though we had structured this so we'd have low payments in the first 7 years, typically when we issue bonds, the call provisions are usually 10-year call provisions. In other words, you can't refinance the debt earlier than 10 years without some form of penalty. So usually there's a 10-year call provision. You can defease the bonds. There's other things you can do, but typically that's normal. And in fact, that's the deal that Natixis brought to us, a 10-year call provision, and I'm sure that's what the underwriters for the Build America bonds are probably going to put to us as a 10-year call provision. So basically, we wouldn't be able to refinance the Natixis COP or the BAB COP for 10 years anyway. If we just start on the left column, we look at the DMC COPS. Again, this was approved. We assumed a 7% interest rate. We would have had to issue $267 million in bonds. And, of course, the question everybody asked when they first heard that number was, how can you take a $145 million project that has $137 million debt and sell $267 million worth of bonds? Well, the reason for it is we didn't pay interest for 7 years. We had 0 payment for 3 years and $2 million a year for the next 4, which is well under what the interest was going to be. And so you accumulate this unpaid interest of about $125 million. Well, you add that to the 137, and before you know it, you're up to $265 million in debt. So we were looking at selling capital appreciation bonds, or CABs, so that over time they would appreciate as the unpaid interest would go to principal, if you would. And that was a very expensive deal. So that's why that structure looks like it did. That's why it was estimated at 7%. That's why in year 8 you're looking at a note payment or a lease payment of $23.3 million, a very, very high number. And frankly, because of the issue of the appreciation of the bonds to $267 million, and the fact that the underlying collateral is probably only worth $150 million, no one's going to loan us $260 million with a non-appropriation clause on collateral that's worth $150 million. It's just not going to happen. So while we were approved to do this, the reality is that was never going to go to market. It just wasn't going to happen. But it's our benchmark in terms of the cap. The GEO-REV I'm offering only as the cheapest financing. If we did a GEO-REV and capitalized 3 years of interest, the remaining 27 years we'd see a payment of about $9.7 million. Over the course of the 10 years, we would have paid $67.7 million on the GEO-REV. On the COPS, we were approved to pay $78 million over the 10 years. At the end of 10 years, the COPS would have a remaining balance of about $251 million, whereas the GEO-REV would have a balance of $131 million. You can see the difference there, which is essentially the accrued interest. The bank deal with Natixis is kind of an interesting deal, and it's very creative, and I'm really very thankful for the folks in Natixis for hanging with us and working with us on this. But they came to us a variable rate deal, which we had difficulty with because there's statutory limitations with that under Nevada law. We also were concerned about the risks, so they came forward with sort of a hybrid deal where they would actually charge us a fixed rate that would come out around 7.2%, a fixed rate, but internally they would charge us a variable rate, floating rate, that would be LIBOR plus 250 basis points, which is a technical way of saying today LIBOR is about 0.3, 250 basis puts the rate about 3%. So they would charge us 3%, at least currently, and the difference between 3% and the 7%, that extra payment we would make would go to an interest reserve, which at the end of 10 years we could use that to buy down the remaining outstanding balance. A couple of problems with that. One is LIBOR is not likely to stay at 0.3. In fact, the 10-year history, it's more like 4.3, 4.4%. So in all likelihood, the rate was going to be probably on average closer to 7. So there wouldn't be that much of a savings. The secondary issue with that is that well, if LIBOR stayed at 0.3, I can tell you that the savings would be about $12 million. We estimate about $12 million interest savings. I can't guarantee that. It's not likely it would be that. There certainly could be some savings, but there's some risk-reward issue that we have to trade off. As you can see also in their scenario, the first 10 years we'd have to pay $80.2 million in net rent payments compared to the 78 or the 67, and we'd have a balance of 213. If we had that 12 million interest savings, the refinancing amount wouldn't be 213, it'd be 201. The final column is the underwritten Build America bonds. That blended rate right now is at about, with net of the credit, is about 474, which is extremely low. I mean, it's very comparable. It's not quite 4%, but it has a GEO look and feel to it, even though it's still non-appropriation, not GEO obligation, not the full faith credit of the city. The structure there you see in payment years 4 through 7 are well within the $2 million that we had hoped to get, but beyond that, when you jump to year 8, 9, and 10, we're looking at payments of 14 or 15.7 million as opposed to the 23 million that we were approved for by the DMC. And when you look at just the 10-year period, you can see that the total payments that we would make over the 10 years would be about $52.2 million, and the remaining outstanding balance at the time to refinance, if we wanted to refinance, would be $187.8 million, which is obviously considerably less than the $251 for the DMC approved, or even the $213 for the bank deal. Now, I got a little footnote there I need to explain a little bit. That's on the bottom there. It says both of those deals conclude some short-term financing to preserve our fiscal stabilization fund. What I didn't tell you earlier was when we got this reaffirmed AA ratings, the bond raters were very pleased that you all created a fiscal stabilization fund. That was very important to them. And in the forecast I showed them, that I told them we were probably going to have to use some of that, but we're trying to preserve as much as we could. They felt that that was fine, but they didn't want us to use more of it than we were forecasting. And so in deference to their concern, we took a different approach here, and we said, well, if we could borrow some short-term money to help buy down the payments in years 4 through 7, that then we could pay back over time. If we could factor that into this, which I've done, these numbers include that short-term financing, that would be a way to preserve the fiscal stabilization fund, what we've already said we're going to leave there, and still get this deal done. And all these financing numbers and those interest rates are reflective of that short-term financing. I just wanted to be clear that that's in there. One other thing I wanted to talk about and begin to speak to Councilman Barlow's question is The way I have forecasted the DMC COPS deal in the first column on the left, and obviously the BABS proposal here, which is even better, is that in my forecasting, I have forecasted that the general fund is going to pay for this lease payment. That's the way I forecast it because it's the most conservative thing I can do. I planned it that way on purpose. But there's also practical reasons for that. You know from the bonds we sold last spring or late last winter that we have pretty much leveraged all of the RDA tax increment that they have today. There isn't any capacity in the RDA today, based upon where we are with development, for them to contribute anything towards this debt service. So as a practical matter, as I sit here today, the RDA doesn't have it to service these payments. But that's the whole point of this deal. We've always talked about this deal being more than a new city hall, being a catalyst for additional redevelopment. In fact, a little bit later, Scott will show you that infamous slide where he shows the other 3 developments that are in play, how much tax increment could be produced by those. But we've always said it's not going to happen in a big bang. It just doesn't. It has to happen in steps and series. And the first step has to be moving City Hall. Moving City Hall puts this property into play. It helps keep the Forest City going, and it helps us get something started on Parcel PQ and Symphony Park. So all those things are tied together. So while Scott will later talk about the anticipation of new tax increment that could be available to then pay for this debt service, the fact is it's not here today. And so the most conservative thing for me to do is budget as if the general fund is going to have to pay at least the first 7, maybe at least the first 7 years of debt service, which here is pretty minimal. And you've seen these numbers in my plans. I've been very clear about both the debt service on the garage, the Main Street garage, and these lease payments. So I don't think that's inconsistent.
Mark,
let me just go through
Mayor,
a little.
Yes,
if I may interject real quick, Mark, can we go back to the slide before? I have a few things. The Natixis COP. Isn't there, or wasn't there a bill that was passed a couple legislative sessions ago in regards to a 3% cap on variable rate interest?
That was what, yes, that's what I referred to with their deal. They wanted to offer a variable rate deal, and we told them that we couldn't accept that, primarily because in Nevada there is a cap on variable rates. That would be, it's a bond buyer revenue bonds, 20-year index plus 3%, which as of a week or week and a half ago, that would have been 4.88 plus 3% would have been 7.9%. And so that's the cap. And so their idea, again, was they would structure the lease payment that we would have to pay based upon a fixed rate that's going to be above 7%. But when we pay that, they would actually take our payment, so much goes to principal, so much goes to interest at LIBOR plus 250. The difference between LIBOR plus 250 and the fixed rate on this deal would then go to this reserve that they would hold, that at the time that we would refinance 10 years down the road, we would get credit for that back against the refinancing. The problem
and that's
with
contingent upon monies being there.
Contingent upon the difference between the LIBOR plus 250 and the fixed rate, and there's no way to guarantee that. And as I said, we're assuming that LIBOR will actually end up being on an average about 5% over the next 10 years, or certainly over the next 30, because that's historically what it has been.
Could I jump in, Mark? I think one of the important things of BABS is if you look at the balances at the bottom, one of the things that we said way back a year and a half ago was that at that point down the road where we'd want to refinance, we'd have a number of options that we could accomplish. One of those is refinancing. The beauty of BABS is it keeps our interest accrual very, very low. So if you refinance at year 10, you're refinancing that 187.8, not 251, not 213. Because those other approaches accrue so much interest, you're never going to get your payment, your refinance payment, down. With that 187.8, your refinance payment is probably $12 million or so.
In fact, I have that. I'm glad you
That
brought
is
that up.
very, very close to the numbers we presented to you a year and a half ago.
But
I can pull out the old data and show you what we thought where we would be, and that's almost there. So because of this stimulus bill program, we're able to get very close to the original numbers we presented to you a year and a half ago.
I think I shared these numbers in briefing, so let me put them on the record. It may be helpful. It speaks exactly what Scott's talking about. If you took those bottom 10-year balance numbers and then refinanced them at 10 years, let's assume we can still get 4% GO rates on that. The DMC, the new DMC payment would be $14.5 million. Of course, the GO Rev would stay at 9.7. The Natixis refinancing at 213 would produce a $12.3 million annual payment, and the BABS would produce a $10.9 million. So 10.9 versus 9.7, it's very close. It's about $1 million difference. It's clearly still the cheapest alternative. Now, there's a couple pros and cons, and I want to go through those because there's good points to the bank deal and bad points to the bank deal. Same true for the BABS, and I want to put those in the record. But it clearly, from my perspective, just looking at the numbers, if this can work, it's the cheapest alternative we have. It's almost, not quite, but almost as good as just a GO bond.
Let me just throw one more thing in, Mr. Adams, if you will, to add to this. You mentioned the money's coming from the general fund. Are we talking from the BABS? Are we talking $52 million in 10 years? Should we not refinance, or we're not able to refinance $52 million coming from the general fund?
If assuming that RDA over the next 10 years has no new tax increment, the answer would be yes. You have to ask yourselves, and this is the policy question you're making, is do you believe over the next 10 years, if we move City Hall, that there will be no new tax increment in the RDA that could be used to help pay those payments? And no one knows the exact answer to that, but I think we all intuitively feel, the staff feels, that there is going to be new tax increment generated, but we don't know what it is.
Right. And in addition to that, and the point that I'm trying to get at, Mark, and this is a very important point for me, is the fact that 10 years from now, should we have to pay this, what will the city look like? Should we have to basically come off $52 million out of the general fund?
That's a good question. Let me put it.
What will that do to the operation and the function of the city?
It's a very good question, and we talked about it, I think, a little bit in the briefings. Let me try to put it in some context. By year 10, based upon the current five-year forecasting we're doing, and assuming that the revenue grows at a modest 5 to 6% in the second half of the decade, we would have a general fund operating budget of about $700 million. And when you look at that payment of 15.7, it's going to be about 1.5%. It's not going to be a significant chunk. So, 10 years is a long way out, but I'm thinking to myself, absorbing 1.5% into the budget at that time, assuming the RDA didn't produce any new tax increment, which is extremely unlikely in my opinion, then we would absorb about 1.5% of that cost into a $700 million budget. I think that's reasonable. I think this general fund could do that. But you got to ask yourself, and again, and I'm budgeting that, or I'm forecasting that way because I need to be upfront and very transparent. That is the absolute worst case situation for the general fund.
Let's work in the reverse then, Mr. Adams. How much has the RDA generated in the past 10 years? Understanding that moving forward it's going to be different due to where we are in the economy today, but roughly where have we been in the last 10 years as far as generating of funds for the RDA?
I can't
what
tell
has
you
that number been?
10. I can go back 5 because I know.
I can.
In 2004, we had about $8 million. We were, I think, generating about $8 million.
We've easily tripled it. In 10 years, we've tripled. We've gone from about 7 million to over, almost to 25.
Right.
So that's a pretty significant.
I wanted to make a point on BABS. That's coming out of the stimulus, the Recovery Act. as you may know, we did not get an allocation of what's called recovery zone bonds. This is a 35% tax credit against our annual payment. We're working to try to get the city established for eligibility and an allocation of recovery zone bonds. Now, we don't want to predicate going forward on getting recovery zone bonds because this is a very, very attractive alternative. But should we be able to get recovery zone eligibility, it'll just be better. I mean, it'll just mean that we'll save about another $1 million a year over the life of the 30-year bonds for about a $30 million additional total. Right. And we weren't alone. I was just in Reno at the National Economic Development Conference, and many of the high-growth cities in the U.S. got thrown under the bus under the recovery zone program just like we did, because they used old employment data that was heading into the recession as opposed to where we are right now. So there's an effort to try to establish that program, and so it could get a little bit better than what you see even here.
Okay, if you allow me, I'll go through the pros and cons, and then I'm going to bring the slide back up again, so just to sort of help close it out. Again, the DMC approved option. Again, DMC was the county commission, the county debt management commission. It was a 30-year obligation. We assumed 7% interest. We deferred a lot of it over the first 7 years, causing this accrued interest of about $121 million, which is why it was so high. Produced the highest payment was $23.3 million. The pros in that were that we had low payments in the first 7 years, and that was good, but there was heck to pay on year 8 when we would be looking at refinancing it. The other good news is there was a non-appropriation clause in the lease as required by statute. Of course, we're committed to this project. We would never voluntarily or easily walk away from this facility, and we'll pay for that with a little bit lower rating. But the fact is, it's not a GO commitment, and so that was important to us and was important to you. The cons in this were, of course, the high interest costs, the high payments in year 8, and the loan-to-value ratio made it really impossible to sell. The GO Rev, the same structure, 3 years of capitalized interest. The payments, the highest payments were 9.7. The pros in this course were it's the lowest cost of financing, and we could, by doing GO revenue, we could pledge C-tax revenues, and that would kind of simplify the approval process. But the con to this is it would need to have a new approval process. The DMC didn't approve GO Rev, so we'd have to start that all over. We also know, even though it was the cheapest long term, we know that the $9.7 million payments in years 4 through 10, we already know we can't absorb that in the budget. My current forecasting didn't have that kind of payment in the budget. And again, we would have to restart the process. The Natixis option, again, Natixis also offered, just to be fair, 2 other options for us, but we've kind of threw them out. One option was a 10-year takeout. In other words, after 10 years, we'd have to refinance it. DMC hasn't approved that transaction. We'd have to restart the DMC process, so we dismissed that option. They had another option that would be slightly lower rate than this approximate 7.2. I can't tell you how much lower, but that required us to be locked out from refinancing for the full 30-year term of the lease, and I didn't like that, and I kind of dismissed that one. I just didn't think that was reasonable. As a result of that, the Natixis deal, because of this floating LIBOR rate reserve calculation, their interest rate is going to be high, and it's going to produce maximum payments going to be very close to what, at least for a period of time, very close to the DMC approved levels. The pros on this, and this is the plus on the bank deal, it's not an underwritten deal. In other words, I don't have to worry about the underwriter.
Excuse me.
Just a quick question, Mark. Can you compare, there's a lot of talk about this 10 years. Can you compare our debt today to what it should be probably in 10 years?
I can. I don't have that number in front of me. I can tell you that I've shared with you in the past and even at presentations that currently, before this transaction, we have the lowest debt ratio either compared to assessed value or compared to per capita than any other large government in the city, including the 2 counties, the school district, and the 5 large cities. And I think after considering this transaction and the Performing Arts Center transaction that we've already done, that even with those 2 in, we were the second lowest. And so we have tremendous capacity from an issuance perspective, from our perspective, it's always been in this economy that we're in. The concern has always been in this economy, can we afford to pay it back? And that's, again, why we structured the deal the way we have. But I would say that our debt ratios will still be very low. We have a considerable amount of debt that will be paid off within 10 years that's existing today. Now, we might likely refinance or reissue some of that debt for FSI or for parks and recreation or other things, but I think we will still be very low.
I feel like that's a very important part of the formula that we're trying to get together here today. So I just wanted to
I'm glad you brought that up. It was going to be on a slide that Scott was going to speak to a little bit later as well. So it's a little bit strange proposal, but it would work, and it clearly would work. The good news is, again, no underwriting. So there's a certain certainty to being able to do the deal. The uncertainty is in how much is it going to cost, and how large is that price.
Back to the pros.
And there's a risk reward to that, and so that's that option. The BABS option, again. One of the things we like about this is the Build America Bond tax credit. We'd finally tap into their money. In fact, this is about $86 million in ERA credits over the life of this financing. That's a significant thing, I think. So it's really a huge help.
Excuse me.
Yes.
And if we tap in here, we might have a chance to tap into even more, right? Once you get to where they pay attention to you and what your needs are and you tap in, it seems they pay more attention to you when you go for something else.
I think everybody involved, including our congressional delegation, would like to see us be able to take advantage of. In fact, let me tell you, there have already been 5 Build America bonds issued in the state of Nevada, 1 up in Lovelock, and the rest have been down in Clark County. I think the Water Reclamation, Clark County the airport, and a few others with Clark County. So we would be, I think, the 6th Build America bond issued. And again, I think it's the recovery zone bonds is a little bit different issue. And I know that Ted Alibis and Vicki Cram are going to do a presentation here shortly, hopefully, and they'll likely talk a little bit about that. We've got a very short window on our schedule, so our ability to get those recovery zone bonds, even if we miss this opportunity for this issue, there may be another opportunity next year. So we're excited about that.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Could I just ask Mark, if we went with the choice, or we could get the recovery bonds, and if we didn't get anything, it doesn't hurt us any except cost time. Is that right?
That's what I think.
Okay.
Time is the issue.
And just a heads up, Mark, I may ask you later in the presentation before you're finished. Will you be able to compare what we're trying to do with the current new city hall that's being constructed over on Las Vegas Boulevard next to Jerry's Nugget, their type of financing, how much they're financing, and so on. I mean, I know that we're kind of under a microscope, and they kind of slid under the radar, but they're up now with their walls and stuff over there with their new city hall. Are we anywhere in the same shoebox with their type of financing?
I do know they issued GEO revenue bonds to build that, so they did issue general obligation bonds backed by revenue. I don't know how long ago, but it seems to me about 3 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago is when they issued those bonds. They're just now under construction. I think the project is probably a third of the size, or maybe 40% the size of our project. Of course, they're a smaller city as well, but they're underway. They're not using the lease purchase. They already sold the bonds. They sold the bonds before we went into the recession. So.
Thank you.
Again, the con here is that on the Build America bonds, contrasting with the bank deal, is I still have to have an underwriter market and sell the bonds. And I can't sit here today and guarantee you that that's going to happen. I think there could be all kinds of man-made or natural disasters that could happen between now and December that could make that impossible to do and delay us further. But as I sit here today, we're all very optimistic that the bond markets are coming around, reacting a lot more favorably, and we think we'll be okay. The cons, the other con on this, and this speaks again to Councilman Barlow's question, is, I'll just say it again, we're forecasting that at least for the next 7 years, potentially 10, we would forecast that the general fund would pick this up. But for reasons Scott's going to talk about here, we anticipate that there is going to be tax increment spun off. It won't be in year 1 or 2, but might be in years 4, 5, or 6. And that tax increment can help the general fund pay for this lease and pay for the future refinancing as well. There could be land sale proceeds, for example. And what we're suggesting here on the bottom of the slide is that we would need to have a redevelopment agreement between the city and the redevelopment agency that would commit them. This board would commit the redevelopment agency, the redevelopment board would commit to pay a portion of the lease payment for the city hall out of new future tax increment. And I think Scott can talk to that a little bit later.
Real quick, let me just ask a quick question. Hopefully it'll be quick. Go back to the previous slide, please. The $86 million from the Recovery Act. The councilwoman asked a question in regards to, and I don't want to misunderstand her, but I just want clarification for my own edification. The $86 million. I know that the city has applied for well over $200 million, and of that $200 million, we received $11 million so far. This $86 million that we're applying for, is that guaranteed? Is that something that we're going out for, that we're hoping to get? And should we not get it, then what? What column does that place us in?
Yeah, that's a good question. If we issue the bonds and we comply with the Department of Treasury requirements, which we are those of you that know our bond counsel know how conservative Mr. Swenside is, and we have structured this in such a manner that there be absolutely no question that these bonds do qualify under the Build America tax credit. What happens, so we don't think there's any, we think the risk is extremely minimal that we would not get the credits. We then have to apply for the credits every year, and we would range that through the trustee, and we would have the trustee apply annually for those credits for us, and we'd monitor that. So it's a reimbursement, if you will. You make your payment, and then you apply for the 35% credit on the interest you paid. We don't think there's there's obviously risk in everything, but we think it's very, very minimal, and it's highly unlikely that we would not get.
Let me address that specifically your question.
Right. What column does that place us in?
That's above and beyond what we've applied for. That's not part of what we've said is what we're getting out of the Recovery Act. It's sort of an off-the-books transaction from the Fed's perspective. Mm-hmm. It comes out of the U.S. Treasury, not out of a direct appropriation out of the Recovery Act bill.
Okay.
So there's a lot of tax credit type projects where you apply for the credit and it comes from Treasury, not out of a direct appropriation out of the Recovery Act bill.
Right, because it crossed me up looking at $86 million of the American Recovery Act.
But in a way, it's sort of like getting an $86 million grant, because every year we're getting that credit against our bond payment for the life of the bond. So we're saving $86 million to a direct credit. So in a way, you can look at it like we would get a $86 million grant.
The interesting thing, of course, and you might recall this, the credit is higher in the early years, because naturally you'd be paying more interest in the early years. So the credit starts out around $4 million a year on the interest rebate. So I mean, it's nothing to sneeze at. It's a pretty nice plan. Fits in nicely with our needs. Obviously, there's the hold option, and we need to talk about this. The pro is that we're still struggling. Las Vegas itself hasn't hit the recovery yet. I'm not sure we've actually hit the absolute bottom yet. I believe we will recover. I believe the nation's going to start its recovery if it hasn't already, and I think we're likely to follow that. Scott might have some comments to make about that later, but I really believe that this is an economic cycle, and if we believe the nation has kind of bottomed out, and we think it's a matter of time here, maybe another 12 months or so before Las Vegas bottoms out. The idea about waiting, when we first did this, before Build America bond tax credits were available, we were having trouble getting a reasonable interest rate. And we talked before about, well, if we delay, maybe the municipal finance markets would get back to normal, and maybe we'd get a lower rate. The Build America bonds erased that problem, and they took care of that for us. Now the issue is, if we don't do something to access the Build America bonds within the next probably 15 months, because the Build America bonds, by the way, sunset. If you don't issue the bonds before the end of calendar year 2010, unless somehow that program gets extended, those credits are gone. You won't be able to apply for them anymore. Again, on the other con side, and we've talked about these before, we don't get to realize the gain on the sale of PQ to the Forest City or the swap. I mentioned we lost the BAB credits. Certainly, this is a great time to be constructing anything. Jobs are hard to come by. Contractors are hungry. We're getting some good pricing. If we wait until things are going gangbusters again, you're likely to see higher construction costs. And then finally, we've talked about this before, the issue of losing a good development partner. I think that in general, we've talked about this before, and someone said to me, gee, if we would have done this, if this deal would have come to us 3 years ago when the economy was going gangbusters, this would have been an easy decision to make. And I thought it was an interesting comment, because I looked at it and said, yeah, but you would have been wrong, because here we are 3 years later in a recession, and you would have regretted it. Well, there's this logic or this concept of, well, if you're doing investments or trying to spur redevelopment investment, you don't want to buy high and sell low. You want to buy low and sell high. And if we're in fact at the trough of the recession or close to it, and recovery is going to be happening, now would be the time to start doing catalytic work to spur up development. You don't want to spur development when it's going gangbusters all by itself at the top of the wave. It's at the trough or near the trough where you want to do something to spark it. And I personally think, for lots of reasons, that it's going to recover, and that there will be tax increment that will help us with this. We just don't know how much, and I kind of will conclude and let Scott address some of that.
Could you go back to that slide? Because I think when you bring the slide out again under the pros, this council is very committed to creating situations where we can provide jobs for people in our community. And I think that is a byproduct of whatever we're going to be doing. And if we hold, we're going to be depriving those folks who really are going to need the work, probably more so than ever after City Center is completed. And I think that has to be one of the elements that we think about. That's one of the things that was discussed at the redevelopment meeting that Scott alluded to up in Reno, that one of the things that cities are supposed to do is try to provide jobs for their constituents. And by holding this, we would be depriving those folks from getting employment. So I think that has to be added to the list.
Okay. Well, before I turn this over to Scott, just a reminder, those are the numbers, and you can see for yourself that the options we have there. And again, this is a policy decision on your part, obviously.
If I could just add something to what
Sure,
you
certainly.
said. If we do this,
it's not your fault.
and if the reason for doing it primarily is giving more work in the community and expanding the resources of the city, if we're going to give the work in the community, can we ensure that the people hired to do the work do live in the community? Because there still are projects being completed where they said they were going to use community workers, and they're not. And I just feel it's very important that if we're doing this, and we've said many times, the reason for it primarily is to help with the economy and help those people. I know I have many in my ward, thousands in my ward, and probably all of us here do, that need this. They need jobs, that we get the jobs for them who live here. I just hope that we make sure, Mr. Mayor, that that occurs. And no loopholes where people can say, oops, sorry, I needed a steel worker and they did this or that, and I had to go there when we got dozens of steel workers out of work here in the city.
That's a good idea. I'd like to see some research being done on a favored son type basis. I think that's how we would refer to it, where we do whatever we can legally to assure that local residents will be employed as distinct from folks coming in from Bullhead City or someplace in California and getting our dollars and taking it out of our community. So if the city attorney could take a look at that, I'd sure appreciate it.
We will, Your Honor. Even from Germany.
Germany, that's right, some from Germany.
Yeah, 15 iron workers. There's no ruble.
We have to have Germany take care of their own economy. We have to take care of ours. We have enough problems.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pick up from here. I'm just going to kind of summarize here and then conclude with some of the same slides I've showed you previously. to recap, some of these are things that I've said, some of the things that Mark has said. Our debt capacity in the city shows a level of debt the city can afford, that even going forward with all this new debt, we're still very comfortably in the low range of debt compared to other cities. Their current cost of borrowing has dropped, and there's no guarantee of what future borrowing costs will be. There's a one-time use of stimulus bill with BABS. The BABS program ends December of 2010.
Oh, boy.
And it goes away. So we have this little window of opportunity that if we don't jump through it and use it, we won't get it back again. There is a risk of pledging future general fund tax revenues. We've been very transparent about that. That's your policy decision. We can't guarantee that there'll be RDA funds or land sale revenues to cover the full payments on this project. Proceeding with COPS and the land swap keeps Forest City vested in development downtown. And I'll show you that slide in a minute. It's very important. This is a public-private partnership. We entered into this our eyes wide open, and an arrangement that created a number of opportunities at all ends of this project. And in doing so, we keep Forest City downtown as our vested partner. And then, will a delay cause a redevelopment backslide? If we take the position that we not the hold alternative, not go forward, what happens to the momentum of what we've done in terms of that tripling of tax base that we talked about in the redevelopment area? And that's I'm going to show again the same slide that we've been showing time and time again, and show how all these parts fit together. You know, the light yellow are the 5 blocks of the Live Work project. That little block that sticks out to the north there is the block that City Hall goes on. Again, we're swapping that block for a block at the north end of Symphony Park. And the Live Work development also makes available, by virtue of the RTC's relocation of the intermodal terminal, the red property around the post office site, which is going to be the Mob Museum. It's under construction, so that piece has already started in terms of that catalyst going in place. And then, I think more importantly, is the back side of City Hall, is we now can make available the blue and the green for redevelopment. And I can tell you, standing here now, Friday afternoon, I had a conference call with a major national developer, and they are going forward. We are in a drafting stage of an exclusive negotiating agreement. We expect it to be completed, and we expect to bring it forward to you on the agenda of November 2nd. So we will have in place that final piece. You know, up to this point, we've had 3 of the 4 legs under the stool put in place, but the 4th leg under that stool will start to come in place by getting a commitment, a partnership with a major national developer who has interest in this existing City Hall and adjacent 12 acres. So the way those summarize is, you know, these are the private investment numbers that we're looking at each of those 4 components, what they would generate potentially in annual TIF, how they generate potentially new jobs. And I think where it was getting tenuous under the old approach was when you're looking at a $23 million payment and you're showing that these would generate somewhere in the vicinity of $16 to $20 million, it becomes a very, very difficult proposition. But now we're looking at that ultimate payment actually outside the low end of the range of all these things happening. So we don't have to have all of this happen to be able to realize the RDA to make the payments on the City Hall going forward in the future. We really conceivably could get 2 or 3 of the 4 legs under the stool in place and still be able to say that the redevelopment agency would end up assuming the debt payments on the lease payments of this new City Hall project. So that's where we stand today. It's a much better scenario in terms of being able to say the RDA has a higher likelihood of being able to pick up those payments than we were under an approach where the lease payments were very, very expensive. So that's
I just wanted to point out one other thing. If you could back up your slides. Yes, another one, please.
Okay.
The fourth point, the risk of pledging future general fund tax revenues. We've been trying to do this without going into the general fund. My understanding is your second listing here on that long page that you gave us. We might be using general funds, but only as an advancement that we would count on paying them back? From briefing, I'm understanding.
That was the concept. The concept that we brought forward was at least in the short term, until these other project developments that Scott had on the last slide came forward, that we would have to carry that. But the belief is and remains that tax increment's going to be there in order to pick it up. The question will be a policy decision on your part whether or not we pick up 100% or 50% or what percent of the $10 million, $11 million net lease payment would we pick up on the RDA. And I can tell you my memory from our first presentation, Scott can correct me if I'm wrong, I think we suggested that since the parcel PQ was involved in the swap for the City Hall site, that clearly the PQ tax increment, and that was one of the reasons why we didn't have an OPA on that, with 100% of that RDA tax increment would come back to service the debt. Well, that's half. I mean, that PQ alone would be half of the lease payment.
But I just wanted to ensure that the public watching this understands that what you have noted here, we have to watch the expenditure of general funds. In the where we're getting the money from the government, that's the second choice on the list. It would be the one where we're not saying, hey, we're going to take this money out of the general fund and that's it. It's a loan or it's an advance, as was used in. And the thinking there is, this is something that we've done before, where we've had situations or projects that right at the beginning needed a little financial help. An advance was given from another department or entity within the city and then was repaid. Am I correct in that? I'm just trying to understand this.
I think generally you are. I think you are. In fact, as Scott, when he started the discussion on the components of the budget, mentioned that you already loaned $5 million of general fund money so that we could do the design work necessary, and the intention is that would be paid back either through bond proceeds or through savings. And so that's a specific example of where you did exactly that. You advanced some money with the expectation that you'd get it back.
I just hope that as the public sees that they understand that this would be something we would be expecting to pay back.
And let me get a little more specific on that point, because I think Mark alluded to that earlier. That's why I've ended with this slide. One of the transaction documents we'll be coming back to you with for final approval when this project comes up for final approval, which would either be that second meeting of November or first meeting of December, would be an interlocal agreement between the city and the redevelopment agency that would stipulate that as new tax increment dollars come into the redevelopment agency, those new dollars, those first new dollars available, above and beyond the current debt service and operating obligations of the agency, would start to go towards paying that back and the new debt on City Hall. And I think that's where it's important to have this slide here. 3 of these 4 sites are tax exempt right now. They're city-owned sites. They're producing 0. Other than the Live Work site, the other 3 are currently not on the rolls. And as they generate new taxes, they will increase the current RDA Special Revenue Fund. That increase can be obligated to repay and pay the debt going forward of the city on this project. And that'll be an added transaction document that we hadn't discussed previously, that we thought might be compelling at this point to be able to show our citizens that we're basically doing what we said.
Mayor Goodman, one additional question for me. Mark, Mr. Adams, what do you anticipate the grand total of general fund monies will go towards the building of this new city hall? Because I'm hearing that we've already dispersed $5 million for the design, and we have the 52 odd million that the 52 odd million for in the event that the under the BAB section, the 52 million in the event that the ARA fundings don't come through. So we're looking at approximately $58 million.
Right.
Is there anything that you anticipate beyond that?
No, I think I've shown you that we've already put $5 million in, and we should be able to pull that out right up front out of the funding through the cost savings we've realized up to date. And then the issue going forward will be really how much of these payments will be paid by the city until we realize those excess tax increment revenues to the agency above and beyond its current obligations. That's where you really have to pull out your crystal ball. That's where we're standing here telling you we can't be specific about when that would occur. We believe that by giving ourselves 8 full years from today to do that, there should be new tax increment dollars coming out of one of those projects or elsewhere within the redevelopment area.
So would it be fair to say that, one, looking at this 10-year pro forma, this $52 million is just for the first 10 years. Is this a 30-year loan?
Oh, yes.
So in essence, times 3, that's $150 million.
Yeah, the total. I mean, the total payments over, and this is the case. This would be the case for any long-term financing. But the total payments, even on the BABS option, the net over the full term, would be about $337 million over 30 years.
Oh, so
if you did not refinance it and so on and so forth. But 30 years is again.
I'm off by $150 million.
Yeah. Well, that's because it's all back-end loaded.
Right.
Another way to, at a very high level, we've tripled the RDA tax base in the last 10 years. If you refinance that $187 million in year 10 to about a $12 million payment, you would only have to increase the RDA base 50% over what it is today to get there.
Right.
We've tripled it over the last 10, but in the next 10, all we've got to do is increase it by 50% to cover that payment.
Mayor Goodman.
Okay. Councilman Anthony and then Councilman Wilson.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I appreciate the work you guys put into this, and it's an excellent presentation, and I appreciate you being open and candid and conservative and discussing all these issues. This whole project, from what I've heard, has always kind of been discussed as a redevelopment agency project. I mean, that's really what it was about, and probably 4 years ago, that probably was the case. But that's not the case today. The general fund is going to be on the hook for this project. I mean, already talking about the $5 million and the annual payments every year. I don't know what the economy is going to look like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now. I mean, we're talking about we're at the bottom. I hear other folks say it's going to get worse. There's nobody developing anything right now. And all this is based on a lot of uncertainty and guessing, and that's just the nature of the beast. But there's a very good potential that the general fund is going to have to pay these portion, if not all, of these annual payments. I don't know. And there's a potential that 10 years from now, when we're not sitting here, a new city council is going to have a $187 million bill they're going to have to pay. And I don't know how you reconcile that with, not filling positions at the city, cutting services, asking our departments to cut 12% from their budget, a $250 million deficit in the general fund budget. that just doesn't match up to me. And the only certainty I know of is that we have a city hall already in place that we're not paying anything for except just to operate. So it seems like it seems to me like several years ago this probably was a great project to move on. Today, it's a gamble. I mean, it's a gamble and it's a guessing game, and I just don't see how we can put the general fund taxpayers on the hook and future city councils on the hook to make payments that could be pretty significant. I know in the first couple of years they're not, but they could be significant in the future, and I'm not sure exactly how we do something like that. So the one question I do have, though, is about the land swap. I know this is contingent on a land swap with Forest City and the city, and I know Forest City is a solid company. They got a great reputation, but we're having developers that are stopping projects. We're having Symphony Park developers that are coming to us and saying we need more years, to do our development. What's the worst case scenario with that piece of property if nobody wants to develop on it? I mean, are we obligated in any way financially? And I know, Mark, you talked about worst case scenarios, but I'd really like to know what happens if that piece of property, nobody can do anything with it because it's just no one wants to come in and develop it. And what are some time frames there?
Okay, let me, I can answer that question because actually we just had those conversations Thursday and Friday with the Forest City Development Team because we're finalizing our transaction documents.
Mr. Adams, just for clarification, I just want to know what piece of property is the councilman referring to so that we can keep up?
Okay, let me go back to the map. We are swapping the block bounded by Lewis Clark, First and Main Street, which is 2.7 acres, which is a standard city block, which is where we're going to build our new city hall, for a site that we own. That's a site that Forest City and the Live Work Partnership currently owns for approximately 6 acres, which is parcel PQ, which is at the very north end of Symphony Park. And I on my screen it's kind of faded out, and I don't know if
it should be. It should show as a dashed
line. I don't know if there's a dotted line.
I don't know if you
or
can
not.
see it on your screen.
And that outline is parcel PQ. And when we first started this transaction, I'm going to digress a little bit because it really gets at the heart of risk. And you're bringing up the issue of risk.
Mr. Adams, let me just stop you real quick. Councilman Anthony mentioned swapping out a parcel of land. What land, or maybe, Councilman, if you can just ask the question again, because it seemed like some of us down here are not understanding what parcel you're referring to, and that's what I'm getting at.
It's the it's on your screen. It's the dotted portion inside Symphony Park that is going to be swapped with the City Hall project. There'll be a land swap there, and I'm sure you'll continue.
Let me remind you again of why we're doing this. Let me go way back because I guess sometimes I take it as a given. We didn't want to have to come up with cash to buy a site for City Hall. So we owned land ourselves, that being Symphony Park. So the theory here is we use the equity in our own land in exchange for another site to get us a site at virtually no cash cost. There's an opportunity cost to us by trading land we own, but we don't have to come up with cash. So in the City Hall financing, we're not financing land, which you might have to do if you were going out and buying a land site to build a new City Hall on. We're swapping existing land we own for a site to get us a City Hall site. Now, in the transaction, we evaluated based on appraisals. We appraised our site, they appraised their site, we both appraised each other's site, because we're talking big numbers here. Our site was valued at $40 million, their site at $33 million. So we're exchanging those two sites, and we will place through a deed covenant on parcel PQ that difference of $7 million in things that either Forest City or a successor under a worst case scenario is obligated to give us if that site's developed for a casino hotel. So there's $7 million of what we call boot, which is the difference in the swap, that it goes in, and we wanted it in it as a covenant on the site. So it runs with the property, not with the developer. And then my concern was when we started to head into the recession. Remember, we started this a year and a half ago. My concern was, and that was why we made an amendment to the MDA. My concern was that if the exchange got bifurcated, we'd end up buying our site at $33 million, and they wouldn't be obligated to buy theirs. Our site, PQ, would devalue, and quite frankly, we'd get the short end of the stick on that. So we asked for a city to exchange at the completion of City Hall. When we execute these transaction documents, we're going to put all of our deeds in escrow. We're going to give each other a long-term lease on the sites, but at the end of completion of City Hall, those leases go away, and we own each other's sites. We will have exchanged sites. Now, here's what happens. Once that occurs, we own the land under our City Hall at the completion of the City Hall, and they own PQ. Now, then the clock starts running on them to develop PQ. They have 5 years from that point of exchange to develop a casino hotel on PQ. If they don't do it in that 5 years, there's another couple-year period, 2 years, that we can then negotiate a reasonable alternative. And here's the thinking there. We know, and this has all happened over the last 12 months, we know that the casino market in this valley is different now than it was 18 months ago. But we're going to give them 5 years to give it their best shot to get a casino hotel built on that site. 5 years for things to settle out on the Strip, 5 years for things to settle out downtown, to give them an opportunity to build it. If at 5 years we collectively say, you know what, a casino hotel may not work, they have 2 years then to develop a reasonable, highest and best use alternative. It could be we build a very large non-gaming hotel with a very large office building, or some very large-scale development that justifies that land price moving forward at that point. Now, if at the end of 2 years we haven't reached agreement, or we can't produce a viable alternative to a casino hotel, we have the right to re-enter the site. We can buy it back.
Well, do we have to buy it back?
No, we don't. I mean, quite frankly, that's an option. That's a one-way option to us. We don't have to. We may not. It may be, that's our risk in the transaction, that it may be better just to let it sit. It's hard to speculate right now what would happen 7 years from now under all those scenarios being played out. I think the worst case scenario would be, the very worst case, a bank would own it. And but the beauty of that is they own it subject to that covenant. We're calling it, it's special land use restriction that gets put on the deed. And we probably would work with the bank to see a developer build that site out. It's not any different than what you're seeing right now in the heart of the recession on distressed properties. But we're not going into this pessimistically saying up front, well, this is going to be a foreclosure the day we go into it. We're going into this believing there will be an economic recovery, giving ourselves sufficient time for that economic recovery to produce a viable alternative for casino hotel development on that site that would produce the end of the deal that we visioned from day one, which is a new casino hotel that would be a linchpin on that end of Symphony Park.
But like you said, it's all based on a crystal ball.
Well, life is, excuse me, I mean, life is based on a crystal ball. Okay, I mean, I'd love to be able to get a guarantee from you guys. But today is not the day we're voting on anything, right?
No.
The purpose of today was for you to give us an update on the status of this project and its attending parcels, is that right?
That's right.
Okay, if I may, a couple of questions, a couple comments,
Sure.
and that's it. First of all, can we all get a copy of the PowerPoint that you just presented?
Yes.
Okay. Do you expect, we're going to make a final decision on this, yay or nay, in the next 6 to 8 weeks under your timeline. Do you expect any substantial changes in anything in the next 6 to 8 weeks, interest rates or financing options?
No. The only thing that we have virtually finalized the transaction documents. From day one, we did a master development agreement.
So, Scott, the answer is no. You don't expect any significant changes?
No, we don't.
And obviously, if there are, you'll bring them to
Yes,
our
we will.
attention?
Yes.
Okay. This slide that's up here right now, and I think we were a little confused. I'm not saying you were confused, Councilman Anthony, but when you asked about what would happen with a particular parcel, we weren't sure what parcel you were talking about. And then, Scott, you went to describe, either Scott or Mark, what's on the screen right now. What I'm going to ask you folks to do, we all recognize, and I think a lot of people that pay attention recognize, that this is all part of a master development, if you will, an idea, a thought to develop not just the parcel that City Hall is proposed to be built on, but a number of pieces. So I'm going to ask you to put together a slide that depicts the entire theme, if you will, of this development between all the parcels. You've done that before, I think, but for everybody who's watching, I want them to see, when you talk about swapping parcels P and Q for the proposed City Hall, I want people to be able to see that visually. When you talk about developing the current City Hall site and the 13 acres across the street, which I think is the green right here, I need you to put that out for us a little bit easier, because you've done it in the past. But we're coming down to the line where we're going to push buttons one way or another, and I think that that is a critical component of this discussion, is that you just said, Scott, you met with somebody on Friday night, an excellent developer. We're getting ready to enter in potentially to an exclusive negotiating agreement with somebody who wants to develop this City Hall site and the piece across the street. Well, lay it out for us visually. A couple other things. None of this discussion that we've had this last hour is taking into account what our legislators up north may do in either a special session or another during committee meetings or another legislative session in a year and a half. And I think we need to incorporate that at least into our mindset, because Councilman Anthony, you're very right about a lot of things. It's a risk, and the question is how much of a risk. But we need to incorporate into this discussion all possibilities, which is a legislative taking of revenues, and how is that going to come into play? And I'm going to be looking for some sort of forecast, crystal ball. I'm going to ask them to look into their crystal ball and maybe project what the possibilities are in that regard. And then finally, and this is a tough one, out in the county across the street from just south of the Red Rock Station sits a tall steel structure which General Growth, for a number of reasons, had to stop developing. That's where the new Nordstrom and the new Summerlin Mall was going to go, and they just stopped. And we have this steel-looking thing. So my question is, what would happen to this project? And I've heard very good things about Forest City and what a great developer and how sound they are. But what would happen to this project? And I'm going to want this answer maybe at our next meeting. Okay. If Forest City had the same troubles that General Growth did, and a third of the way through the project they went belly up or they went bankrupt, what guarantees, what protections do we have so that we don't have, remember the old Minami Tower? They were going to build this big tower in the downtown area, and we got stuck with a huge hole downtown for a few years. The last thing any of us want to see is that kind of development to occur in our downtown area. So under your worst case scenario, Scott, add the what if, God forbid, Forest City walks away from the project, what protections will we have?
Absolutely. We've discussed that, and we'll have a response.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, on the Minami site, The city made about $4.5 million on that hole while it was sitting there. It's just like the guy who's going to build a arena over here on now 61 acres. He lost about $40 million on that proposed project. So, even on that Menominee site, we did come out ahead of it, and then we were able to take that and turn it into the now existing Justice Center.
I would like to think, Mayor Pro Tem, that if that happened in this case, we'd profit again, but I just have my doubts.
Right. Councilman Anthony?
Just one other question, Mayor. Mark, in the briefing papers that we had, there was a section in there that says, in addition to supplemental funding, this proposal requires supplementation from the Revenue Stabilization Fund of about $38 million, leaving $12 million in that particular fund. Can you talk about what the purpose of the Revenue Stabilization Fund is, why we're taking $38 million out, and what happens when we only have $12 million in there?
I don't remember specifically which paper you're talking about, but I do remember the subject in general. So the numbers may have changed slightly. We are going to be coming back in November and doing a 6-month review. We reviewed our financial forecast in May, and we're going to come back in November and review it again. Remember I said that we had, in our 5-year forecast, our modeling, we had planned as if the city general fund was going to pick up these lease costs to the extent they show up there. Even with those reduced lease costs, we were looking, before we ever got to the 15 or 23, whatever the number would ultimately be, a lease payment, we were going to have to use some of the fiscal stabilization funds to minimize the amount of budget cuts we'd have to make. Remember, we were always looking at 3. We've always talked about 3 approaches. We know what our target cut is, but we do have some fund reserves that we intend to use and supplement. And we also are always looking at trying to make some adjustments or concessions relative to our workforce, but ultimately, it's your chief financial officer's belief that at some point we're going to have to do some cuts. We would have to do those with or without City Hall. The 5-year model says those cuts have to happen even without City Hall. The model currently is showing that we would have about $24 million roughly left in the $50 million fiscal stabilization fund after year 5. In the modeling that I've done for the extended modeling I've done for this 30-year financing, we might have to draw that down about another $4 million. We'd probably leave around $20 million in the fiscal stabilization fund over that 10-year period before we then would be able to be self-sustaining. So while I can't sit here and tell you we're not going to have to draw down on the fiscal stabilization fund, clearly we're planning on it, but we're going to have to do it regardless of whether City Hall goes forward or not. That's the reality of the short-term numbers. The idea here was that by the time when we'd see the full payment, that there would be sufficient tax increment to pay a good portion of that. We believe, in what we've reported to the underwriters and expect to report in their OS, that we'll be able to maintain probably a 5 to 6% fiscal stabilization fund over the long term, which is, I think, what the underwriters are hoping to see. But again, 5, 10 years, that's a long time out. It's a forecast. It's not no guarantee. There's risk up and down on it.
What's the purpose of that fund, though? I mean,
the purpose of the fund it was created under Nevada revised statutes, and the purpose of it is to deal with economic or natural disasters that might affect the general fund. In this case, being still we're in a recession and our revenues aren't sufficient to pay for our operating expenditures, our intention has always been from the very beginning, from when we created this fund, that we would draw it down over time, because without it, we would have to have a much larger cut. Instead of looking at a $25 million budget cut, we could be looking at a $38 million budget cut. But by drawing it down over time, we can minimize that cut. So that's the whole purpose of it.
You said it's for emergencies and things
economic,
like that.
Economic emergencies as well.
But we're using it for the new City Hall at this point.
No, I said we were going to use it regardless of City Hall. The 5-year plan says we're going to have to draw down. We're going to have to draw it down anyway.
Okay.
Mayor Goodman, I forgot one thing, Mark, and you're probably not going to like this, but you've said a few times that it is going to be a policy decision, and you're right. The 7 people that sit up here are going to push a button either way in a couple of weeks. But here's my question. You're our CFO.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask you, when it comes right down to it, when we have 3 or 4 options, what your recommendation is and why.
Sure.
Now, you've kind of already done it. I mean, you've given us the 4 options. You've thrown 1 out. You've basically thrown 2 out. We're kind of down to 2, and you've pretty much said which one you're in favor of. But I am personally going to be looking for your specific recommendation and why. And I'd like the pros and cons to be even subcategorized even more. When we have to vote on this thing, I'm going to want to know every little detail behind bullet point 1 and bullet point 2. We'll get that in briefings, I'm sure, but at our public meeting as well.
Okay, we'll be prepared.
Okay. Any other comments or questions before I make some remarks?
Well, I'm going to comment. First of all, if I could, I'd like to recall item number 54, please.
I was going to do that.
Okay.
All right. Boy, oh boy. Item 54, it's been asked that I recall this. Item 54, which is the approval of a grant of easement from the City of Las Vegas, a municipal corporation, to FC Vegas 39 LLC, a New York limited liability company, is at undivided 39.775% interest. FC Vegas 20 LLC, a Nevada limited liability company, as to an undivided 20.225%. LiveWork LLC, a Delaware limited liability company, as to an undivided 40%, all as tenants in common, for a portion of the northwest quarter of Section 34, Township 20 South, Range 61 East, Mount Diablo Meridian, for an easement located in the right-of-way from the back of curb to the property line that surrounds Block 6 of Clark's Las Vegas Town Site, Main Street on the west, Lewis Avenue on the north, First Street on the east, and Clark Avenue on the south in Ward 3. And I believe that Councilman Ross has a disclosure.
We have to vote on recalling it first?
Oh, yeah, sorry. My motion is to recall that. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Did you have a statement you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. As I was in the back and did not vote on this item previously, it is important in an abundance of caution that I disclose that in my professional capacity as the Secretary-Treasurer of the Southern Nevada Building and Construction Trades Council, that I'd like the record to reflect, because my ongoing discussions with Forest City right now for a community workforce agreement, Councilwoman, which should be pleasing to you. And likewise on the previous agenda item, the current agenda item we're discussing right now, I've been silent on because of that professional relationship. Forest City has some dealings with this agenda item in regards to the City Hall. And so I'd like the record to reflect that I am disclosing and abstaining on agenda item 54. And had we voted on this report, I would have done the same, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to follow staff recommendation for approval item number 54, please.
Thanks. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Let's see. Motion carries. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I certainly appreciate the astute way Councilman Wolfson presented his views today, as well as the other council members. I just wanted to, I had down here on my list of things I wanted to say, was where we're at on the 5 blocks over there on Main Street in Lewis. Right now we've had a groundbreaking a month or so ago for the transportation mogul over there. That to me is just, I don't know how they're going as fast as they are, but they really come out of the ground. Because of the new City Hall, I feel like they was part of this all along, moving out over here to the west of us. As well as we are entering in negotiations with Cleveland Clinic on the 61 acres, as well as Performing Arts Center. And as soon as Performing Arts Center gets along so far, then Charlie Palmer is going to go in there and build a nice hotel restaurant. This is a part of making sure that we follow through with our plans that we started a year and a half or 2 years ago. And again, kind of echoing what Councilman Wolfson said, we are looking into the future, quasi, and we are betting that we will be able to do those things that we're talking about. And I have to feel like that our economy is going to turn around, and I feel like we just need to keep doing what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard before I make my comments? Okay, thank you. I'm not going to give the sermon that I always give. I feel like with number 10 on my shirt, I'm a quarterback today, and all I can tell you is this. We do ourselves a terrible disservice, but I guess that's the way the government works. by discussing issues like we live in a cell, and that's a CEL. You know, when you see a Walt Disney program, each one of the little frames is called a cell. And in and of itself, you could spend all day long talking about the cell, but it really doesn't mean too much in and of itself because you're seeing a whole fantasia created out of these little cells. But when we have these discussions, we're talking about the cell, a moment in time when we should be looking at the entire picture. This council has a vision. The vision basically took place when we traded for the 61 acres we now call Symphony Park, for the land that we had up in our technology park, and we put a value of $33 million on the entire 61 acres. And now we're talking about on parcel PQ, the little piece in the north part on the top of that yellow section on the chart, that we're selling that with a value, or we're trading that for land value at $40 million, when the whole piece cost us $33 million. So when you look at it that way, you can talk about your success. But this isn't the private sector, and I think people forget that. This is government. And what government's supposed to do is we're trying to do the public good. That's our charge, to make sure that we keep the community going in the right direction and we make it a better place. That's what government's supposed to do. Every decision isn't based on dollars and cents as long as we're not jeopardizing the soundness of the institution. And what we're creating here, and as I say, I don't want to keep on repeating it, but maybe it bears repetition. We said we wanted to create three things, basically, in the scheme of things. This council has embraced this concept. We wanted to have great medicine here. It gets no better than the Cleveland Clinic. Without us going forward and doing all these things that we've done, we wouldn't have had the Brain Institute. We wouldn't have had the Cleveland Clinic. We wouldn't be in an ENA talking about having a real presence of real great academic centers of excellence in the downtown. We wanted to have culture, something we were all interested in, and we went to bat, and now we have the Smith Center of Performing Arts, as Mayor Pro Tem says, just rising out of the ground faster than you can imagine. And the third thing we wanted, and this is still subject to debate, was we wanted to have a major league team here. And I make no aspersions as far as the 51s are concerned, but I'm talking about an NBA team or an NHL team. That's always been discussed, and we wanted to do it in the right way. And that's the announcement, basically, that you're going to be making in a month, that you're in negotiations with a company that has built arenas and entertainment complexes, which really will be part of our downtown. In order to get these things, you have to be fluid. You can't be intransigent. You can't say no new taxes. I mean, look what we got with no new taxes. We're in the toilet. It's the worst in education, the worst in social services, a hospital that's about to fall apart. That's what you get when you paint yourself into a corner. We have to be able to be very resilient. That's our job. That's what we're elected to do. It's easy to say no. People want us to say no. They want us to go backwards. But great cities don't do that. Great cities forge forward during a time like this, as long as we're not putting anything in jeopardy. And I got to believe that we're heading in the right direction. And if I had been asked a month ago whether this project would have taken place, I would have probably said, it can't work because of the finances. A month ago, it couldn't work. A month ago, the interest rates were too high, and all of these wonderful things that we're trying to do would have just been stalled for an indefinite period of time. We wouldn't have been able to go forward and say we're able to accomplish them. But we got lucky. We got the Build America bonds, and hopefully we're going to get luckier and save $30 million if we get the Recovery Zone bonds. But we have to keep on going forward with this discussion. We'll have the vote. As everybody says, we're going to push the button, and then we're going to be responsible for those who elected us. But as I say, if we want to go backwards, all we have to do is stay still. And I'm not the kind of person who's going to cheat the people in the future from what they're entitled to. That's what sustainability is all about, to make sure that we today make sure that the future is going to be healthy. And that's all I have to say at this point in time, but I feel very, very strongly about this. And I'm not going to be sitting in the new City Hall. Okay? This isn't for me. Gary Reese isn't going to be sitting in the new city hall. It's not for him. Maybe. Well, maybe. That's true. I'm sorry.
No.
I talked too soon. Absolutely correct. Well, you just got that political announcement, folks. This is, we're doing this because it's not, and we do, want to say again, we do ourselves a disservice. Whoever decided to talk about Union Park when it was that, or Symphony Park, it's not that. It's the district. The Symphony Park district. We have the World Market Center. It's not on the 61 acres. A giant new diversified business in town. We've got the Chelsea Discount Mall. It's not on the 61 acres, but it wouldn't be there but for the city showing that we had confidence in our downtown. We had confidence in the 61 acres. We wouldn't have the first gold certified LEED building with the Molaski Southern Water Authority building. We wouldn't have any of that stuff.
The new Metroplex.
We wouldn't have the Metroplex. They wouldn't be down there. I remember when I was first elected, and I'm going to shut up after this, but when I was first elected, I didn't have the best relationship with the FBI. I used to fight them every single day of my life, and I was told upon being elected that they were going to move the FBI building to Henderson. And I went to Grand Ashley. I'll never forget it as long as I live. And I said, no, Las Vegas needs the FBI building in our downtown. Don't move it. And look what we have. We've got the state-of-the-art federal FBI facility over in the Enterprise Park, which it gives a real base for everything else that's happening over there. That's the first commitment that we had in the Enterprise Park. So this is not a situation where we just do things within a snapshot. We're making a big production here. This isn't just one little cell. That's all I have to say. And thank you for the report, gentlemen. It was great, and I can't wait till we're asked to push the button and to face our constituents. Okay?
Please. I'd like to recall item number 77.
Okay. 77, recall. We'll do the whole agenda all over again. We got 54, we got 77. Okay, 77. Just kidding. 77. Hearing to consider the appeal regarding the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located at 1701 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The property owner is Weens Maynard J. Jr. et al.
Yes, Your Honor. I'll make a motion to rescind our vote on item 77, please.
Okay. There's a motion to rescind. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries.
Your Honor, after conferring Mr. DiFiore in the back room, it turns out that the notification that was sent to the individual who appealed the decision on the chronic nuisance notified him that he would be getting a notice of another date, not this date. That notice was never sent, and therefore we're going to ask at this point in time that you hold it in abeyance for 2 weeks so we can send him a notice.
That would be my motion, Your Honor.
All right, motion to obey that. Let's vote.
Again, though, I would like to have those people who are here to speak on this item be notified that we are rehearing this.
Post. Motion carries. I've been asked to recall 76, hearing review for the vacant or abandoned buildings located at 901 West McWilliams Avenue, units 101 to 104, 106, 201 to 202, 205 to 206, 301 to 306, 401 to 406, 501 to 505, 601 to 606, 701 to 702, 704 to 706, 801 to 803, 806, 808 to 810, 902 to 904, 906 to 907, 1001 West McWilliams Avenue, 840 West Bonanza Road, and 920 West Bonanza Road. Property owner, Las Vegas Apartment Lenders, LLC, Ward 5. Councilman Barlow, I guess we move to rescind, and then we'll have a motion to rescind.
Yes.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and I've been advised that Mr. Schell, is that Scholl,
right.
From Snell and Wilmer is here representing the lenders.
Right.
Yes, sir.
I apologize for not being here this morning. My flight got delayed, and I appreciate you recalling the item. I just wanted to briefly state for the record that we have been cooperating with the city for the last few months to take care of several problematic issues on the property, safety issues. We have an agreement with the city, and I believe this was mentioned earlier this morning. We have done everything that we've been required to do under the agreement. There's an outstanding item with regards to certain occupants within the tree-lined condos that we're waiting to get resolved so that we can finish up the last part of this agreement. And then I understand that the council may have some questions.
It's not questions as much as I think there's a uniform feeling based on our vote this morning that we can't tolerate this to be extant for an indefinite period of time. It's a blight on the community. And I mean, if it hadn't been arsoned once, I would suggest we arson it again, to be honest with you. That's just what I would have done, but I would have made sure that no one's around there.
Mayor, you said we arson it again.
No, that I would arson it. I would
let's
arson
be
it.
specific.
I would arson it
Okay,
the
thank
second
you.
time.
That might actually help us. So, we understand that. We were over the last few months. We have been trying to work out a sale of the property to a buyer. That transaction fell through because the buyer was unable to get financing. But we're actively looking for someone to buy the property who wants to stay with the property long term. As I mentioned before, we're lenders. Development is not our forte, but we understand that the city's concerns with regards to the property.
Yeah, it's a blight. Even it may not be a dangerous blight, but it's a blight. Even with what you've done there, and we wanted to convey that to you because whoever's going to buy it from you, we're not going to allow that to remain the way it is. We're not going to do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are the pictures we're seeing now as it exists today? July 14th. Oh, 3 months ago. I want to know, does it still exist this way today?
It's all boarded
No.
up.
Or did he clean up? Or did
No,
they clean up?
The property has been cleaned and boarded, Mr. Scholl stated, so I think this is just pictures of what it was, and I think that at the beginning of the video, it showed what it looks like now,
And-
but the pool
and
has
the-
been filled in. And
The city cleaned and boarded it and cleaned the pool? Or did
No,
they
actually,
did?
they did.
They did. So they did the work to
Yes.
make it look
Safe,
better.
safe.
Okay.
Doesn't look better, but it's safer.
Well, the
Well,
dog
they covered it
feces
up. They
is
covered it
gone.
up. They covered it up with wood.
We may I speak?
Yes.
We hired a contractor to go out who does this, specializes in properties that have been taken back by lenders to clean them up. Obviously, we understand it's not a beautiful property. And we filled in the swimming pool, cleaned up a lot of the trash out there, and actually spent quite a bit of money trying to get the property in a condition where it was at least safe and that there wasn't trash blowing around on the property. The weeds have all been cleaned up. All the units have been cleaned out and boarded up in accordance with the fire code. And so that's what's been done.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate you flying
Thank
all
you.
the way
Mayor Goodman.
from Salt Lake. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Schultz, thank you for being here, number one. I understand that you are lenders, but I want to make sure that I'm perfectly clear in the sense that this is a major blight on the community that this property currently sits, and we've had a long history of nothing but problems from this property. And it is my goal and my attempt so that we're clear and very transparent. And when I say this, that I'm looking to have those structures taken down because of the blight. I can't appreciate the fact that you have been working with us, and I look forward to the city and your development team, or not development team, your investment team, doing all that you can to sell the parcel. However, I can't allow the parcel to sit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years while you all attempt to try and sell it. So as you all continue to try and sell it, I'm going to direct the city staff to find out what the cost will be to level the structures and rid the community of the blight. And if need be, we'll assess the property owner, the cost of what it will be, and we can basically work it out after the point of sale. If in fact this council decides to move in that direction, but I am directing staff to find out what the costs will be in order for us to take those buildings down for the safety and security, and to remove the blight from this community.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I would like to move forward with staff's recommendation of a 90-day review period for this item to come back before the council.
Thank you very much. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you once again, Mr. Schultz.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. This is item 79, report and possible action on the status of the 2011 Federal Legislative Action Plan and municipal issues at the 111th United States Congress pertaining to all wards in the city. Mr. Olivas and Ms. Cram.
Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman.
Good afternoon.
And
It is
members of
afternoon.
the council. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Administrative Services. Joining me today is Vicki Cram, our federal lobbyist with Ball Janik in Washington, D.C. As the agenda item indicates, we'll be giving you a brief overview of the status of this year's federal plan, what we're doing relative to creating our next year's federal plan, as well as current activity that's taking place in D.C. as we speak. As you know, Betsy, Tom Perigo, and I went back to D.C. and met with Vicki Cram. We hadn't been back there in about a year, so it had been a while. We met with all of the delegates and their staff members. We did not get to see Congresswoman Berkeley because she had a plane problem, but Mayor Goodman and Betsy did have a conversation with her after we returned. In addition to those discussions that we had, we also met with representatives from the White House, from HUD, from the Department of Energy, and the House Natural Resources Committee. So we were all over the place back there. We talked about a number of things. We talked about our current fiscal situation. We talked about our appropriations. We talked about our efforts with the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, including our reporting concerns and our need of their assistance for the use of the recovery zone bonds that you just heard about in your last presentation. We're continuing to work with Congresswoman Berkeley's office on that. We've been in contact with them as late as this morning. We've also talked about our neighborhood stabilization plans as well as our energy and sustainability efforts. We talked about public lands and, in particular, the potential national park that's going to potentially take place out in the northwest corridor, and then a number of different miscellaneous topics as it relates to our economy and the concerns that we have, things like homelessness, affordable housing, foreclosures and unemployment, those kind of issues. So we talked about a lot of different things. In terms of our plans for next year, we are making the rounds. We've talked to all of you. We're talking to all the department heads. We're talking with the city manager's office about what we want to do for next year in terms of our appropriations requests and the plan that we're going to move forward with. As you know, we'll be bringing that plan back to the council for your review and approval prior to moving forward with anything. We plan on doing that in the January timeframe, so we will be revisiting you on that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Cram for some further comments.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Olivas.
Thank you. I'm Vicki Cram, Director of Government Relations with Ball Janik, LLP. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, it's an honor to be here again with you today and to report on the status of our current federal agenda. As you know, it's been a very active year in Congress with the new administration and a new Congress. And as always, our congressional delegation has been working very hard and effectively on our behalf. We had several FY 2010 appropriations requests. The process is not yet finished. Last week, the federal fiscal year ended, but only one of the 12 appropriations bills has been passed. Congress is making a concentrated effort to complete the process and the remaining bills in the next month, while the federal government operates on what's called a continuing resolution, or a CR. The City of Las Vegas has, due to the efforts of our delegation, several worthy congressionally directed spending projects that have been funded this year. For example, we have $600,000 which Congresswomen Berkeley and Titus put into the Department of Homeland Security bill for the Regional Public Safety Complex, the Emergency Operations Center therein. Coupled with the $1 million that we have from the Department of Homeland Security's Urban Area Security Initiative funding, we can begin to move forward with this project. $500,000 for the Bonneville-Clark one-way couplet, which Senator Reed got for us, which is on top of a similar amount from last year, so we have in total $1 million for that project. And also $200,000, again, from Representatives Berkeley and Titus for foreclosure prevention measures in the city. So this totals $1.3 million coming directly to the city through the federal appropriations process at this point. As I said, it's not yet quite finished. Early action in Congress this year was dominated by the development of the Economic Recovery Package, which we've already been mentioning today, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, or ARRA. The city engaged early on, along with the Conference of Mayors, the National League of Cities, and the National Association of Counties, in efforts to get as much funding as possible directed directly to cities and local governments where the rubber meets the road. The result was mixed, with some funding, such as the Community Development Block Grant and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant programs being included in ERA, so there was direct funding to cities. But much of the funding was directed to states. So we had mixed results with that lobbying.
How much
effort.
did we get from that?
Pardon me?
How much did we get from that?
How much do we get from that?
How much have we received from that?
From this, well, from the overall bill, we have received $11 million, as Councilman Barlow originally said. We have $220 million in grant applications right now. I am not sure how much we've received from the state at this point.
How much has the state received on our behalf that we should have?
The state, I believe, has received $2.1 billion.
2.1 billion?
That's
How
what
much
I
have we
believe
gotten
it
from
is.
the state?
If Romeo's here. I think that's what it gets in terms of transportation and a number of different Medicare.
Well, I think maybe I'm not being as clear as I'd like. How much money has the state received that should be going to us as a city?
Well, directly?
Yes.
Right now, we just received $5,000 for the one SNAP grant.
We got $5,000 for the state?
Directly, yes.
Oh, boy.
There's quite a bit of indirect pieces that we get from NDOT and
No,
RTC.
I know that. That's different. I'm saying, how much should we get from the state that we're entitled to?
Well, the entitlement is just competitive grants like everything else. There's nothing else that's going to be coming to us directly.
So the only money we're going to get from the state right now is $5,000?
No, there are other competitive grants that we're looking at, but right now, from the state, that's the only grant. There are some other ones that we're looking at, but nothing else has come forward yet.
How much have we put into the state for grants?
I'll have to give you that information. I don't have it right in front of me right now.
Millions?
No, it's not much at all.
Why?
Why? Just in terms of the what's available for what we can ascertain and what we can actually get back from the state. It's really minimal.
I don't understand it. Ms. Frebel, do you want to help me now, or do you want to do it in a briefing? Because I don't understand it. I really don't.
I think what we probably need to do, and I've already started talking with Romeo about this, is putting together a monthly report to you that defines what we've asked for, whether it's directly from a federal agency, from a state allocation, which ones are basically congressionally mandated based on our eligibility, what the status of those are, versus discretionary competitive grants, if you will, so that we can begin to further break down the $220 million, the $11 million, and which pots they fall into, as well as I've asked Romeo to do his very best to estimate how many jobs will be created in the city employment base, as well as, if we can estimate, and I think Vicki may touch on this in her presentation, what the multiplier impact would be on community-created jobs as a result of getting those funds into the local economy. I know the federal government is working on coming up with a formula to be able to define that so everyone across the board is using the same numbers. I think that would be immensely helpful, Mayor.
I think it will be, too, because I really don't know what's out there. I don't know how we qualify to get it. All I know is this council would like city staff to do whatever is humanly possible, and our lobbyists in Washington to do whatever is humanly possible to get us as much money as is possible.
Well,
and I get the feeling that this may be so amoeba-like that we're challenged.
Well, you know, I had the opportunity to meet with almost all of our federal elected representatives and explain to them our financial situation personally. And to a person, they all said, you need the stimulus funds. And we said, absolutely, and we're doing everything we can to take advantage of the competitive grants that are available to us, that are aligned with what we do as a city, and I think that's partially what Romeo is explaining, that some of the funds that have gone to the state may not align with what cities do. We do know that on the transportation front, those are aligned, and we are taking advantage of those. In fact, we're waiting to get through the environmental regulatory process in order to have those funds released from the state to us. It's the regulations we can't get around. We have to play by those rules. We'll continue to do that. It does on occasion make it a little bit slower. As it relates to some of our energy grants, the ones that we're entitled to, we're working with DOE, and hopefully we will be in the next wave of funding. Why we weren't first, we don't know. And neither did they when we asked them. So we're hopeful that those funds will be released quickly, too. It's just a big ship.
That's what I'm saying. It's an amoeba.
At the
It's not a
federal
ship.
government.
It's a big old amoeba.
But I will say this. After our last discussion about this issue and the funding availability, I feel like our federal delegation totally went to bat for us as a community to try and expedite the release of those funds. And we've been keeping their offices updated about what grants we're requesting, where we are in the approval process, so that they can advocate as appropriate on our behalf.
Good. And maybe what I need is I need that list.
Okay.
So I could touch it and feel it, and I think we could
Absolutely.
all use that.
Well, that would be what we would like to get into this report format for you, so that you're seeing something on a monthly basis, so you can see progress
Right.
or lack thereof
Right.
about how we're making our way through this financial process.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Is this the same grant process that the county has already received, some grants granted?
From which?
Well, the one you're
which
talking
account?
about now that's an amoeba or whatever, has the county cornered the amoeba? I mean, we were already told today that the county did receive federal funds, and it wasn't a small amount. And I'm wondering, is this the same place they got those funds?
Romeo, I'm assuming she's referring to Medicaid.
Right. We're different than the counties. Counties get monies directly from the state and from the feds as well. We're not into those categories. The ones that we have right now on our tracking sheet are the ones that we're viable for right now, and we are under review, and we think we have a good chance of getting some portion of that. But the gifts coming down are not the ones that you're talking about.
Okay.
All right. Let's get a list, okay?
We'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. All right. Let's go. Mr. Bate, would you please state your name for the record?
I'm sorry. Romeo Betty, OBD.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Graham.
As Mr. Olivas stated earlier, when the city manager was back in D.C. last week, we met with a number of federal agencies to try to position ourselves to get additional ERA funds. So, for example, and Mr. Green, Tom Pergo was with us as well, we went over to the Department of Energy and we met with their staff because they have a pot of money, which is $400 million that will be coming out, which is the competitive portion of the Energy Efficiency Conservation Block Grant. We get a formula portion, which we have not yet received, but we will. They assured us. But there's also this competitive set-aside under this category for energy retrofits. And so we went and met with them because they're going to be making approximately 4 to 6 grant awards of that $400 million. So it's going to be sizable, it's going to be highly competitive, but it's going to be a sizable amount of money for weatherization, all different kinds of energy retrofits and sustainability projects. So we went and met with them in order to make sure that we were on their radar screen. In a similar fashion, we also went to the Department of Housing and Urban Development to talk to them about our neighborhood stabilization plan. We have that. That's currently in play with them, and we gave them some additional information, and they will be making a decision on that probably around December or January. And we also tried to position ourselves at our meeting with HUD to talk about the Sustainable Communities Initiative, which the Obama administration has proposed in their budget and which the House and Senate have $150 million in their budget for next year being the FY 2010. And that is an initiative where the Obama administration proposes to take down the silos between DOT and HUD and EPA and to work with communities on a regional basis to do sustainable planning where transportation and housing and sustainable environmental practices are all coordinated together. So we have been trying to position ourselves to get more of these funds by making contact and bringing city staff back with the actual agencies who are making some of these competitive decisions. As I mentioned earlier, the federal government is also operating under this continuing resolution for another month, which also is funding federal agencies while Congress completes the FY10 appropriations process. That CR also extends federal transportation programs for another month. The Safety Lou Act, which is the Surface Transportation, Highway, and Transit Act, expired on September 30th. There is a standoff right now between the House and the Senate as to how to move ahead on this. The House very much wants to do a full 5-year reauthorization bill, $500 million, while the administration wants time to be able to develop a proposal, and the Senate is consumed with health care, climate change, financial restructuring. So the Senate and the administration would like an 18-month delay. The House would like to move ahead on this. So that standoff has been temporarily resolved by this 1-month extension, but this needs to be resolved in the next month. This is important to us because we have a couple of projects that we have submitted to the committees for significant funding. Another issue, as I've mentioned, consuming Congress this year is climate change, and the House has passed its version of the bill. The Senate has released an 800-page plus version, its version, the Kerry Boxer version, which will be marked up probably in the next couple of weeks by the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. The city has been lobbying for funding, again, for this Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant to be included in the climate change bill, so there will be a continual funding stream for some of these sustainability initiatives. The House did not include that, but the Senate did. So we were briefing. That was part of the focal point of our meeting when of the trip last week when the city manager came back to D.C., was to sort of talk about our sustainability agenda and to raise its profile with the delegation and with the agencies in order to take advantage of this. Finally, on the subject of public lands, after several years of work, the Nevada Cancer Institute bill passed Congress, and the city is working with the Bureau of Land Management on the next steps on that project. Currently, as Ted mentioned, we're working with other local jurisdictions and the delegation to take a comprehensive look at the area around the Las Vegas Wash and proposals for a national park while ensuring viable and consistent planning and capacity for the city's growth in the future. We are also monitoring a bill, S-940, which would convey to the Nevada System of Higher Education federal lands for the College of Southern Nevada. In conclusion, I look forward to working with you and the city departments in crafting a federal agenda for the coming year that seeks to meet the challenges faced by citizens and the elected representatives of the city of Las Vegas, and to work with our congressional delegation, federal agencies, and the relevant committees to achieve your goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions.
Nope. Any comments? Any comments? All I can say is this. There's a lot of money there, and I want our fair share. That's simple. And when it comes time to give credit, we're going to give credit. If it's time to criticize, we're going to criticize. But we got to get that money. Anything less than our fair share is unacceptable to me. And I'd like to get a lot more than we're entitled to be honest with you.
I think we're all dedicated to that.
Okay, but it's not effort anymore. It's production.
Very good.
The money's there. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't be feeling this way. But it's there, and I want it. Yes, Councilman.
Going back to the state question in regards to the $2.1 billion that the state has received in, I guess, federal dollars that we must apply for as a city through the grant process. And maybe this question is more so to Betsy or Ted. How many grants have we applied for, or are we looking at a variety to choose from in order to apply for those grants? What is the process? What is the status of that process?
Well, actually, Romeo may need to come back up to kind of help in this process. We have a 20-member committee
Okay.
that looks at every grant availability through the stimulus bill that is available to us. Some of them we can't make any preliminary findings on because there are no regulations that identify who's qualified and who's not until those regulations are promulgated. But for the ones that we do know about, we look at them. We figure out if it's something we're eligible for. We determine what we need to apply for, specify a funding amount, and then submit the grant application. Then it goes into the federal black box, if you will, of evaluation. And then we get some sort of determination at some point down the road through their review process. Along that way, we may get clarifying questions. We may get additional information that we have to submit. We'll meet all that criteria. And then we may or may not be successful in the ultimate grant approval. Those are for the competitive grants. There are other basically formula grants or direct grants, if you will, like CDBG based on eligibility. Those kind of go through a similar process. To some degree, you still have to define what you're doing with them. Some of them we're in better situation because we've already been doing this processes all along, like CDBG type programs. So we submit that information, and hopefully we get the formula grant released to us for our use. So I don't know, Romeo, if you have anything to add to that process, but you may want to mention how enforcement and audit-oriented the federal government is being as it relates to any grants that we do receive, because that's also taking significant time and effort by every department to make sure we're compliant right out of the gate, based on the Office of, a bunch of the auditing functions of the federal government, making sure we're compliant.
I can appreciate the fact that the federal government is diligent in their auditing and reporting. But if, in fact, the cities and the counties are not receiving the monies to be audited in order to give a report, what difference does it make how stringent of a policy they have when, in fact, we don't have the money to even utilize in order to establish a ground for them to come in and do their audit and be as diligent as you say they are? So it's one thing to basically have a stronghold, but it's another thing to basically give up, the necessary resources and dollars in order for us to move forward as a city, because right now we're tapped out. And in every ARA dollar that we can get into the city is another individual that can be employed, another development that can start to get in the pipeline, and a lot of other things that we can do. But at this point, those dollars have not been released, and I'm hearing all these stringent restrictions and the do's and the don'ts, but that's fine. But when will the money be released? Why does it take so long for the money to basically drop and hit the hands of here on the street that we can affect the change that the government is talking about?
I don't think we're alone in this country, particularly as cities, on having a little bit of frustration about the speed at which funds are approved and then released. We've been talking regularly with our delegation about it. In fact, I was just discussing with Scott that maybe we need to engage at a greater level the Conference of Mayors and the National League of Cities. I mean, Councilman Barlow, Councilman Wolfson, you both are on steering committees for the League of Cities. Maybe we need to ratchet up the talk through that organization. We've been working with the U.S. Conference of Mayors through the Mayor's Office diligently already to try and tweak some of the reporting requirements that are currently stipulated in the federal legislation because they're problematic for us and everyone else, quite frankly, in this country to provide accurate information in a timely manner. But maybe what we need to do is, instead of putting this all on the delegation's back, all 5 of them, which is not a huge number to try and influence this process, although we're fortunate to have well-placed delegation members, I think we may need some help from some of the other associations that can help share that message throughout Capitol Hill so that things can get moving a little bit more quickly, hopefully. And we've had this discussion practically every month since the stimulus bill was approved. And we've seen some loosening on some fronts. I mean, obviously, we've gotten $11 million, most of it on the justice front. We're hoping to see a similar loosening on the energy side of things. Where we've been, had some preliminary success with the state is on the cultural side of things, although that's a tiny amount of money. So we'll just have to continue to push it and try and use every avenue available to us to continue to, beat the drum on this front, to let people know that we need additional help as quickly as possible for the release of these funds, or we're not going to be able to create those jobs, as you indicated. That was the intent of this funding initiative, and we'll continue to do that. I wish I had better answers, but we're not totally in control. We're on the receiving end of this, and so all we can do is continue to beg, ask, cajole, bring these issues out as much as we can in public to be able to make sure that we're taking full advantage of what is available and hopefully get responses as a result.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Is that it? All right,
Yes.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the report. And may I have a motion to accept the report, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Graham, Mr. Olivas, thank you very much for your report. Make a motion to accept.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post.
Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to say that I really think our stimulus committee, Vicki Cram as our federal lobbyist, Ted Olivas as our internal head lobbyist for the city of Las Vegas, I think have really done a great job on this front, advocating what you have indicated as your highest priorities. And I just don't want them to think that because things are a little bit slow in coming that's any reflection on their effort or activities. I think they've done a fabulous job of identifying opportunities, pursuing them, and identifying weaknesses where we can improve the process as we go along.
And I appreciate that, Ms. Fretwell. And this was casting no aspersions upon your efforts, but I want to see results. And sometimes they don't control the result. They could try all they want, and the result may not be within their grasp. But the message has to get out that if the stimulus money is supposed to be used to stimulate, around here, it's not working. Okay. Ms. Rainey, I apologize. I know you probably spent a lot of time preparing your remarks for today, but because of the time here, we're going to ask that you give your report, I believe, in 2 weeks. And if the Mayor Pro Tem would make a motion to obey for 2 weeks.
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion we hold item number 80 in advance until our next meeting in November the 21st.
Is that it?
October 21st.
October 21st, right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. I'm looking at my watch, and I see some folks are sitting here probably for the 1 o'clock calendar. I have to say that, respectfully, we're not going to get back here any sooner than 2, and maybe 2:15. So we're moving along. You're here. You see it. We're not on the beach. Okay. 81 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of a temporary restricted gaming license for Wash and Fun Laundromat, LLC, doing business as Wash and Fun Laundromat at 4425 Stewart Avenue, Suite 101. This is in Ward 3.
Mayor, members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Mr. Feld was approved for a temporary restricted gaming license in January of 2009, and with the recommendation that in the event he had a favorable police report, the director or designee could approve a permanent license. Recently, we've received the Metropolitan Police report with an area of concern. As soon as we received that report, we contacted Mr. Feld and suggested he obtain a copy of that report for his review and meet with us. And Mr. DiPiore and myself met with Mr. Feld on October 2nd and was able to go over the report. And we have Sergeant Lowe in the audience if you have any questions on the report's contained in your confidential books. And Mr. Feld is here with his representative to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Are there any questions of either Ms. Meyer or the applicant or the officer? All right. Seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have any questions, or would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I'd ask our representative here, what is your recommendation today?
Our recommendation, due to his approval of the state, our recommendation would be approval of a permanent license.
Approval of a limited license. Did you want to be heard?
Permanent.
Did you say permanent license?
I said permanent
okay.
license.
Pardon me, I misheard you.
Does Metro have anything to add to this, please?
Glenn Lowe, Sergeant, Metro Special Investigations. Just based on our report is based on facts through our investigation, and like you guys have a copy of the report, we don't have an opinion either way. We just present facts.
I appreciate that. These allegations, I think, took place in 1993.
That's
as
correct.
I told my briefing. I feel that he's had plenty of time to reconstruct his life. I think he must have been doing a good job, or he wouldn't be before us today. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right. Let's vote on that motion, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I make a comment, sir?
You've won.
Just,
Don't be.
When I was here last time.
Who needs it? We don't need. You won.
No, I understand that, but this was an unintended consequence of the investigation, and I think you should be aware of.
All right, go ahead.
Of some of these things. When my wife and I were interviewed by the special investigator for the police department, we were informed that if you had a gaming license, you couldn't work for the police department. A year and a half before, my wife had applied for a dispatch job with 911. She'd gotten approved. She was following it all along. So because of what the investigator said, my wife withdrew as a member of the LLC, which, by the way, cost us $550 just to file that report. 2 days before she was supposed to start her employment, she was called up and told that the position was withdrawn for the fact that it wasn't revealed that she had been working in the laundromat, even though she'd worked there with no salary, and this was revealed to the city a year and a half before in the application. This was a technical glitch, and I think it was an unjust action on the part of the police department to deny my wife a position because of this. When I originally spoke to you, when we got our temporary license, I suggested that the city accept the state's recommendation. And you replied that you had a lot of confidence in your licensing division. Well, if this investigation hadn't happened, she would have ended up getting that job, which was her dream job. So my question to you, sir, is there anything that you can do to rectify this injustice, or would you be willing to do something?
If I could do something, and my city attorney says what I can do, I'm happy to always consider rectifying an injustice. But I will stand by my statement before, and that is we do have confidence in our licensing department, and I don't want to cede our control over the people who are doing work in our city to some other agency. But if Mr. Jervik can figure out a way that I can get you some relief, I'm happy to do that.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Very good.
And Mendy Harlick sends his love.
Thank you. And why don't you write me a letter setting forth that fact, and that way I'll have something in my hand, just what you've told me, and I'll get it to the city attorney for an opinion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I know Sergeant Lowe wants to make a comment too, but just on that line, just to make sure he's aware, we do have in our Las Vegas Municipal Code the requirement that the background investigations are conducted by the Metropolitan Police Department. We don't have the option of just deferring to the state. And I know Sergeant Lowe wanted to make.
Okay, fine. Sergeant?
Glenn Lowe again, Sergeant of Metro Special Investigations. Our personnel department has certain rules that they follow based on civil law. So if it's his wife initially came forward as the applying for the license and also had applied for us, which she couldn't do. So it's between him and personnel as far as his wife goes. But as far as our investigation goes, it just revealed that, and then we notified her of Metro's position on it.
Okay. I think the record is clear on the positions, and the gentleman's going to write me a letter. I'm going to get it to Mr. Jerbick, and we're going to see whether we can get everything straightened out.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could I say that I personally appreciate your loyalty to your wife for her dream job? That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you. Item 82 is discussion and possible action regarding a change of business name and change of ownership for a pawnbroker license, a Class 2 secondhand dealer license, and a pistol permit, subject to the provisions of the fire codes from Park One Properties, LLC, doing business as Sahara Pawn, to Max Pawn, LLC, doing business as Max Pawn, 2400 South Jones Boulevard, Suite 15. This is in Ward 1. I am going to have to abstain from this. My son, Ross, is the attorney for the gentleman who Max Pawn is attempting to get the license, and I believe that would be a conflict of interest.
Why don't we all abstain? I know him too. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor,
Carol?
members of council, Mr. Mack's background investigation, a suitability investigation, has already been returned by the Metropolitan Police Department with no areas of concern. The reason we placed this on the discussion portion was to add a condition that we do not have sale of any retail sale. No retail sale of long guns or handguns can happen at this location. And is that correct, Councilwoman?
Every pawn shop that's come in our ward, we've asked the same thing.
Okay. To clarify, we're not asking that he not accept guns because we want to take those off the street, but we just don't want the retail sale of handguns or any firearms at this from his business location. He can sell them through a wholesaler that has a federal firearms license. And with that recommendation, with that condition, my recommendation would be approval.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Just a quick question, and Mr. Mack, maybe you can help. We've got Metro here today. When someone brings a firearm in to pawn, what happens to that? What happens to the process? Tell us the process of pawning that firearm and how Metro is notified in the whole 9 yards. Do you mind doing that?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's an honor to be in front of you all for the first time since I was on that side of the dais. So I'm excited to be here today and excited to be opening up the potential new pawn shop here shortly. As regards to the pawn of guns and sale of guns, actually back sometime after the Rodney King riots, it was our family's decision when we owned Super Pawn to stop retailing of guns. So we were actually taking guns in pawn because it is a valuable collateral item that people do get loans on. So we take them in pawn, we store them in a secure area, and so these people can bring their collateral in, get a loan on them, and then redeem and pick up their item. Also, a lot of hunters and sportsmen keep their weapons, and even people that are gun enthusiasts keep their guns for a small amount of money and store their guns in our stores, or in the past in our stores, but in the future of the new store, for security reasons, keep them out of the kids' hands or away, in secure areas, or if people go on vacation, they keep their hunting rifles or such in storage with us.
And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may again, I think what I'd like to know and share with the public is the reporting requirements when things of such are pawned to Metro for records keeping purposes, and for them to look back and say, hey, this is a stolen firearm or it's not a stolen firearm. I think that's what I was asking you, if you could elaborate on that.
Yeah, no problem. Way back when we first got into business, we actually helped Metro. Metro had one of the best pawn details in the country with Marjorie Love, who was in charge of it at that time. But we helped with the software and developing the software on the reporting side. So anything that's taken in pawn or is purchased, purchases are held by state law for 30 days. So anything that potentially could be stolen is directly reported to Metro electronically. So there's many a times that people would come in with a stolen item that we could tell right then and there, and that person's apprehended and taken, merchandise given back to the victim. Less than 0.1% of stolen merchandise is actually handled by pawn shops. Unfortunately, and I think I was talking to Councilman Anthony, a lot of stolen merchandise is going through Craigslist and eBay where there are no controls. So we feel very fortunate when we do recover an item for a victim and get it back to that person, even though we're out the money, but the goodwill that it provides the community is well done.
And I think, Mayor Pro Tem and council members, I think that's important, and I appreciate your explanation of that, because I know way more about the pawn industry than I ever wanted to, but it's important that the public recognize and realize that relationship the pawn industry has with our law enforcement officials to make that communication happen. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilwoman?
I just wanted to ask, when they go to the, you take them in, it's their collateral, and you give them money, and then you put them in a back room where you store them, right? I'm assuming you're storing them safely. What happens after a while? Say nobody comes to pawn it back or to get it back in 6 months. Do you give it to a wholesale dealer or to Metro? What happens after that point?
As far as firearms are concerned, Councilwoman, they are secured in an internal vault in our store. By state law, all loans are good for 120 days, 4 months. And at that time, the pawnbroker has the right to liquidate those items that are not picked up. We try to maintain as high of a redemption rate, a pickup rate, because we don't want the merchandise. We want the clients to be able to pawn their item and use it as a collateral loan. So about 85–90% of those items are actually picked up and pawned over and over again and used as their banking instrument. Those that fall off the end of the conveyor belt at the end of the 4 months are ours to sell to a wholesaler. In the past, and as I will do it today, we have relationships with auction services that go to dealers only. We put them on an auction service, and they're sold to dealers out of state. So when we had Super Pawn, we had X amount of stores through the valley. We're taking hundreds of firearms off the streets every month. But unfortunately, it's not those firearms that typically are used in crimes, it's those that are illegally purchased that are used.
And then those you've kept, the number on each gun, is that passed on to Metro?
Absolutely. Everything has to have a serial number.
I just wanted to get that at.
Additionally, on firearms, anytime that someone comes and redeems a firearm, there is a background check through the state. And as if you were to purchase a brand new firearm, and that firearm is checked once again, because in that 4-month period, something could have happened to that person. They could have committed a felonious act, and they could be no longer granted the right to own a firearm. So they have to go through a background check again, and it's cleared before we release the firearm. Additionally, at the end of 4 months, I also send out a reminder notice and a text notice to our clients informing them they forgot their item or they need to come pick it up. So we try to be as consumer friendly to let people know they need to pick up their item.
Thank you for educating us.
Yes.
Councilwoman, you ready for a motion?
I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. For the motion, any questions? Hearing none, cast your vote, please.
Thank you. Thank you. 83 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of temporary package license for Ramsey Suleiman, doing business as Super Azteca 2 at 3140 South Valley View Boulevard in Suite 3. This is in Ward 1. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, this is up for a 6-month review. There was a condition on this license that he report any calls for service or any incidents that take place at the premises over the last 6 months. He did report to us the 3 burglaries that were part of a total of 5 calls for service during this time period. The business has been inspected 4 times over the last 6 months, found to be in compliance on each occasion. Mr. Suleiman has done a very good job over the last 6 months. Our original concern was the lack of work cards by his employees, but that is found to be corrected. I'm willing to go forward with a recommendation today of a permanent license for this location.
All right. Mr. Brown?
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, who, as you can see, is also here, and we ask that you please follow the recommendation of staff.
Very good. Thank you. Any questions of any of the gentlemen? All right. Seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
You got a little bit of a shaky start, Mr. Solomon, but you pulled yourself up tough, and it's been really good what you've done there. I hope you continue that. If you don't, probably code enforcement will get involved, but we really appreciate your taking to heart our concerns, and you're making sure everything's working well now. I move for approval with all conditions.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Uh-oh. Forget about that. Going to revote. My abstention would show yes, please. Can we do that? Very good, thanks.
Thank you very
much. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 85. This is a report on Project Neon, a freeway improvement project that will address short and long-term transportation needs for the I-15 corridor from Sahara Avenue to the Spaghetti Bowl interchange, presented by John Taylor, project manager with CH2M Hill, and this pertains to all wards. Mr. Cervantes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Department of Public Works. We have a short presentation today on the status of Project Neon. John Taylor with the engineering firm of CH2M Hill is here representing NDOT and will make this presentation. And in the interest of time, we'll keep it under 5 minutes.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm John Taylor with CH2M Hill representing the Nevada Department of Transportation. We're here representing Nevada Department of Transportation, Project Neon. The project is from essentially Bonanza down to Desert Inn on I-15. Project status is we've just completed the DEIS in cooperation with FHWA, RTC, and the City of Las Vegas. They've been terrific to work with, and we have a public hearing tonight from 4 to 7 at the county building. We've broken that project down into phases, so it's easier to fund. The first one is the I-15 to 95 HOV connection. Next is local roads. After that, Charleston Interchange. Fourth phase is southbound connections, and fifth phase is northbound connections. What you see scrolling across the screen is phase one. We connect into the express lanes currently under construction down around Desert Inn. There's no real effect to Sahara, but we have several other improvements, including an outlet at Wall Street for the HOV lanes, a Grand Central Western connection over Charleston, a slip ramp to Alta, and then, of course, the main thing is the 15 to 95 HOV direct connects. I'd like to show you the direct. This right here shows you quickly the connection to Charleston. I'd like to talk about community outreach here. We've done a lot of that. We've worked with the HOAs. We've worked with doing a lot of presentations with local folks. Here I'd like to show you the visualization demonstrating the direct connects. And I apologize, I didn't have a chance to work with this, so you're not going to get to see this. What I'd like to do is walk you through access changes that are going to happen as part of the first phase very quickly. As I mentioned previously, in the first phase, our median lanes with this project will connect into the express lanes. That will create a median lanes facility, essentially going from Russell Road all the way up to Ann Road on 95, providing transit benefits, and that's what you see connecting here in the south. There's several things that happen in the middle of the project. Two of the most important things being the Wall Street access out of the HOV lanes. That's a direct connection to the local grid system out of those median lanes. The other is we're going to convert the interchange of Charleston right now into a traditional diamond interchange. And with that, we have several access changes that have to occur. One is that the northbound access between Oakey and Pinto Lane on MLK is no longer going to be there. Another is that we're closing Mall Street, and another is that we're closing the Iron Horse Loop. That's the bad news. The good news is all that access is just simply being relocated. We're providing a wonderful facility by way of Grand Central Western connection, which actually goes up and over Charleston, It will relieve Charleston in the vicinity of the interchange. We're also providing an Alta slip ramp in place of the Iron Horse Loop, and we're providing a loop for the BRT route on Grand Central that's coming up now. And then finally, we see again the 15 to 95 connection in the median for the HOV lanes. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions that you'd have.
I'd like to ask you, I live in the Scotch 80 area, and I'm going to be asked by my neighbors, and I'm sure Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to be asked by my neighbors, how this will affect our quality of life as far as construction. How long is it going to take to construct the area, which, let's say, goes from Charleston south to Sahara, on that curve there?
If you're talking about strictly for Phase 1, I would estimate crudely 2 to 3 year construction life.
Do you have the money for it?
The money is in the TIP. There's $1.9 billion in the TIP overall for the project. I'd like to reinforce the notion that this project goes over the whole life of that TIP, so it's a 20-year series of improvements as I outlined in the phases. And one other thing I'd note that the first phase can be broken down into sub-projects as well if that better fits our funding stream.
And how much do you think the entire project is going to cost?
The whole 20-year project will be between 1.5 and 1.9 billion.
So you do have the financing for it at this point?
That is within the TIP, yeah.
When he talks about the TIP, Mayor, it's a 20-year program, so they've got that financing over 20 years. To do the initial first phase, $200 million, and that's within the 3-year time frame. But the actual length of the program, the $1.9 billion, is over a 20-year period. It's not.
And I understand that, but he says that money is in hand over the $1.9 billion.
It's programmed. Nothing's in hand. It's programmed over a 20-year period.
Yeah, it's as real as.
From where are we receiving the monies?
The majority of money comes out of the Federal Highway Administration. It's federal money.
What happens if we don't get our fair share?
Everything gets pushed back. It's all contingent on Congress allocating money every year, either through a transportation bill or other funding sources.
But let's say that you do Phase 1 and we don't get the money. That's all we have?
Yeah, it's a wonderful improvement, but yes, that's all you get.
Is each phase a project in and of itself and could stand on its own?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yes.
Because these funding is coming from the Federal Highway Administration, are we considering this a local project or a federal project?
It's a combination of both. There's some improvements that are being done on local streets. The majority of improvements are being done on the interstate system, but they are doing some improvements on local streets. And I did want to, for the record and just for transparency, want to reemphasize something he mentioned earlier. Wall Street under I-15 is being closed down, and so access to Wall Street will no longer be there. It's being replaced with a connection now off of Charleston and Grand Central Parkway, but Wall Street, as it is today, will disappear with the project.
Okay, if I can, again, Your Honor, through the mayor, I'm still a little confused. So we're going to do some side street work. That'll be local work, but is this going to be labeled because of federal funds a federal project is what my question is.
The way they'll put it out, it's a joint venture. We're partners in this. It's the RTC, it's NDOT, and the City of Las Vegas that are joined together to do this project. So it's considered a joint project. We're a cooperating member in this project.
Using those federal dollars
Using
to do
federal
the project.
And there's also some local gas tax money that's being involved for some of the local improvements, but the bulk of the money is federal money.
Well, and we're talking about other funding streams for other projects as well, so that may play. But, Your Honor, another question, if I may.
Yes.
Public hearing Wednesday, October 7th, today over at the Government Center.
Yes.
What are we looking at for programs or construction starts once all this goes through? Have you got anything?
Well, we're contingent upon funding, of course. We're looking to push quickly through design so that we can set right away and begin right away acquisition, utility relocation, and then construction will begin. So, in a very big umbrella, 5 years to construct.
Your Honor, if I can again. When do you plan on starting? Not how long will it take to construct?
That
what are we
process,
looking at for construction?
We're diligently working right now on completing the planning phase and moving into design. So it's occurring now.
So we're a couple of years away.
From
today?
From construction, you're asking me specifically?
When is the backhoe going to hit the ground?
That's what I wonder.
3 years. And that's significant to know because much of the discussion in today's council meeting has been about putting people to work and creating opportunities to go to work with American Recovery Reinvestment Act money, stimulus money, whatever. and that's significant for this council to be mindful of. So,
Right,
thank
and
you. Thank you.
along that line, I assume that you're going to use eminent domain.
If necessary, yes.
When are you going to start advising people that you're trying to acquire their property?
We of course talked to all the folks, and I think everyone has been notified. That is within the project area and is aware of the project.
What's the first phase?
The first phase will be setting up a relocation plan, and that's when folks will be notified after
Geographically, what's the first phase?
It'll be all the way from Rancho down to Spaghetti Bowl on 95, and from Spaghetti Bowl down to Sahara on 15.
No, you say you're doing it in parts. I'm asking, what's the first part?
Well,
the backhoe that the councilman's talking about, where's that going to drop? First.
It'll be the whole corridor that I just described.
Maybe I can explain a little bit better. It's within the project limits, but all they're doing is putting some express lanes in the middle. And so the first phase is put express lanes in the middle, kind of like what they're doing south of Sahara. Then the second phase will be they'll start widening to one side. The third phase they'll widen to the other side. So the first phase is within the entire project limits, but it's only working toward the middle of the freeway.
Maybe I'm asking this. When are they going to? Where will be the first place that they'll widen it?
Are you looking for? Are you asking specifically relative to right-of-way relocations?
Yes.
All right, there. I think I can get that. The first phase affects properties on the east side of 15 at Charleston. There are some properties immediately in the vicinity of that location. And then there's the triangle of property between MLK and 15, just south of Alta Bonneville. Those properties, most of those are actually cleared right now. Those will be acquired. And then there are some takes that'll be between the Spaghetti Bowl and Alta Bonneville on the west side there. Some takes there as well.
All right. Okay, I just wanted to. That's what I wanted to find out, where the first construction is going to take place.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, if I might ask, I just want to repeat this to make sure I'm accurate, because I will be at a meeting tonight that there'll be a lot of neighbors involved, and I know this question will come up. So you're saying that Phase 1 would be Rancho to the Spaghetti Bowl, and you'll be working on adding express lanes in the middle, similar to what we have now on Sahara. And then you're going to work on widening the sides of that Phase 1.
Well, I got asked this question, so I want to be clear too, so I don't want to start anything. When we work on 95, that is entirely in the median, and we're not doing any work outside of right-of-way. I know that's been a concern that's been expressed to me. So that facility on 95 is completely within the existing freeway corridor.
So is Phase 2 then widening it?
Phase 2 has to do with a lot of local road work. That includes widening of Charleston, the Okie-Wyoming grade separation, MLK Industrial Connector, and some widening of Alta Bonneville.
Are you going to be there tonight?
I certainly will.
Okay, well, I'm going to give you a fatherly word of advice. Okay?
I'll take it.
You better be very clear because these people are concerned. Some of them are scared, and they're going to want to have very simplistic, direct answers as to where and when certain things are going to be taking place. I'm giving you good advice there, or else the thing is going to unravel and you'll have a lot of angry citizens.
And Mayor, at the presentation tonight, there'll be a lot bigger exhibit boards that it's clear to point out to folks, here's what's being done first.
I'm just
we'll
saying
also have staff there, too.
It's very emotional with a lot of people.
We understand.
Now, some of those people, unfortunately, the neighborhood scheduled its meeting tonight and invited all the people that live around that Charleston area. And so I don't know if they'll be at yours. We're encouraging them to go for a little while anyway. But in any case, then what's Phase 3?
Phase 3 is the Charleston interchange, and essentially we're touching the Charleston interchange right now, but there's a fuller reconstruction that includes also widening of the freeway.
So if they ask me about what's going to happen at Charleston, what can I tell them?
That we're going to... I'll tell you what basically happens. There's the scissor ramps that kind of clog up with MLK, where MLK starts mixing in with the ramp. We're going to do away with those. And the B ramp, the Iron Horse Loop ramp, and this is in the near term, that goes away, and the interchange just operates like a regular diamond. I was asked by one of the Scotch 80s HOA representatives just last night. They said, well, what if I want to go westbound on Charleston coming from the south? I said, you just take a left turn like you're used to. I think the Iron Horse Loop, has had its, useful life, but it is confusing to most people. It's unusual. It's an unusual thing, and we're going to go back to something that's very simplistic. It's just like you see now. While we're taking away that B loop, we also have the slip ramp to make up for that, so that your connections down to the redevelopment area aren't diminished.
Will you be taking homes in what we call our Glen Heather area?
Eventually, we will.
You will, but you have notified them already.
They should be aware.
Okay, can you just tell me Phase 4?
Phase 4 is really all the southbound ramp work. There's a lot of, I don't know how to describe it better than ramp braids. It's where we grade separate the ramps so that the freeway doesn't clog up between entrances and exits.
When you say southbound ramp work, what ramp are you talking about?
Well, it's 95. The 95 ramp is proposed to extend and enter all the way south of Charleston, between Charleston and Sahara, whereas right now it comes in north of Charleston, or right after it meets up with 15. And what that we're hoping, we're convinced will do is really alleviate congestion on the freeway and provide better flow for everybody and safety.
And that probably will be coming towards the end of the 20 years.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the report, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to 86, which is R75, 2009, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvements Program agreement between the RDA and Hennessy's Las Vegas, Inc., doing business as Las Vegas Country Saloon, the participant located at 425 Fremont Street, to be in compliance with and furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 3, and we had the redevelopment item number 5 this morning, which was RA 17, 2009. So we can make it quick, Bill.
Bill Arndt, Acting Director, Office of Business Development. This is a VIP grant for the business known as Las Vegas Country and Saloon. The grant is for $42,691 and is for neon signage, painting, and a light fixture and control. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendations as well as Redevelopment Agency's recommendations for approval of this item, please, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, items 87 and 88, I'll call them both together. 87 is discussion and possible action regarding amendments to the bylaws of the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, the acronym of which is YNAP, Grant Review Board, and 88 is appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, YNAP Grant Review Board. Yes.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marty Toledo, Neighborhood Services, Kelly Woods, Neighborhood Services. Kelly will speak to that item if you have questions.
Woods?
We're ready to move forward. We just made some procedural improvements, and we're ready to appoint the board. We look forward to a good year, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. May I have a motion as to 87, please?
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. And 88 is appointment and reappointment of members to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board. The recommendation is appointment by the City Council. The Department of Neighborhood Services recommends the following appointments and reappointments. The appointments are for adult representatives Anthony Ruggiero, Nicole Wright, and the alternate would be Jocelyn Cortez. Youth representatives Irene De La Rosa, David Alexander Lopez, Alvin Kang, Mayra Pacheco, Emma Tagliaferri, Nicole Vigil, and the alternate is Clarissa Millard Pena. Reappointments are the adult representatives Elena Milano, Robin Munier, Gia Rodriguez, Michelle Thaxton, Donna Toussaint, Idolina Iturralde, and Patrick Dillon. I would so move. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 89 is appointment of members to the Community Development Recommending Board. The recommendation is by the Department of Neighborhood Services, reappointing Mike Aker, Ann Blue, Veria Davis Hogard, Debbie Kinsora, Pam Kowalski, Tom McGrath, Carmen LaShaw Miller, Devinder Pappas, Peggy Pound, Fatine Safula, and Phyllis McFadden. And new appointments would be Brian Paco Alvarez. Would you like to say anything in regard to that?
Tim Whitwright, Development Manager, Neighborhood Services. Only if the council has questions regarding the appointments.
Okay, good. Are there any questions concerning the appointments? Seeing none, then I would so move. Let's vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 90 is Bill number 2009-39, authorizing the issuance of general obligation limited tax medium-term bonds for the Main Street Parking Garage, Series 2009, and an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15 million. Councilman Anthony, do you wish to have that bill read?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2009-39, an ordinance designated by the short title 2009 Medium-Term Bond Ordinance, providing for the issuance of the City of Las Vegas of its registered negotiable and general obligation limited tax medium-term bonds, Main Street Parking Garage, Series 2009, in the aggregate principal amount not to exceed $15 million for the purpose of acquiring, constructing, equipping, and improving a parking garage at 500 South Main Street to be used for the Smith Center and other city properties, providing covenants and agreements and other details concerning the bonds, the project, and the general tax proceeds, ratifying action previously taken pertaining to the foregoing by the city and its officers and employees, and providing for other matters relating thereto.
And Councilman Anthony, I don't want to put you in a bind here. Do you have any problem moving for approval on that? All right, fine. Is that your motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 91, Bill 2009-40 is eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items 92 and 95, bills Z 2009-2 and 2009-41 through 2009-43 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, October 20th, 2009. Mr. Jervis, could you read those, please?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number Z 2009-2, an ordinance to amend the official zoning map atlas of the City of Las Vegas by changing the zoning designations of certain parcels of land and privately related matters. Bill 2009-41, ordinance to revise the hillside development standards and guidelines to reflect their applicability to non-residential development and privately related matters. Bill number 2009-42, an ordinance to amend the downtown Centennial Plan to allow certain alcohol-related uses within the Parkway Center District by means of special use permit and to privately related matters. And finally, Bill number 2009-43, an ordinance to temporarily allow the sale of used motor vehicles in town center without the requirement that the use be incidental to new vehicle sales and provide other related matters.
Thank you. Councilman Anthony, will you be available on October 20th?
Yes, sir.
Very good. And Councilman Barlow indicated that he would. So these two gentlemen are appointed to review the bills. The council meeting will be in recess. I'll try to do it fast. Let's try to get back here as close to 2 as possible. All right? I know it's rough, but I have so many council persons on diets, they won't be affected. Let's try our very best. If you're a little late, we'll understand. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We're here almost as close to 2 as we tried to be. Item 96 is any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 113, 14, and 15. A general plan amendment 34610, a rezoning 34611, and site development review 34612. Applicant Flotive Inc., owner, United States of America, 10.89 acres, located on the north side of Delray Avenue, approximately 900 feet west of Monte Cristo Way. The applicant would like that to be tabled. At this time, are there any other items you need to bring forward? Seeing none, you want to make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Councilman Barlow's back. Good. Item 97 through 105 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda items 97 through 105?
So moved, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Does anybody want to remove any items from 106 through 112?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to pull item 106 forward, please.
All right. Any of the others? All right. Then let me read these. Items 107 now through 112 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an applicant or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So we're removing 106. I'll start with 107, which is RQR 34974. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor LLC. The owner is ZJ&R Properties. Required review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 55-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3920 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. 108 is RQR 34975. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor LLC. The owner is GES Family LP. Required review of an approved special use permit, which allowed a 55-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign on the west side of the Orrin K. Gregson Highway, US 95, south of Vegas Drive. That's in Ward 1. Number 109 is RQR 35241. The applicant owner is Clear Channel Outdoor. Request for a required review of a previously approved variance, which allowed an 80-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2130 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. Number 110 is RQR 35242. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor LLC. The owners are Rourke Family LP. Request for a required review of a previously approved variance, which allowed a 65-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1716 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. Number 111 is RQR 35243. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor LLC. The owner is First Investments, Inc. Request for a required review of a previously approved variance, which allowed a 65-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2002 Highland Avenue in Ward 3. And 112 is RQR 35268. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner, WMC Roman numeral 3 Associates LLC. Required review of a previously approved rezoning, which allowed 5 existing off-premise signs on property bounded by US 95, I-15, and Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for all these items 107 through 112. They're public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on any of these items at the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, then I'll close the public hearing. Do I have a motion, please, to approve items 107 through 112?
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to call the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of these items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries, and we'll call 106. 106 is SUP 35049. The applicant is Tune and Lube Plus. The owner, Charleston Plaza. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,820 square foot auto repair garage minor at 1752 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I really appreciate Mr. Ryan coming here again today. This item was on one motion, one vote. At the last meeting, I had not had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Ryan. about this item, and I explained to Mr. Ryan when I finally met with him this past week, which I thoroughly enjoyed. I explained to Mr. Ryan the problems I'd had at this location. I had numerous encounters with the people that was supposed to be doing what he's going to be doing over there that they didn't do. And it was just a real heartache for the neighbors that lived in the area as well as the managers of the mall over there. This is at the Charleston Plaza Mall. I did meet with Mr. Ryan, like I stated. He is going to open up a minor garage and minor repair garage. He understands the conditions. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record, please?
John Ryan.
He understands the conditions. He also wanted to put a condition in there that he's going to be open from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, with the exception of Saturday. He wants to be open from 8 to 3, I believe. I'm not going to put any. I would, even on Sunday, if you want to open from 8 to 5 during the week and Sunday both, I don't have a problem with that at all. As long as you do what you're asked to do, I can just appreciate you going in there. We did hold up his business for about 2 months during the process. I apologize for that publicly.
4 months.
4 months. I did not intend for that to happen, and the system is the system, but it's terrible sometimes. But you do understand all the conditions. There'll be no cars parked outside. There'll be no motor change or anything like that.
Yes, I know.
With that said, Your Honor, this is a public hearing.
All right, folks, anyone want to be heard? A public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Mr. Ryan, I am prepared to tell you at this time that I'm going to make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions.
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, so that would be with the additional condition that the hours of operation shall be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
At this time, I'm prepared to offer you the opportunity to go back to your place of business and go to work right now.
Right now?
That's it.
Okay, I'm going.
Is that true, Miss Wheeler?
That is correct. And I need any paper or something like that?
Well, there is the business license, which will now go forward to be approved, so through the licensing division.
Well,
so go to work.
Mr. Rankin assured me that he would have everything
The SUP is effective
fixed.
now, yes, sir.
That
This is the final
you
action.
go back and go to work right now.
I can open. Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Very good.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. 116 through 119. 116 is VAR 32640. Request for variance to allow 119 parking spaces where 146 are required. 117 is VAR 33015. Request for variance to allow a 10-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require 132 feet and to allow a lot coverage of 82%, where 50% is the maximum permitted. 118 is SUP 32639. Request for special use permit for proposed senior citizen apartment complex with a waiver to allow apartments with a ground floor where none are permitted. Number 119 is SDR 32638. Request for a site development plan review for proposed 3-story, 44-foot-tall, 151-unit senior citizen apartment complex with 5,460 square feet of commercial space. These are all abeyance items. The applicant is Metropolitan Homes, and the owner is Asani Razia and Zarihan Ganay. The project is located on 2.16 acres adjacent to the west side of Decatur Boulevard, approximately 1,000 feet south of Lake Mead Boulevard. The Planning Commission recommends approval. The staff recommends denial for all these items. These items are in Ward 5. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Curran.
Your Honor, I'm Bill Curran with the Ballard Spire Law Firm, 100 City Parkway. I've just had a meeting with staff, and they have asked that we request this be held 2 weeks so that they can deal with some issues that have been discovered sort of at the last minute having to do with access and egress.
Okay, very good. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. I would like to, and thank you, Mr. Kern, for working with me. This has been a long time coming. We thought that we had the green light, and a last-minute item popped up on the radar, which we can't overlook. And so for that, I would move that we hold this item in abeyance for 2 weeks so that we can come back with this development in order before this council. And I would like to thank the Public Works Department for their due diligence on this item as well. That would be my motion at this time.
That's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
123 is SUP 34016, the special use permit, a public hearing. The applicant is Clear Wireless LLC. The owner is LXT4 LLC. What happened?
Who's that, sir?
Okay. Don't get excited. Nobody should be excited. Just relax. 120 through 122. 120 is VAR 34008. Request for variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is the minimum required and to allow a residential adjacency setback of 20 feet where 57 is required. 121 is SUP 34006. Request for a special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment. Number 122 is SDR 34010. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,018 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps and a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer on a portion of the south and west perimeter where 8 feet is the minimum required and to allow a waiver of the building placement and orientation standards. These are all abeyance items. The applicant owner is America West Petroleum. The owner is FAM Capital LLC, and the project is located on 0.58 acres at the southwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Valley View Boulevard. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on all these items. These items are in Ward 1. These are public hearings, which I now declare open. Ms. Stewart?
Good afternoon, Lucy Stewart, 2211 Rampart. And since this item was heard at the Planning Commission, we have made several changes. We did meet with Councilwoman Tarkanian, who expressed concern about the design. So I'll just point out real quickly the changes that were made. The building went from, it was a 2,900 square foot building. It's now a 2,400 square foot building. And the effect of that is basically made the building become narrower because Councilwoman Tarkanian expressed a concern about sort of the circulation, the distance from the street to the canopies, not only now, but in the after condition when the additional right-of-way is going to be taken for the right turn lane on Sahara onto Valley View. By also doing that, we're able to shift the canopy further south, and so now the pumps are over 33 feet from the new property line, where previously it was 21 feet. Landscaping is shown at now 23 feet along Sahara, and then once the right-of-way is taken for the right turn lane, there'll now be 8 feet of landscaping, where before there'd be 0. And we also eliminated, there was a driveway showing a connection to the alley back here. We eliminated that and added additional landscaping. And I think we added some additional landscaping on the site too, which I think that's another thing you requested. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions, Ms. Stewart? All right, folks, a public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
I'm going to move fast because I know you got a big day. But anytime you have planning...
Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Abner.
Thank you.
I'm taking Mr. McGovern, say whatever. But anyway, when you're planning and staff together come together on something, all three of them is in denial. So whatever it is, if you pass it or not, whatever, but they must be, I want you to look at something. That's all I'm trying to say before you make a final decision. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else would like to be heard? All right, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I'd like to speak that we did meet with different members of staff and ask if this would be applicable and would work well on the corner. They would prefer that the building itself be closer to the main street and that we had a little more room for the cars, but we can't get perfection on either side. This is where we had to have the compromises. It's a corner now that does not look good at all. It's got trash. It looks run down. I'd like to state for the public, to those who have sent some comments to me, that we're not changing what's there. We're not adding a service station. We're only updating it, and we'll make it look much better than it is now. And we will have some landscaping there, which I think will be very pleasing, especially along Charleston. So I move to approve with all conditions.
Okay.
And have some really nice landscaping. They don't get much of that on Charleston. We're hoping that Margot gets her whole tree canopy down there soon, but that might be a while.
I think if you see the plans, we are showing landscaping. Of course, this will be the part that'll stay in this back here. Once the additional right-of-way is taken,
Yes.
we'll do our best to make it look nice.
And they're improving the store and everything like that. That's important because it looks very run down now, and that helps everybody.
Right, and you misspoke yourself. It's one Sahara, which is the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No
I meant
problem.
Sahara, yes.
Yeah, I knew what you meant because
We
I
have the
passed it
same
every day.
problem on Charleston for that distance on our two major thoroughfares, and so it's good to have it on Sahara. Thank you very much.
Very good. Okay, may I have a motion, please?
Move to approve with all conditions.
Okay, that's on item 120. Let's vote, please. Post, please. Motion carries. 121. 121. Councilman, 121. And
Move to approve with all conditions.
thank you. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. And 122, please.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Very
If I
good.
may, Mayor
Yes.
and Councilwoman, we have some changes on this due to the change in the plans, if I may
Yes.
make a
Yes,
suggestion.
please.
Condition number 3 will be amended to reference that the site plan, landscape, floor plan, and building elevations are pursuant to the plan submitted 9/17/09. 2 additional conditions, that the convenience store shall not exceed 2,400 square feet in size, and that a revised site plan depicting all parking on-site shall be submitted to the Planning and Development Department prior to or at the time of submittal for building permit.
Ms. Stewart, is that agreeable?
Yes, sir.
You want to identify yourself, sir? For the record, you want to state your name?
Sure. Ken Ballard, Susanna Rutter Architect, 1950 East Warm Springs.
And who are you representing?
I'm here on behalf of the client as well. Regarding the condition about the 2,400 square feet, is it possible that that language changes to read that it depicts the square footage represented on sheet Q11, which was plan submitted on 9/17? I believe it's under 2,400 square feet, but just, I think it's 2,435. 2,400 is the prototype name.
We can delete that and go with the 9/17/09 plans, and then we do need the revised plan so that we have the square footage and the parking matching.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right. So with that amendment, is that your motion, Councilwoman?
Yes, that's my motion, and we're looking forward to having you on Sahara,
Very good.
and with lots of amenities. Thank you.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much.
You're welcome. 123 is SUP 34016. This is special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Clear Wireless LLC, the owner LXT4 LLC. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a special use permit for a proposed 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design, monopalm, approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. Shane Hennessy, York, 7030 Smoke Ranch Road, here on behalf of the applicant Clear Wireless. The project before us today, in this item, is a proposal for an 80-foot wireless communication facility designed to resemble a palm tree. The idea is for Clear Wireless to have 3 antennas, 1 antenna per sector, and 3 microwave dishes, 1 antenna per sector, located at the top of the facility. Center line of antennas about 75 feet, and this facility would be available for co-locations by others if other carriers in the future deemed this was a justifiable location for them. We've looked at a lot of different options in the past. Thank you for your patience in consistently delaying this application. As we've looked at a lot of different alternatives, other aesthetic designs, other heights, But at this point in time, we're bringing forward the 80-foot communication facility.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, it's a public hearing.
Name Hodge, real quick. It said denial and approval. I mean, you know, they mixed again. And I admit these towers, they say they've torn, they put palm trees on them and all that kind of stuff. Well, I'm just saying, I know the future depends on a lot of communications. But at the same time, I'm just saying it is split, so you got another decision. Thanks.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I did speak with the gentleman here and tell him that I would be moving for denial on this item. The reasoning is that this is an area where we believe redevelopment is going to occur that will be excellent for that area, and we did not feel that it would be good to have a cell or anything else like that where we might cause some problems as far as what eventually will be as a representative of that area. I'd like to say that, however, even if it were not that, we would not move to approve the palm tree. You're talking about what you have there. You're talking about a mall area that we're trying to upgrade. You're talking about additional co-locators that might be put on there. So I move for denial.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. 124 is SUP 34859. Abeyance item. Special use permit. Public hearing. Applicant is Fun City Motel. The owner is Chetak Development Corporation. Request for a special use permit for proposed tavern with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 20 feet where 1,500 feet is required from a similar use at 2233 Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Justin Michaels, 9901 Covington Cross Drive. We'd just actually like to thank Councilman Reese and his staff, as well as the city attorney, for helping us write these conditions. I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, a public hearing if somebody would like to be heard.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Duplain, and I'm the manager of the Holiday House Motel, which is right directly next door, practically, to Fun City. My question is this. I'm curious as to where exactly is this tavern going to be? They're saying that there was a similar use permit right now at 2233. That is the address of Fun City. Now, where is this tavern going to be? Is it going to be into the empty store lot that's at 2301?
Are you able to
Where is there a similar use?
There's an SUP for a liquor store, which is located at 2301 here.
Has that been approved? Is that what we're talking about now?
No. Right now we're talking about a tavern site, which would actually be right here, if you can see.
And that is going to be in the lobby of the Fun City Motel?
Would be replacing.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, does the Fun City Motel have to have a liquor license for this to be in there?
Yes, sir. I believe it would be the tenant who would be going before to get that.
Has that been acquired?
Wait. We don't do it that way.
I'm sorry.
Do it through me, and then he can respond, please.
Yeah, those are just some questions that we have, because you're talking about putting a tavern in the lobby of a motel. The lobby is not even as big as the lobby at our motel. So I'm curious, is there going to be booths in there? Is there going to be seating? Who's going to be tending this bar? Is it going to be the desk clerks?
Are you able to answer those questions?
I can.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Wonder what they want to do. The only license only permit we could give them was a tavern license. Now, if it was a regular tavern with a 20-feet variance, there's no way I'd ever approve it. I also have a little bit of heartburn about setting a precedent where we have a 1,500-foot distance separation, and we're going 20 feet, but this is on Las Vegas Boulevard, number one. And all they want to do is going to be a daiquiri dispenser with beer and wine and a couple of tables for people to come in off the street, have in the heat of the summer, have a daiquiri and or a beer or a glass of wine. There won't be any slot machine, anything like that. We're going to condition it such that's all they can put in there. It's not going to be a full-blown tavern at all. And yes, it is going to be in the lobby at the Fun City, but it's just going to be half of it.
Okay, so then they will be using regular bartenders, and they will be having health cards and everything else that goes along with it.
I would certainly assume so.
Okay, well,
There won't be any bottles of alcohol that you can see on the counter, except maybe a glass of wine or something. They're not going to have whiskey and beer and or rum and all that other stuff up there on the counter. It's a pre-mixed daiquiri machine that's going to be sitting there. The person will just come over there like getting a Slurpee out of 7-Eleven. They'll just and serve it to the patrons who's walking up and down the sidewalk or something.
and is there going to be any restrictions as to how many people can be in there at one time, as to how much?
The fire department will take care of that, yes.
Well, our major problem is this. For years we put up with the Red Fez and then the Ram's Head, and these types of, things for people walking in off of the street. We have enough problems there now as it is. If you check and see how many times we have to call the police because of the drug dealing and stuff that goes on the street, which we try to control by calling and, trying to get rid of that particular element. And so we're just, don't care to have that type of problem once again so close to our establishment.
Well, again, ma'am, this is Las Vegas Boulevard, and it's not going to impact, I don't believe, the neighbors at all. In fact, I would assume that maybe a lot of your customers in your motel may go there and get them a daiquiri or a beer or something on a hot day. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Okay. Well, these are just some questions that we wanted to have answered.
No problem.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you
no
very
problem.
much.
Anytime. Anybody else like to be heard? Let me ask, who's our city attorney here? Mr. Lewis? Or does Mr. Truesdale have any interest in this?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Okay, he is my appointment to the Planning Commission, and we have a long-standing friendship. Does that?
If you feel that your independence of judgment is somehow compromised as a result.
No, I don't.
Okay, then you're able to vote on this item.
Okay, fine. All right.
Just for the record, Your Honor, they do have to acquire a liquor license. They have not yet applied for that liquor license, as far as I know.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I never really talked about the hours. What kind of hours are you proposing at this use at this location?
All right. It's contingent upon seeing what the demand for business, but I would assume probably, start mid-morning to when the traffic would fall off, which I believe is around midnight. But, would be...
Well, I'm going to condition it then from 10 o'clock in the morning until midnight, and I'm going to put a 3-month review at this location to see if we need to amend anything, if we have to make any changes, if that would be all right.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion for approval with the condition that the tavern SUP is limited to the service of beer, wine, and all other alcohol must be served in conjunction with drinks from a frozen cocktail machine. And the second condition would be 10 o'clock until midnight daily.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Wheeler?
If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned you wanted the review.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and also having a 3-month review at this location.
So that would be a 3-month review after the issuance of the liquor license at this location. And did you want the review at the City Council?
Yes. The young lady has some definite questions. I think she should have the right to come here.
Then that would be at a public hearing at the City Council.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If I could, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
I'm not sure when they're going to apply for the liquor license, but will the location be ready to go once the liquor license is acquired? 3 months may be kind of short, so.
It would be after the issuance of the business license for the liquor license.
If they get their liquor license next week, then it'll be 3 weeks from then, or 3 months from then. If they get it first of the year, it'll be 3 months from the time they get their liquor license.
Correct.
Very good. That's the motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 125 is RQR 35347. Required review of public hearing. The applicant owner is Mario Pena. Required review of a previously approved special use permit for an auto repair garage minor with service bay doors facing the right-of-way at 1550 North Rancho Drive in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. This is a public hearing. Mr. Garcia.
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110.
Pleasure to be before you on this item. I'm not going to go through all the photographs we have to show the before and after condition unless you want. We've been and appreciate Councilman Barlow's working with us to try and make this project work, not only as it was originally designed and proposed when we were with you on the special use permit, but it's come to our attention that there's some concern about the storage of the tires in the rear of the building up against the residential. So what this plan depicts is an area to the north where we put in an enclosure to store the tires along the north side of the building along Vegas Drive, and we basically do that so that not only does it accommodate the building as designed today, but we also had a phase 2 expansion that we depicted so that this tire storage area will also be large enough to accommodate the future building expansion as well. So all the tires will be stored here. There will be no tire storage in the rear of the building whatsoever. And I'd be happy to go through any of the details that the council would like.
All right. Are there any questions, Mr. Garcia? Folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard.
I'm going to be real quick on this ball. I had this up once before and had to bring it back, whatever. With the denial, it's your baby. And so, it's your call.
All right. Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Anthony Hodges. Sorry about that.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Mr. Garcia, thank you for working with me and your client as well in regards to this development. There are some things that we talked about previously in regards to the conditions. I see that the landscape is in and it's looking nice, and I appreciate that. Can you speak to the repaving of the parking lot as well as the signage? Because as I see it today, the signage, there's a pole still remaining that's vacant. And give me some clarity as it relates to which sign will remain. Will it be the taller one? Will it be the shorter one? But one of them has to go.
Okay. Well, the sign is on order, and I can show you that. And I believe it's the taller one as soon as I find the exhibit. But the sign has been designed and is on order. We are waiting for the outcome of this, obviously, before taking delivery of that sign.
And while you look for the signage, can you just speak to the repaving of the parking?
At this juncture, there's no anticipated repaving, but we can do the basically what you call like the smog surfacing, the fog surface of it, where you basically go back and reseal the property. And that's basically
such
all.
Such as a slurry seal?
I'm not sure of the technical, but it's basically, when you look at it, it gets that nice dark color. It looks like it's basically been resurfaced.
Right.
So that would be, that we would certainly be capable and agree to do that.
Okay. Then I would like for you to agree to that and add that as one of the conditions. As a matter of fact, it's already a part of the March 4th, 2009 condition.
Here's the picture of the signs that you're talking about, Councilman, as they exist today. The sign that's on order, you can see depicted here, basically replaces the taller sign that's currently empty at this point, and that's basically the new sign to fill in that void.
Will the smaller sign go away?
Not to my knowledge that it's going away. As far as I know, at this point, it was intended to remain. But we haven't had any discussion regarding that, so that would be something new that we haven't talked about at this point. I'm sorry.
Margot, question for you. The two signs, how does that work as far as planning is concerned?
If I may, Mayor and Councilman,
yes. They're like 3 feet apart from one another.
Right, and we only show the one, or A1, on the site plan.
Well, then my question becomes, are either one of those signs licensed by the city?
Right, and that's what I'm trying to think as quickly as I can. If we require a sign plan for the site, that would allow us the opportunity to do that research, determine what is legal there, what is not, and then allow them signage that would meet code.
Okay, then I would like to do that because one of those signs, to my knowledge, is not licensed by the city. And I'm not sure if it's the taller or the shorter one.
Right. A sign plan shall be submitted to the city within 30 days for review and approval,
Okay.
would be the proposed condition.
Mr. Garcia?
That's acceptable, Mayor, members of council. We'd agree to that condition. I couldn't stand before you today and tell you whether any of them, which ones, or if any, or all are legal.
Right. Okay, and number two, outside storage. The last time you came before this council, I emphatically asked that tires not be stored higher than the fence on the eastern portion of the property line adjacent to the residential parcel. And last week was when I identified those tires being taken down lower. From March 4th until last week, March 4th of this year until last week, those tires were above the fence line, which I was okay with as long as they stayed below, but they remained above. And so at this point, I am not in support of any outside storage of tires, with the exception of the plan that you have shared with me that you have brought before this council. So I would like for you to explain that case.
Certainly, Councilman Mayor. The condition that exists out there, I can only, I can't say that I've been out there every day, but on 3 occasions I went by to make personal inspections. And after it came to my attention originally that had occurred on 1 occasion, and since then I had noticed that the tires were always below. So I'm sure that there's an occasion here that the councilman's absolutely correct where they've gone above.
Well, to
eliminate that.
Well, let me say this, Mr. Garcia. I drive past this store every day. You drive past the store only when it's brought to your attention. I see it every day. So I'm very aware of what's going on at this location.
Yeah, absolutely, not questioning that. So my suggestion and the solution that we proposed here is to eliminate that problem entirely, to basically eliminate and add a condition, if you will, no storage of tires in the rear of the building, or in this case, technically it's the side, but it looks like the rear to all of us. And then at the same time to provide a tire enclosure that will basically be the only place where those storage of those tires can occur, those that are basically currently in the back or side of the building.
Inside of a closed container?
They're inside of we basically build an enclosure. It would be a concrete block, and that's where the tires would go. It would be similar to a trash enclosure.
Now, let me ask you this question. Is this in replace of Phase 2? Because when you came before the council in March, you mentioned a Phase 2 where they were going to build a second story to store the tires. So is this going to be a temporary? Is this going to be a permanent? Are we replacing one for the other?
We currently still have, as depicted on the plan that I've provided, does still indicate a Phase 2 addition. At this point, this is not to replace Phase 2. We still intend to go forward with Phase 2.
So in essence, this is a quasi-temporary fix for the time being until Phase 2 come into play?
Correct. This is basically to solve the immediate problem that's been brought to our attention.
Now, Margot, back to you. As far as the outside storage, I'm not sure how that plays within the city's code. So you're going to have to provide some understanding.
There is no outside storage allowed on any C1 property, and this is a C1 property.
Okay.
So, period, dot, there is no outside storage. They are proposing to build what they're calling as a tire enclosure, which is acceptable. This action is an RQR, so there's no Phase 2 that's part of any approval today. This is merely a review of a previous approval.
Correct.
Where they have a lot of non-compliant issues, and that's what you're attempting to do is get that correction. This plan shows the tire enclosure, but again, no outside storage allowed anywhere in C1.
Councilman?
Yeah, I'm stumped on this one, Mayor, because the only place for them to store tires is up against the residential property, and I'm not going for that at all. because, and I say this not out of spite, but due to the fact that, Mayor, if you can recall when the tires caught on fire from the, it wasn't the NASCAR, what was it, downtown?
It was the speedway that we had downtown, yes.
Right. You remember on Main Street
Yeah.
and Bonanza when the
Yeah.
tires caught on fire about a year and a half or so
Yeah.
ago? That concerns me because there are hundreds of tires stored on the back wall of this facility, which is only about 2 feet off of the residential property to the east of it. And should these tires go up in flame, it's taking the house out. And so I'm not going for that at all. So I'm not sure. I may just have to hold this again, Mr. Garcia, and I apologize, but we have to work out how, in fact, your client is going to be able to store these tires appropriately that meets the city's code. And I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do that
We're certainly
today.
Certainly, Mayor and Councilman, willing to continue this item to make that certain that you're comfortable. But just to answer your question, we're taking the tires basically from the area. We can go to the overhead. The residential is where basically back here where my thumb is. Tires are currently stored at basically the rear of the building, technically the side yard here. We would be moving them into they're currently not in an enclosure that we're talking about designing here. We would put them in a permanent enclosure or temporary, as you described, pending the future addition. That enclosure would be made out of concrete blocks so that we wouldn't have so if it were made out of a normal building materials and the tires caught fire, it would spread to the building. This way we'll keep it contained so that doesn't occur.
Okay.
We've moved it away from the residential wall.
Right. This is what we're going to do, Mr. Garcia, for the sake of this council's time. I'm going to hold this item, and we're going to sit down again, being that this design has just come before us. This new concept has just come before us, and in all fairness to planning and development and the city's code, I want to hold this item for, what do you think, Margot, 2 weeks? You think we should be able to get it done in 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to hold it for 2 weeks to see what we can do to come back with a more acceptable storage plan. That'll be my motion at this time, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Mayor Council, thank you.
Okay. Items 126, 127, 128. 126 is ZON 35382, request for rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial to C2 General Commercial. 127 is ZON 35383, request for rezoning from M Industrial and CM Commercial Industrial to C2 General Commercial. And 128 is SDR 35417, request for site development plan review for proposed 310,000 square foot parking garage with 675 spaces and 4,430 square feet of retail with a waiver of the Downtown Centennial Plan development standards regarding non-compatible exterior walls. The applicant is the City of Las Vegas and the owners of the City of Las Vegas and the Regional Transportation Commission. The projects are located at 500 South Main Street and 400 South Main Street, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of all three items. These items are in Ward 3. The public hearings, which are now open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Michael Vojevich, representing the City of Las Vegas Public Works, 400 Stewart Avenue. I'm here to answer any questions and to state, that we are intending on complying with all of the staff's conditions.
Very good. Any questions, Mr. Vojevich?
Just a question. Do you have a rendering of what we're going to be building over there, please?
We have a mass drawing which shows the building massing. Because we're doing this as a design-build project, we want to give some latitude to the design builders to come back with their proposals that we will end up taking into consideration in our final selection of that design-build team. So I do have that.
Thanks for putting that on the record, though.
And that's the parking garage we talk about all the time. That is a garage. Okay. Public comment, folks?
The name is Anthony Hodges. That's beautiful. Only reason I'm questioning right now is it belongs to the city, so whatever y'all do, do it right, okay? Thanks.
Farlow?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I think I had asked this before, but I want to make sure on it. in regards to the 2020 master plan, where we're going to have high density downtown, are some of these parking spaces going to be available for monthly rentals for the people that own down there? So when these high-rise, or when the density comes, we're not confronted with a lot of little lots scattered around. That's my thing. And I think they said at one time that this was going to have some monthly rentals.
Does anybody have the answer to that? I don't.
I can kind of make a stab at it, I believe. Mr. Farrell, this is going to be used for hopefully the new city hall, as well as, on that property where we're going to build the city hall, there's going to be some other, hopefully, commercial type uses as well as residential facilities. It's also going to be used for events at the new Performing Arts Center on the other side of the railroad tracks. They are planning on building a walkover or an escalator type overpass over the railroad tracks, leading to the parking garage to the Performing Arts Center.
Well, Councilman Reese, let me ask you this then. We really desperately need
parking.
A large parking. At one time, we were in discussion about a parking garage by the Moran office.
Absolutely. The developer went south on his development of had that property. He was going to help build the garage. When the need is there, then we'll have to look at it. Because of the construction of the Performing Arts Center, we more or less promised them that we would build this garage so they have a place to park the performers and the people that go to the performances at the Performing Arts Center. So it's going to be a multi-use, yes. Hopefully we'll be able to fill it up and be able to rent some of the spaces.
Well, I would ask the council then to keep in mind the 2020 master plan, because we really need to see that parking garage, in the coming years. By that Moran office building, we really need to some time.
We're definitely aware of that, and everything we're doing even over and around the Arts District, we are looking at providing adequate parking. But as the mayor alluded to many times, we want to have parking garages strategically located so people can walk from one location to another and use those facilities in between.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you. Come down.
Anybody else like to be heard? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Yes, Your Honor. On these items, Mario, is there any other conditions we have to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. On item 126, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff recommendation for approval with all conditions, please.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And also on item 127, the same motion.
Please vote. Opposed?
And item 128, I make a motion for approval following Planning Commission staff recommendation
Motion
with all
carries.
conditions.
Okay. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Items 129 and 130. 129 is VAR 35381. Request for variance to allow 18 parking spaces where 26 parking spaces are required for proposed government facility at fire station. And 130 is SDR 35380. Request for site development plan review for proposed 7,600 square foot government facility at fire station. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. The project is located at southeast corner of Stella Lake and Mount Moriah Drive. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on both items. These items are in Ward 5. These are public hearings which are now declared open. Mr. Tallman.
Sam Tolman, Architecture Project Manager for Public Works. I'm here to represent the owner, 400 East Stewart, and we agree with all staff's recommendations.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Tallman? Folks, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard.
Is this going to be a fire station?
Fire
Is that what it's going to be? Hurry up and build it.
Anybody else want to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This is an item that has been long awaited for. We had a neighborhood meeting, and neighbors came out, residents came out to actually see the new fire station, the latest fire station in the historical West Las Vegas community. As you can see, the fire station is a very attractive fire station, which I'm very pleased about, and also the perimeter landscaping plan that will be in place will only enhance the Enterprise Park. In 1984, the Millard Fire Station came offline, to my understanding, and since then, no other fire station. We replaced the old Miller Fire Station. Fire Station number 56, which was in North Las Vegas, serviced the historical West Las Vegas community, and since then, with the expansion of North Las Vegas, they've moved their fire station, I believe, on the north side of Craig, to my understanding. And so with that, it left a donut hole in the middle of this particular area of the community. And I want to thank Fire Services, the City Manager's Office, and this council for blessing us with the opportunity of having a fire station in this area so that the residents will have adequate response times for the calls for service. So with that, I want to thank the residents for coming out in support of it, and I want to thank the Fire Services Department for their due diligence with bringing us an attractive fire station that will service the needs of the fabulous residents here in Ward 5. So with that being said, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
All right, that's on 129. Let's vote. Post.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Motion carries. Not through yet. 130.
The most important piece, Claire. All right, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions.
Please vote.
Thank you, sir.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck. 131 is SUP 35154, special use permit. The applicant is Boca Fashion Village Pizzeria. The owner is Boca Fashion Village LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,658 square foot supper club within a former restaurant at 750 Rampart Boulevard in Suite Number 7. This is in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, or good afternoon. Meredith Simmons of the Moran Law Firm, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. On behalf of Grimaldi's Pizza, basically our client requests a special use permit to have outdoor seating, the permanent outdoor seating, similar to the other restaurants within the shopping center. It would be 10 tables that seats approximately 34 people. And it's similar to something along the lines of Gordon Beer, Chacona Grill, or Cheesecake Factory, which are in the same shopping center.
Okay. Any questions of the young lady? Councilor Wilson?
For the record, I haven't eaten at any of those places you mentioned in about 90 days. I'm going a little crazy.
Well, why don't you help yourself to a butter
Oh,
bigger?
come on. Leave me alone. You're just jealous. Margot, we are here for a special use permit for a proposed supper club. The request that council made about the outdoor seating, does that have to do with the supper club request? I mean, the outdoor seating element of it?
Mayor and Councilman, the supper club aspect has to do with the relationship of the sale of food to the sale of alcohol. It has to do with separating the uses. With regard to the seating is part of the analysis with regard to
The ratio.
Yes, and with regard to parking, but it is not per se an issue of the supper club use itself.
Okay. My motion is for approval. Welcome to Ward 2. This is a great area for Ward 2 constituents to visit. A lot of the restaurants you mentioned are great eateries, so welcome to Ward 2. My motion is for approval.
Thank you. Before we vote on that, it's a public hearing. If anyone wants to be
Real quick, I just want to, my name is Anthony Harlan. I just want to jump on him, man. It's a beautiful project, which I just picking at you, okay? Wonderful.
You're always picking on me.
Watch.
Okay. Anybody else want to be heard before we vote? All right. We've heard the motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 132 is SUP 35176, special use permit. Public hearing. The applicant is Loka N. Mishra. The owner is Andrew S. Fonfa. Request for special use permit for a beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment within an existing restaurant at 3641 West Sahara Avenue. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is anybody here on behalf of Loka N. Mishra? Okay. Councilwoman, what's your pleasure? Councilwoman, what's your pleasure? There's nobody here on behalf of the applicant.
Move to approve.
Okay. Public hearing, folks, if anybody would like to speak to this. All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's a motion. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 133 is SUP 35196, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Clear Wireless LLC. The owner is Public Storage Fund, Roman numeral 4. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 60-foot wireless communication facility, stealth design, flagpole at the northeast corner of East Charleston Boulevard and Shiloah Drive. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again. Shane Hennessy, York 7030 Smoke Ranch Road, here on behalf of the applicant Clear Wireless. This is a proposal for a 60-foot stealth communication facility. It is a slimline pole with all antennas mounted inside the canister. It is designed as a flagpole currently. The use surrounding this facility is a self-storage unit. The location for this project is actually within the buildings. So there's a gap between two of the self-storage units, gap between two buildings, and so we are occupying vacant space for this location. It is currently designed as a single carrier facility with the opportunity for future co-locations by others if they should also feel that it's an appropriate location.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Hennessy?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a plot plan of the property?
I do.
Excuse me.
So this is the overall facility. The location, the main entrance for all storage purpose to access the units is here at the front. This is the building for the self-storage rentals and such, packaging, locks, boxes, whatever they sell in the front area. These are all buildings with units for rent in this area. Currently at the northeast corner is an existing communication facility. We originally looked to co-locate on that facility, but it is structurally, it's not structurally sound, so we couldn't look at that site. So we went, as I mentioned before, down 435 feet to the southwest of that facility and went in between two buildings, which have self-storage units.
So why couldn't you tear the one down and build this one here down there? I don't want to have the two locations that close together on the same property.
The existing site is a much older site. There's one carrier that's present there. This is going to offer us greater height to provide better coverage in the area.
And more providers.
And it is co-locatable for other carriers.
What's to the, I guess it would be to the east in that vacant piece of property there, or that piece of property where your entrance is?
This here, it's another use. It's not our parcel. I believe it's a gas station.
This is not your parcel either.
This is not our subject parcel. Yeah. We've looked at a lot of options in this area, and one of our other proposals in the past was to try to add antennas to a self-storage.
My problem is having two of these on the same piece of property.
Okay. We've looked at a lot of different options in the area.
I'm not aware of any other options you've tried.
Okay. As I mentioned before, the reason that we came forward with this location is because the existing site that's to the far northwest, pre-existing site, Sprint is present there.
Well, I went down and looked at this site here. It looked to me like there's plenty of other locations that you could put this rather than have it this close to the residents.
As it's to the west, well, to the north, we're 457 feet from residential.
That's too close.
To the south, we're 282 feet.
That's too close.
To the east, we're 308 feet.
That's too close.
And to the west, we are 60 feet, but the according to, and I don't want to put words into the staff's mouth, but they said that's not a protected parcel. The use present is not a protected use for the residential adjacency standards.
May not be for staff, it might be for the councilman. I would have a hard time approving this item. We have one provider that's already there. Apparently they made no attempt to co-locate at that location, and I am not going to put these wirelesses on 4 or 5 on a piece of property. So on this item, Your Honor, I understand Planning Commission staff recommended approval. My motion is going to be for denial. I don't think it's compatible. I think it'd be other locations to put this tower. I just don't like where it's at. So
can I request to hold it for a month to look at different options? So that way we can,
call for the vote, please.
Okay.
And if I may, just for the record, staff recommendation was denial on this, just so we have it on the record.
It says in my book, staff recommends approval.
Yes, the official record says the staff recommends approval. No, mine says approval.
Staff is
I'm
denial.
going by this book right here that everybody else gets to see. This goes out to the people I talk to.
133, staff recommends.
123.
133.
Oh, 133.
133, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission approval.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry. My apologies,
That's correct.
staff. I appreciate it
That's
very
correct.
much. Anyhow, I'm going to follow the Planning Commission or the staff's recommendation for denial of this item.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, there's been a request to recall 123. 123 is SUP 34016. This is a special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is Clear Wireless LLC. The owner is LXT4 LLC. This is an appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for special use permit for a proposed 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design, the monopole, approximately 560 feet north of Meadows Lane and approximately 530 feet east of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Yes, Councilwoman Tarkanian, do you wish to reconsider?
Yes, I would, please.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I worked for about 6 months with a gentleman in trying to find alternative places. I know how Councilman Reese feels about that, and I thought we had come up with some good ones. But looking at all of this, in order to get hopefully a win-win situation, I would move to obey this for 30 days, and then we'll try one more time.
Okay. Thank
Very
you.
good. That's the motion.
Thank you.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I think I'm up to 134. Is that right? 134 is SUP 35224, special use permit, public hearing. The applicant is House of Vino, the LLC. The owner is Teton Durango 2008 LLC. Request for a special use permit for accessory packaged liquor off sale within a proposed 2,510 square foot convenience store at 8053 North Durango Drive, Suite 160. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Your Honor, Council. Dave Etter, 777 East Courts Avenue, Sandy Valley, Nevada. I'm representing the applicant who is with me today, Jeremiah Boucher.
Jeremiah Boucher, 8965 Southeastern.
Very good.
What we're proposing is an upscale, I don't want to say convenience store, but it has to be classified as a convenience store simply on square footage. It's actually a mini market. We're planning to put the convenience store right over here on the corner of Ackerman and Durango. It'll be in the shaded area here in that shopping center. The shopping center we're putting it into, we hope to, butts up against another shopping center. So from Ackerman over to Grand Teton, it's all commercial on the frontage there of Durango. The building is up currently, and those are some of the photos of it, along with showing the landscaping. Excuse me. It's a very, very nice location, and what we're planning to do, or hope to be able to get approval here today, is to be able to provide a small section of 8.5% of the total square footage dedicated to beer, wine, and liquor. Along with it, we'll also have a deli. It will also have dairy products, same products that a lot of the convenience stores do have, but the difference is we'll be bringing in fresh bakery products on a daily basis and have the deli to go along with it. It will be all imported meats and things that will be help complementing the area. We've had gone around and canvassed the area. Actually, Mr. Boucher did himself. And out of the area here, within the quarter of a mile, which he also went beyond that, we've got 74, I believe it was, approvals. We had 17 people that weren't too happy with it, but I also have 6 pages here. We only listed 74 on here because in some households there's more than one person that said that they wanted it, and we have also the 17 that said that they did not want it. We'd be happy to turn this in so that you guys
If
can
you'd be
have
kind
that for
enough to
record.
hand it to the clerk, we'll make that part of the record, and perhaps you could hand that up to Councilman Ross. Oh, okay, very good.
We were originally hoping to be able to open 24 hours, but in discussions with the neighborhood, we've decided to go ahead and cut back the hours, and we'd like to propose a 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 5 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Any other issues you want to bring to our attention?
There's no other issues that I'm aware of at this point.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Eder? Okay, or Mr. Boucher? All right. It's a public hearing, folks, if anyone would like to be heard. Okay, go ahead, please. Just give us your name, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lisa Mayo DeRiso, 8322 Jeeves Circle, here representing Northwest Residents for Responsible Growth. We would have had...
If I could.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo, do you live in this area right here that they outlined?
I do not, and Mr. Boucher does not live in this area.
But he's a paid registered lobbyist. Are you a paid registered lobbyist?
No, I am a neighborhood activist. I live up in the Northwest. We work on a lot of different issues. We've also walked the neighborhood, and I don't believe that people that are working as activists out there that I go to this area, the Retro Bakery I drive to, I go to Rosati's. There's a swim school next to it that my children have taken swim lessons at. So just because I don't live there doesn't mean I don't travel there. And I think and I don't have to be a registered lobbyist to represent a community.
Are you getting any compensation at all?
I never get any compensation. You've asked me this every year for 20 years, Councilor Reese, and the answer is no.
Why you go out of your way to go out and
why do I go out of my way? Because I think the quality of life in our community is important. Because the Northwest, I've lived up there, it's important to us. And because if it wasn't for people like me, we would not stand up here and show you the complete inconsistencies with this application. Because I think that people that really do care about their community look at the entire scope of the Northwest and what happens in the Northwest. If you're aware of this, this application was in the Providence community, which I will cover in my presentation. And through the neighborhood efforts and through our efforts, that application was withdrawn. This is the same application. They've come across the freeway to make the same application, and I think this neighborhood deserves the same representation we had in the Providence area, which we did help those people in Providence.
Well, I certainly respect what you're saying.
Thank you.
But there's nobody that cares more about the community than I do.
I agree with you. So you should respect while I'm here, and instead of asking me these questions, you should support people like me.
I have the opportunity and the ability to question and ask you why you come over here. I want it on the record.
Yeah, and it's on the record because I do this on a lot of issues.
Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'll start with my presentation. We have been working on this item for some time. This has been an ongoing item. The item before you today is, and you heard the presentation by the applicant, is asking you for a supplemental use permit for packaged liquor at this location. It started out at the neighborhood meetings. I've been to all the meetings. It started out at deli and a market. But what still wasn't mentioned here today in this very opening statement is if you approve this today, 7 slot machines will be allowed at this facility. And I believe that neighbors that live in here, these people, I walked this neighborhood Saturday and Sunday of this last week. We walked this entire perimeter. And when people realized that this application came along with 7 slot machines, they said, wait a second, what do you mean 7 slot machines? No, we were told it was a deli, a market with bakery goods and liquor. So what I'm here today on is ask you to deny this for several reasons. And if I could, Jeremiah, could I move this for a second? Sure. Thank you very much. Here's the signage, excuse me, here's the signage that is located in front of this location. Special use permit. Now, all the parents that go to the swim school that is adjacent to this looked at that signage, and it says accessory packaged liquor off sale within a proposed 24,000 square foot convenience store, not a deli, not a market with bakery goods, but a convenience store. Now, at first glance, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, maybe that's okay. Maybe a deli, this is okay in our neighborhood. But it doesn't say you get an adult use in that facility next to your kid's swim school. We all, we all understand that and in order to understand this, that's included in there, you have to dig through the municipal code, and you have to go ahead and find municipal code. I included in an email I sent to everybody. Municipal Code 640140, and find out that if you get a alcoholic beverage permit in a 25 square foot or more convenience store, that you get 7 slot machines and a restricted gaming license. The neighbors don't know that. I promise you. Yes.
Mayor Goodman, please. Before you go any farther, I would like clarification on that point. Is what she is saying, and with your permission too, Councilman Ross, is that accurate? If we were to grant this SUP, which allows for the certain type of packaged liquor that this applicant is looking for, would the applicant automatically be entitled to 7 slots?
Mayor and Council, pursuant to Title VI, which is business license, not land use, they would have the opportunity to apply for a privileged license, which would then come before the council in a hearing in your morning session. That's not a land use issue, it's a licensing issue, and you would then hear and be able to make a decision as to whether or not you wish to allow the individual applying for that license to have that license. And I am getting there.
And that's correct. At that point, you'd only be able to determine the suitability of the person applying for the license. The liquor goes with the gaming, and at that point, you'd be able to decide whether or not that particular operator was suitable to run those games.
Okay, so it does come back before us, but the issue is on the suitability of the applicant.
Correct.
Right, and not the compatibility of the use or the proper use of this at this particular location. And I do appreciate Councilman Reese and his questions of me, but I have to say that even myself, who's been doing this, advocacy, and I know Title 30 and Title 19 and everything, had to dig for this. So the average person, the person that would live in this neighborhood, doesn't know this. They don't know that gaming is part of this. I would also note that in Title 1920-020, when we talk about public hearings and we talk about transparency, but specifically public hearings, it says public notice means the advertisement of a public hearing in a paper or general circulation through the mail or the posting of a sign on property, each designed to indicate the time, the date, the place, and the nature of the public hearing. I don't believe this fully tells people the nature of this public hearing. It's a big difference between a deli and a market and 7 slot machines. In addition to that, other places, and you didn't have to just look at the signage. Their justification letter, which was accepted here by the office and staff, says nothing at all about gaming. It doesn't mention gaming. It talks about liquor, and it says the House of Vino will be an upscale convenience store carrying dairy products and so forth. So I do think that this needs to be considered very strong as to whether people really know what's coming in their neighborhood. The second thing I will tell you, in several public meetings and in a public meeting on September 8th, we asked Jeremiah and his team, talking about the Providence area, do you have to have the gaming? Can you just bring us a convenience store with 8.5% liquor? Maybe that's okay. No. Our business plan doesn't work unless we have the gaming. We don't make money unless we have gaming. Well, let's, and in the justification letter, while they don't talk about that, what what they say is the owners are local. No, it says during the past few years, the surrounding area has experienced a very rapid growth. Convenience stores have not yet caught up with the developing area. That is not the case. There are convenience stores less than a half a mile from here. I'm a businesswoman, believe it or not. I have a great business and look at a lot of business plans and so forth, and I do this as my passion. But if I were a business person and I'm looking at the traffic counts, these are from the Nevada Department of Transportation, and a convenience store, 7-Eleven store that I have no problem with is near my home at Centennial and Durango. The traffic count for that corner, that area, is 18,000 cars a day. To me, a convenience store makes sense there, 18,000 cars a day. If you look at the map, proceeding this in the east-west direction and the north-south direction to the store, you get 5,000 cars per day. So it's not, this high concentration of cars. It's a neighborhood. It is a neighborhood. In addition to that, I would say this, and we would have had other people speak here. I've got several emails because it went over, people, it's in the middle of the day, they weren't able to come, people that were not in favor of this. What I would also add is this, that this applicant originally asked for the same permit for 2 locations, Providence and Durango and Grand Teton. At each and every neighborhood meeting, it was the gaming that was the real problem, the use that created the most opposition. Last month, the Providence neighbors came out adamantly against this application and rallied a strong community opposition, and the applicant withdrew that application without prejudice. The application before you today is asking for the same thing, just in a different location, but it's still a neighborhood. It is still an area where there's bus stops and a swim school and kids on their bikes and all those things that take place. The only way that this application before you can be denied, as I understand, and I would certainly love council's input and staff's input, is if you deny the liquor and say you cannot have the liquor, therefore you don't get the gaming. If that's the case, they would be able to put in a deli and a market and a bakery and things that I think people in this area would definitely support. We would ask you that because people really don't know what's coming in the neighborhood, this area is an area that has a lot of foreclosures. I walked these 3 neighborhoods, exact neighborhoods, every single house over the weekend, and I can tell you there's a lot of renters. The people that have lived there for a long time in those homes are adamantly against this. So I ask you to take all of this into consideration and deny this application as it's before you today. And I thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Mayor Goodman, before, just a couple more points and questions. Under the proposed conditions, no singles of alcohol can be sold and no alcohol can be consumed on the premises. Is that right? Isn't that what I read in the conditions?
Again, Mayor and Councilman, this is an off-sale, so no on-sale consumption would be allowed with this application at all. And we do have an additional condition with regard to disallowing the sale of singles.
Okay. And Mayor, with your permission, Lisa, I'm just trying to focus on your concern. Is your concern, what is your concern about what specific behavior? Is it a person is going to buy alcohol and go out in their car and drink it in their car and then drive and potentially hurt someone? Is it a person who's going to buy alcohol and come in and gamble and then for whatever reason get into a car accident and hurt someone, what is the specific behavior that you're concerned about?
And I think it's behavior, and I also think it's what occurs in our neighborhoods and from adult use. I think we all would nod our heads and say that gaming is an adult use. We know that. My concern is this. When you walk into a convenience store, and this is your local neighborhood, or maybe it's not, you're driving by, and you sit down at a slot machine, and you lose your paycheck, which happens. We know this is a town of where this happens in this community. And I'm not anti-gaming. Gaming is fine on the Strip. It's fine in certain locations. You lose your paycheck. You're distraught. You're upset. It's a Saturday. You pull out of the parking lot. You're mad, you're whatever, you're not saying you're drinking, you back up, and if you're not thinking the right way, what if you hit a child? I mean, I would ask everybody on a Saturday or during the week to go here and look at all the kids and families coming in at the swim school. I mean, under normal regulations, we don't put gaming within 1,500 feet or a certain footage of kids. That's just, this community has done a good job of saying we don't want gaming around kids. This is putting it directly in next to a swim school, next to a Taco Bell where teenagers come through. I just think, and I also think what they're presenting to us is not accurate. It's not a deli and this. It's a convenience store with liquor and gaming.
Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Jennifer Taylor, 8158 Hawk Clan Court. I'm also opposed to this use. I am also part of Northwest Residents for Responsible Growth. Councilman Reese, before you even asked me, I live within walking distance of this location. And I just want to show you, for your reference, that's the subject site based on the applicant's submissions. Where I'm pointing right now, that's the swim school. That's the subject site. That's the Taco Bell. I've lived in this neighborhood for 8 years, and this corner, this very corner, is the reason that I started getting involved in my neighborhood and getting involved in land use and zoning. And it's my involvement in land use and zoning is the very reason that I ended up doing what I did this spring. And I think Councilman Ross will remember when we debated on KNPR, you were very proud of yourself, and you bragged about the fact that you had previously protected that corner because of neighborhood opposition. And now it's post-election season, and I'm standing here saying, you know, continue to be proud of yourself and protect that corner. There is still significant neighborhood opposition, and it deserves protection. Let me show you on this map that I brought where the orange coloring is, and I'm sorry it's so small, but that is where we've already got convenience stores right here at Farm and Durango. There's another AM/PM that will be going in right there. And then this is the proposed location. And then right kitty corner from it is a location that has previously had a C-store application on it. And that's what I was talking about in terms of the discussions Councilman Ross and I had in the past. It's saturated. We don't need another convenience store. And while you can condition the liquor, you can condition possibly whether or not the applicant is suitable for those gaming machines. You can't condition what the food is. So they can stand here and spin all day what they're going to present as a business model. But you're not going to be able to control that in 6 months, if their business model fails, they're not just selling ho-hos and chips, and it's another convenience store just like the 7-Eleven, the Albertsons Express, and the AM/PM will be. Let me tell you my concern about convenience stores, because I do live in this neighborhood, and I have watched a significant change in the quality of life in our neighborhood as we've had increased density, as we've had increased commercialization. The commercial corridor was supposed to end right at Farm and Durango. Councilman Mack zoned those corners as C1. That's limited commercial use. What is appropriate there are the kind of things we have now. Rosati's, which is great, the swim school, which is great. What we don't need is another convenience store where we have seen now at that 7-Eleven, and I've told Councilman Ross's liaison about it, homeless guys sleeping behind the store with their empties. We now have a panhandler, apparently. I get reports from the people who own businesses in that shopping center standing in front of the 7-Eleven, and we just simply don't need that. When we walk this neighborhood, I want to show you something else from what they had previously circulated, and it was their petition that said, when you talk about what it is that is being presented to the neighbors, What they walked around with was something that said House of Vino Grocery Market Petition. It did not say convenience store with packaged beer, wine, and liquor. It didn't say, and by the way, ancillary use of seven slot machines.
Let me interrupt you for one moment. You're sort of being repetitive of what.
I'm trying not to. I just wanted to point that out, Mayor, because she didn't show you that.
Oh, okay.
And that is a concern, because when we talk to some of these neighbors, for example, Brad Reimer, who lives on Preppy Fox, he said he had to dig out of the applicant that they would be putting gaming in there. And in interest of being good neighbors, one would think that they would have gone and told them that. I don't want to repeat stuff. I do want to just make sure that you guys are aware that my concerns about the quality of life that is the impact on quality of life because of convenience stores in neighborhoods is echoed by a lot of other neighbors. And you've got an opposition card from David Horn that talks about how they don't need another liquor store in the neighborhood. You've got an opposition card from Jarrett Minor that says the exact same thing. These are the kinds of concerns that the families that live in these neighborhoods want brought down to you guys. We had a couple neighbors say...
I think there's a question from Councilman Anthony you'd like to ask.
Yes. Yes, Councilman.
Actually, this is a question for the applicant. In the backup material, it shows there were two neighborhood meetings, one on August 12th and then one on September 8th. And the issues that the neighbors, and on the August 12th, it says topics discussed include suburban residential area, additional alcohol, additional gaming with loitering, new business model, no existing operation. It's 24/7, but that's changed. Vagrancy, tagging, outside security, more lighting, delivery hours. On the September 8th, concerns raised were too much alcohol in the area, too close to schools, increase in crime, increase in traffic, opposed to gaming and liquor. So, I mean, these were the neighborhood meetings where these people brought these concerns up. So, I mean, how do you answer that? How do you answer those? And it is an interesting point when you look at that area. I mean, this is a liquor store right in smack in the middle of a residential area, and there's plenty of other places you can go buy packaged liquor. So why have it right in the middle of a if you look at the circle around there, there's really nothing in the circle but houses, and I think there may be a tavern there too. But there's other places you can go for packaged liquor. So why do you have to have that as part of the business plan?
Well, it's not a liquor store. It will be a high-end convenience store. We're only looking at 8.5% total alcohol. That's between beer, wine, and hard liquors. The liquor itself is only going to be contained in about a 68-square-foot area, which is going to be located behind the cash register, behind the cashiers, where it can be supervised. You're only looking at 100-plus square feet, which is, I believe it's a 14 by 10-foot area is what we're looking at putting in the rest of the beer, wine, and warm beers, warm wines if they want to go ahead and buy cases and out the door. It is in no way, shape, or form is it a liquor store. Liquor store has primarily liquor, a few snack items and things like that. We are primarily a deli, a convenience store, and we're just offering a small selection of liquors with some beers and wines. Primarily it's going to be imported items that we're planning to bring in. We're not trying to bring in Black Label or any of those type of drinks or Keystones or anything like that. We're planning to bring in a better selected, a small selection of beers, wines, and alcoholic beverages.
If the neighbors have those concerns, why don't you just take
a few of the neighbors have the concerns, and as I pointed out here, and we did also list the other 17, and there is a list on there of the people that didn't want it. It's very clear that the ones in the green are the people that are approving of this site, and the ones in the red are the ones that are not approving of the site. It's clear, it's about 4-1 here, that people want it. And if you get an opportunity to look at the list that we submitted earlier, 6 pages of it, you'll see notes on there. It says, great idea, can't wait for you to open, hooray, and so on and so on. And it's on all 6 pages. We have listed the addresses of the people who do not want it, and it's 17 people.
Okay, I just want to say this. I want to vote on this, but I have another obligation for the city, and I'm going to have to leave in about 10 minutes, so I just ask everybody to please keep that in mind.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, could I just ask a question, though? You said that you had a long list. Was this the petition that said you were a grocery store? Or did it spell on your petition? Because I was told when you take petitions out, in order to be valid, you have to be very objective. So you have to put down everything, and you only ask for a yes or no answer. Would you like a grocery store, a convenience store, with liquor being sold and the possibility of gambling.
We were very clear at both the community meetings that we went to exactly what our intentions were, and that we told them then that we do need the 7 slot machines in this economy right now. Unfortunately, we do need that to help the bottom line and also to be able to keep the pricing of the products
You were clear
down.
at the neighborhood meetings, but on these numbers of people who signed up saying hooray and yay and all that, were you very clear on that petition? Do you have a copy of the petition page? I'd just like to see what it says.
Councilwoman, I do. If you
And I also-
Whoever has it, I just would like to see it.
Excuse me, Councilwoman. I also handed out a flyer stating what the special use permit was for when they signed it, and I was clear to them that it was for a special use permit for gaming and liquor.
Yeah, I just know many times people can't attend the neighborhood meetings, and many times they throw away flyers. But when you come up to them personally and you ask for them to sign, that affects how I think differently. But this does not say, well, this says House of Vino. It says, well, one says just House of Vino, market petition, and then you have 3 signatures for approving the issuance. Basically, you have 5 signatures where you have the wording correct, and the other makes it appear like it's a market. That's all I
Oh,
wanted
yeah,
to
when
say.
I started, it was an informal petition. I wasn't sure how the process worked, and then those other limited signatures, then I changed the petitions on how I was supposed to do it, but I did do it
I
improperly.
understand you did that. I'm not saying you did anything wrong personally. I'm just saying, knowing when they sign petitions, I had to go through a class on this type of thing. I just know you're supposed to be very clear at the top of the petition, not influence the person signing. And basically, you were very clear where 5 people signed, but the other one I don't think was clear.
Well, we were also,
That's just my opinion.
Councilwoman, we also submitted with the original application a floor plan depicting on the floor plan the 7 slot machines. Anybody that had any interest in it at all, just as Jennifer has done, could gotten up on the website for the city and pulled down these documents that were submitted. It wasn't we were trying to hide anything. We're not trying to hide anything. In Providence, we had to apply for both liquor and gaming because it was in Providence. Where we're planning to put the store now in Durango, the only requirement was for the special use permit for liquor only.
I just want you to know, I'm not implying that you are trying to hide something. I'm just looking at it in sort of a statistical way and how you collect information. That's all. Thank you.
And Councilwoman, when we took our petition around, maybe I need to take a lesson from you to make sure that all of our future petitions are absolutely spot on. But we did put in the code because we wanted to make sure people understood that they weren't just getting, hey, I'm all for a deli. Like, if he wants to just put in a deli, I will walk for him. If he wants to put in specialty liquor and have the same limitations that a Vino 100 had, not open on Sundays, open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., period, I can probably live with that. I'm not a big fan of liquor in my neighborhood, especially for off-premises sale, period. But you can't condition what type of liquor he's going to sell other than, how much the percentage is. If the neighbors don't buy his specialty wines, then what are we going to have? We're going to have, it's going to go back to a regular convenience store type of format because they don't have to come back to you and ask for that. The concern that I have with the representations that they're making, and whether it's because, Jeremiah hasn't done this before, I don't know. But we have talked to these guys for months now, and they've told us things like, if the customers want singles, we're going to come back and apply for them. If the liquor goes well, we're going to ask for more floor space. And the other concern that I have is that, again, let's look at this. What does the average citizen know in terms of what those S's mean? Those little S's with arrows at the bottom. It doesn't indicate anywhere that those are intended to be slot machines. And there is nothing in the justification or in the support documents that say slot machines.
Okay, as I say, I really want to vote
Sorry,
on
Mayor.
this.
I just want to pass this up. This is our petition. And again, I just want to request that we be granted the same protections that Providence was. This is not a use that the majority of people who understand what it is want. So with that, I will stop. Thank you very much for your indulgence, everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Beverly.
Okay. Anybody else?
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Frankly, I'm quite surprised at the animosity on this. Councilman Reese, as you well know, I've lived next to Stewart's Market, and they've had slot machines and all of this for, 60, 70 years? We've never had any problem. There's kids running in and out of that thing. It looks like a preschool half the time. There's never there's no problem there. The other thing is, it's 24 hours. It's lit up at night, and with a presence there, with a lit up presence, you don't have the crime. I don't understand why they're the animosity on some slot machines. This is Las Vegas. And like I say, I've lived next to it for 25 years, and Stewart's Market's been there for, 70 years?
Yep.
I don't get it.
Anybody else, please?
I know this is I know it's been a pretty long day, Mr. Mayor. I'm saying this to both sides, and there's no one more loving as an advocate for children. That's one of my legal titles. So I admit it. The county general had that 1,500 feet of churches and schools and so on, whatever. So, but the objective is, most of their complaint was about the gambling, the gaming or whatever. And so, as I say, because of part-time, gaming might have to be used as a cushion. But far as them getting the alcohol, they don't drink it in the building. And what people do outside 300 or 400 feet down the road, hey, we can't be holding everybody accountable for that. And that's all I got to say.
Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Taylor, let me say this to you. Thank you very much for your comments. You bring legitimacy to the opposition to this application. Ms. Mayo, I'm not quite sure what world you live in, but the applicant's perception of their withdrawal of their application in Providence is quite different than yours. I appreciate you, Mr. Boucher. I don't think you realized how difficult it was going to be, did you? No. It's quite the challenge, isn't it? Yes. I want to recognize those who have opposed this application, and I want to make something clear. This is a request for special use permit for packaged liquor. The gaming license has to go through business licensing, and let's make that clear, through business licensing and the Nevada Gaming Control Board. That's on you. Yes, Councilman Wolfson, it will be back before us again, and would anticipate input from the community. Ms. Taylor lives in this community, and I listen to the things that she has to say because she cares a great deal about her neighborhood. What did I ask you guys to do when you first sat down with me I know it was the same meeting on the Providence application, but you shared this application with me too. What did I ask you to do?
Make sure that we canvass the area and we talk to as many people as possible. Make sure that we listen to the neighbors, which we believe we have by adjusting our hours, one, by keeping the amount of alcoholic beverages down to an 8.5%. We are planning to be a deli convenience store, just offering a little bit of alcoholic beverages with it. I respect the opposition's opinions, and I'm quite frankly a little surprised where they don't call this a commercial center, where it clearly is, and it butts up to another commercial center. There is no alcohol consumption on premises. This is strictly going to be buy it, take it home. We had many people that came up to us and asked us to be open 24 hours, but to try to be good neighbors, we've done as best we can and have it figured out to where we can still make a little bit of money, hopefully be able to open another location in the future. We feel that we have complied and that we've worked very well with the neighbors. And as I said, we've got 74 people right here, homes. We actually have more people than that, but 74 homes out of the area, and Mr. Boucher actually went out of the quarter-mile area. We don't believe that this area is overly concentrated with liquor stores or convenience stores or any grocery stores for that matter. They are a half mile away. This is a quarter mile right here, and there's nothing within the area. And I guarantee you that these people that are right around this store would much rather walk right around the corner to our store than to get in their car and run down the street when it's 115 degrees and get out there in the middle of the traffic. It is a convenience store. We're not trying to make it be anything what it is. We have also agreed to go ahead and do a one-year review, and we'll be happy to do that.
Interesting enough, I share the same concerns as Ms. Taylor does in regards to what is this going to be in 6 months? How is this going to look in 6 months? Mr. Boucher and I, I've had conversations about other so-called specialty stores in Ward 6 that have not played up to their part of the bargain or what they portrayed to the City Council. And that concerns me a great deal, and you know that, thus the one-year review. And I want to assure Ms. Taylor that if anything occurs at this location, other than what we discussed today, should it be approved, they will be back before us. And I would anticipate your help in doing that as well, Ms. Taylor. So I see her nodding at me back there, because that is significant. I have one letter of opposition talking about stop the zoning changes, and I want the the individual that sent this to me to be aware this is not a zoning change. This is a special use permit. This is a C1 location, as Ms. Taylor indicated. This use is allowed. However, you need a special use permit for it. And gaming, again, is not before us today. So, Mr. Fowler, I appreciate your comments. I, too, am a native Nevadan and see that that is just part of our economy. The 24-hour use, one of the other letters of opposition was the 24-hour use. And, Mr. Fowler, I appreciate the 24-hour comment, but they're not going to get 24 hours. These neighbors and friends who live in that neighborhood are concerned about that. The swim school's not open 24 hours, so this store's not going to be open 24 hours. And appreciate the comments about the house, the Vino 100, Ms. Taylor, because those were some challenging issues over there, and they're doing a great job. Any applicant has the ability to come back and ask for anything. This is America. They can apply for things, they can ask for things, and then we go through this arduous process. I have been very consistent, and I'm still proud of that record in regards to requiring applicants to go talk to the neighbors long before they come and see me. That is a big priority, and that hasn't changed since the first day I got elected. So I appreciate you guys reaching out to the community and doing that. A couple more comments. This has been a long process, Mayor and Council, for the House of Vino applicants, and I appreciate the willingness to work with the neighborhoods and having the neighborhood meetings. As I mentioned before, this is already a C1 zone area on this corner. The challenge, of course, to me is that it's compatible with existing commercial and residential homes and my prior commitments to the residents and voters who voted for me in Ward 6. Director, I asked for some additional requirements. Can you read those into the record for me, please?
Yes, sir. Just to be clear, the existing conditions that are on it at this time include the hours of operation from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 5 a.m. to midnight Friday and Saturday. The limitation of the floor area for alcohol sales to 8.5%. And the proposed additional conditions that the maximum window signage shall be 20%, and there shall be no neon window signage, and additionally that there shall be no outside payphones.
And you agree to those requirements? Mr. Boucher, you indicated to me that your landlord says no, you're sealed at 25% window coverage. Our code requires 20%, so you can't go over 20%. Be mindful of that. Okay. I don't want to see this turn into one of those challenging convenience stores that is not to the 7-Eleven standard, as my friend Mr. Schwartz, who also lives out there in the Spring Mountain Ranch area, indicated to me in a letter to me just a few minutes ago. It's important to recognize that. I do want to read this one support into record. I'm in support of House of Vino project on Durango Road. It's across the street from my house. Having an upscale deli and wine and cheese store is something I'd like to see. That's what they'd all like to see. That's what Ms. Taylor would like to see in her neighborhood. You guys have a bar to live up to. You have a threshold that you need. Let's see, we already have alcohol at Rosati's Pizza and the alcohol game at the Lodge. Being able to go to the House of Vino and walk home is a great thing for me. The guy lives in the area. I appreciate his comments. So with that, Your Honor, I know you've got to go somewhere. And those additional conditions on this application, I would move to approve special use permit 35224, agenda item 34, subject to all conditions.
All right, that's a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Folks, on the front row, what item are you here on? Which one? 135. Okay, that's the next item here. SUP 35346, special use permit. The applicant is Winona Purdue. The owner, Tonopah Craig Road Company, LLP, requests for a special use permit for a proposed 6,000 square foot thrift shop at 4460 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Winona Purdue. I will be the owner of the store.
Okay, would you like to address us?
No, I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, well, that's fair. Okay, it's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on this? All right, seeing none. Councilman Ross?
Thank you. Ma'am, would you state your name again for the record, as Councilman Anthony was giving me a hard time a few minutes ago?
Winona Purdue.
Ms. Purdue, appreciate you being here. I have not had an opportunity to visit with you on this agenda item. No. I have some great concerns about this location and the oversaturation of these types of uses in that corridor. There are several on Craig Road. There's one over on Cheyenne. There's another one on Rancho. I'm greatly concerned about that, as Commissioner Ellsworth was during the Planning Commission process. I would like to obey this item for 30 days until you've had a chance to come in and talk to me about this. Can we do that?
Okay.
My motion, Your Honor, would be to obey this item for 30 days until Ms. Perdue has had a chance to visit with me.
All right, that's the motion. Let's vote. Opposed? All right, motion carries. And folks, thank you for your patience. All right, well, I'm going to excuse myself. I have a prior commitment for the city, and turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 136, vacation 35-193, petition to vacate a 3,126 square foot portion of public right-of-way generally located on the north side of Gregson Avenue, approximately 580 feet west of Bruce Street. Item 137 is the site development review 35-195, request for site development plan review for a proposed 80,800 square foot taxi cab Lambo yard with ancillary vehicle service and auto repair within 5,800 square feet of the existing buildings, and a proposed 3,000 square foot building with waivers of the perimeter landscape requirements to allow 0 foot buffer along the west and a portion of the east perimeters where 8 feet is required, a 6 foot buffer along the south perimeter where 15 feet is required, to allow a 0 foot sidewalk where 5 feet is required, and to allow barbed wire fencing. The applicant is Cab Taxi Company, and the owner is 4444 South Valley View Drive, LLC. The project is located at 1500 Searles Avenue. Planning Commission recommends approval, and staff recommends denial of both items. These items are in Ward 5, and our public hearings, which I now declare open. I see the applicant's representative present. We'll open the public hearing. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Bill Curran with the Ballard Spire Law Firm located at 100 City Parkway. My client is the operator of A-Cab Taxi Company. They've operated at a location on Valley View and Harmon for a number of years without problem. The reason that they have to move is that because of Project City Center, the county is condemning their property so that they can extend Harmon Avenue. That put them under a great deal of stress time-wise. They sought diligently to find a location that had appropriate zoning. This property, in fact, is appropriately zoned, so we do not have a request for rezoning. All we have today is a site plan review and a request to vacate a small piece of property. Perhaps I should talk about the vacation of the property first. It's a small sliver of 3,000 square feet located along the south side of the property. The reason for the vacation is so that the street can be aligned on the north side compatibly with the way it's already developed on the south side of the street. Will eliminate what otherwise is a irregularity in the street and a potentially hazardous situation. With regard to the site plan itself, we have, before we ever filed these applications, we began working with the neighborhood, meaning both the other businesses, starting with Channel 3, with Anderson Dairy, with a number of the other businesses that have been there for a long time. We discussed it with them fully. We showed them our proposed plans. We went on to meet with the residents of the Archie Grant Park, which is located to the immediate east of our parcel. I have previously submitted a petition signed, I believe, by 53 people in support. I am only aware of one person, since I was involved in collecting most of these signatures myself. There was one person who simply didn't want to sign a petition and I believe had some language barriers. Everybody else was very delighted to have us come into the neighborhood. It's with some trepidation that I even mentioned the petition in light of the last item. I double-checked it to see how I did, and it looks to me like it's okay. I'll submit it to you if you want to see for yourself. It's previously a matter of record, but It discloses to the neighbors in the neighborhood that what I thought would probably be the most sensitive issue is that taxi yard is a 24/7 operation. That, in fact, is something that is very desirable and very attractive to both the commercial and residential people who live there, because this area has suffered problems with homelessness and vagrants, other antisocial type behavior, and they believe that having activity through there around the clock 24/7 will be something that's very beneficial. I won't belabor this unless there are other questions. I believe there is one remaining issue that should be decided today. I believe Councilman Barlow is going to make a recommendation with regard to that. Your city code says that there should be a sidewalk along the property on the south side. The architect thought, well, we better follow the code. Sometimes attorneys get in the way. I suggested that it should be landscaped instead, only because the sidewalk doesn't go anywhere to the west. It'll be not just dead end up to a property there that does not have a sidewalk and won't, at least until the use changes. But past that, it goes to the property at the state building, which was built without a sidewalk, and I just don't know that it'll ever go anywhere. What the Planning Commission suggested was that we go forward with the landscaping with an agreement that if the city ever believes it's appropriate to put in the sidewalk, that there be a condition that requires that we do that. We are agreeable to put in the landscaping. We're agreeable to follow the Planning Commission recommendation, and we are prepared to go ahead and put in the sidewalk if that's what's preferred. So I can answer any questions about the project in general, but I think that's the action part of this.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant's representative? Hearing none. Public hearing. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Reese and the council. In the past, we've had some taxi cabs companies that had staging areas that looked terrible. And this is a nice landscaping, but I want the applicant to keep it that way. When he puts it in, I want him to keep it that way and not deteriorate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hodges?
I'll make it real quick. I'm going to back that up, too. I agree that keeping the area really neat. But as you said, if you cleared out that bad corridor, which was even worse, so this is a business representing jobs and so on and so on. Then you got constant traffic moving back and forth, so it'd be a little hard for the certain elements to kind of set up anyway. So it's more good than bad, so thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So no one will close the public hearing portion. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Mr. Kern, for your summation of this item and your applicant as well. The vacation for the street, I am not opposed to. So, for the vacation, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of item number 136.
Any questions on the motion?
That would be Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. Staff recommended denial because they recommended
Thank you for
denial
the
of
clarification.
project.
Planning Commission's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Any other questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote, please. Please post. Motion carries. And item 137.
In item 137, there are a couple questions that I have in regards to the structures that are on the site. It was brought to my attention that there may be, or that there are, at the time that it was brought to me, that there were some illegal structures or some type of illegal activity that took place at this site. I want to know if those structures have been addressed and if they're corrected at this point, or if in fact they're still in illegal status.
If I may just, Mr. Kern seems to be preparing something, but we have a condition that indicates that the applicant shall obtain all required building permits and final inspections for all building structures on the site prior to occupancy of those structures. So it is staff's belief that, yes, there are some structures that are non-permitted on site.
Okay, and so before the certificate of occupancy is acquired, the applicant would have to have corrected all of the issues on site.
That's correct. They'll have to get all their building permits and all their final inspections.
Okay, and secondly, another concern was the elevation for the drainage. If in fact that has been corrected, or what is the status with the elevations for the drainage?
At the Planning Commission, we revised a condition, number 22, I believe, in your staff backup here, that addresses those. We are satisfied with this condition as addressing those concerns.
And is that also tied to the certificate of occupancy?
It is, but there are caveats.
You're hesitating.
Well, there are caveats. There are some of the buildings are well away from the areas of question. In the center of the site, the main kind of occupied structure is not of any concern drainage-wise. The only concern would be for buildings closer to the street. And so the way the condition is worded, those structures that are well away from any area of concern, interior, what is the word? Tenant improvements, if you will. Permits for those could be issued without additional drainage concern, but anything else, anything exterior, outside, closer to the street, could not.
Okay. Thirdly, the parameter fencing. What is the status? Are we leaving the fence the way it is? Because right now the fences, they're pretty much leaning in a lot of places and very unattractive. What is your client's plans for perimeter fencing?
Our plan is to put in new fencing on both the north and south side of the property, increase the height of the fencing between us and the Archie Grant Park by 2 more courses. There's an elevation change on their side of the fence. Their property is much lower than ours, and if we go too much higher than that, it's going to look like a fortress on their side. On our side, though, it'll raise it so that nobody can walk by and look down in there or anything like that. On the west side, where there's a commercial operator, there's a traditional fence in there, and our proposal is to leave that as it is. It's an industrial user. We're not sure that it's our fence, their fence, or both of our fences, but they have no objection to our simply leaving it as is. In fact, they prefer it. They like the visibility from our property into their property because they've had some nighttime problems.
Okay. Fourth, the barbed wire on the fence, is that to code? Is that properly?
If I may.
What is the zoning? Let me ask you,
Mayor
what is the zoning? What is the current zoning at this
It's
site?
CM.
CM. And is
Commercial
barbed wire
industrial.
allowed in CM?
The barbed wire, concertina, razor wire is only allowed with specific approval by the council of this site plan. In the absence of that, no barbed wire or concertina is allowed on site, and that which is already there is not in compliance with code at this time.
So the barbed wire is basically
In the absence of the council specific approval, it would be required to be removed, and staff would certainly believe that adding a condition indicating as such would be appropriate so as to be clear.
Okay, yes, I would like for the barbed wire to be removed.
So that would be no barbed or razor wire or concertina shall be allowed on site.
Correct. And the landscaping, what is the plan for the landscaping?
We have the full required landscaping on Searles on the north. On the south, I believe it's 8 feet wide. Well, we're going to put depending on what you determine, whether it's to be landscaping or sidewalk.
To the south?
To the south.
Okay, to the south, is that where the vacation is also taking place?
Yes.
Okay,
I think the issue of most concern, concerns the landscaping along the residential, the Archie Grant Park. And there we have the full required 8 feet, with the exception of at the driveway areas where it says it goes down to 0 feet, which it does, because it has to in order to accommodate the existing driveways. But otherwise, up everywhere else, it's 8 feet.
Okay, so the landscaping is fine there. As far as the south side, I would like to see a fully improved sidewalk. I know currently there's a palm tree that sits in the middle of the sidewalk, and I'm okay with the palm tree being removed due to the fact that the Archie Grant residents asked that when they're commuting down out of their facility, and I believe, what is that, Craigson? Craigson, going to catch the bus out onto Washington, they're in the street. So that the palm tree sitting in the middle of the sidewalk impedes their ability to get further down the street. And so what I would like to see is a fully improved curb gutter and sidewalk on the south side of the building in replace of the landscape, because the sidewalk can actually sit adjacent to the current fencing that's in place.
That's fine with us.
Now, what about, do we have lights on that street?
I believe the street lights exist on the south side, so yes, sir.
On the south side. They're currently there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then that's what I would like to do. I would like to move for 0 landscaping on the south in replace of the fully improved sidewalks.
Okay. I would recommend then that we delete conditions number 2 and number 8, which address the landscaping in that area. And then the existing condition requiring half-street improvements will require the sidewalk. So the deletion of 2 and 8. And while I'm on the mic, I'd also recommend deletion of 23 because it was replaced with 22.
Yes, that is accurate.
And then with the condition with regard to the barbed wire.
In addition to the barbed wire, that is accurate.
May I just ask one question on that, Councilman? On the fence between us and the landscaping and the Valley Broadcasting garage up on
Point to it so that I'm with you.
It's the west side.
I'm sorry, west side. If I said east, I'm
Thank you.
twisted. I guess we would like to just leave what's there because it's partly theirs and it's, I mean, I think this has been
When
here
you
for
say
a long time.
what's theirs, what are you referencing?
The fencing that's along the boundary between our property and the groundskeeper property here, and I think it extends up to the garage there for the cars of Mr. Rogers.
You asking that the fencing? I didn't mention anything about the fencing.
It's currently chain link fence, and I believe it has barbed wire on the top. I'm just not clear that we have the right to go in and tear down our neighbor's fence. I suppose you could say go up and build your own fence next to it, and we'll do that if that's what you want. I just don't know that we can tear down the fence that's been there for a long time.
If I could, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, sir.
Still, it's your part of the property. It's your part of the fence. I mean, you own part of that. When you got the property, you still own part of that fence.
We own half that fence should be
That's right.
ours.
So
correct,
you leave the other, take the barbed wire down.
Well,
yeah, I'm not saying take the
we're
fence down.
trying to get along. We're going to do whatever you tell us.
I'm not
just
saying take
it's
the
a
fence
problem
down. I'm
that-
just saying the removal of the barbed wire.
That's fine with us. I can tell you that our neighbors have said that this has been a troubled area in the past, and they think that that's important to them. I simply report that to you.
And I
We're going to be
appreciate
there
that.
24/7,
And
so
one
it
of-
doesn't make any difference.
And one of the beautiful parts to what you're sharing today is the fact that you're going to be there 24/7. So with the activity, that should decrease because previously there was no activity, which basically provided the opportunity for the negativity. Now that you're going to be there 24 hours, that should eliminate it, specifically with more lights and more people in the area. That shouldn't be an issue. So as far as the barbed wire is concerned, if it's appropriately sitting on your property line, then you have access as well, just as much as the adjacent property owner does. And if, in fact, the adjacent property owner has any concern or any reservation in regards to the barbed wire, then they can come in and speak to me, and we can verify if they have come in and properly acquired the barbed wire. And I can speak to both property owners. So it doesn't matter to me. We can do it either way.
We're very happy with that resolution.
Okay.
And you did mention one other thing that I should address.
Okay.
In fairness, you said that there was some improper activity took place on the property without.
Say it again.
That there was some improper building activity took place on the property before permits were obtained.
It was brought to my attention
Yes.
that there was some type of improper building without proper permits and licenses.
And that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
My client bought the property. It was properly zoned. He thought that he was good to go. The place had been vandalized very badly. He got licensed electricians and carpenters and plumbers to go in there and address the plumbing and the wiring and so forth, but at some point learned that he had jumped the gun a bit on this and ceased everything. As soon as we're approved today, he intends to go forward as rapidly as possible because the county is chomping at the bit to get Harmon Avenue extended.
Right, and I can appreciate that, but let me just say this on behalf of your client. Your client, from what I understand, has been in business for a long time, and your client is not ignorant of the law. And so I personally don't buy it. The fact that he got caught up is why he's here today, and if in fact he wouldn't have been caught, those measures that he put in place or was attempting to put in place would have gone unnoticed. So I can appreciate your comment and his gesture, but I don't buy it. And I'm glad that we're here to correct it now. So, with that being said, do you agree to the conditions on behalf of your client that we've just laid out?
Yes, sir. We accept all those conditions.
So with those conditions and amendments from Public Works and Planning and Development, if there's no additional comments for the record, Margot or Bart, I would like to move forward with those conditions and move for approval of this item. And Mr. Kern, thank you so very much for working with us on this development as well. And good luck to your client.
Thank you.
Thank you,
I must say,
Councilman
I want to recognize that you and your staff have been very kind to us and have visited the site a number of times to help address concerns from the neighborhood and see to it that we were progressing on the right path. And that effort from your office is also appreciated.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow, for the motion. Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Post, please. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 138, I'd like to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission, meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Item 139 is our citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Would you please put 3 minutes on the timer, please? Mr. Hodges?
My name is Honorable 123 David. I'm going to be real swift. Poor Oscar had a bad day. But the problem here is the state of Nevada. We need to get rid of most of the assembly, it's called the representative. The objective is, I know that we got a lousy governor, but see, this poor state is a beautiful state, and they're just taking it right into the toilet, and I don't appreciate that. So I want to let Oscar know that every time the state gets some money, they take it from the county and take it from the city. It's not right. Certain money belongs to certain government, and it needs to be trickled down to them in that order. We can't even get none of that fund money, whatever the government will give. Well, the kind of this state going around acting like a bunch of children. You know what I'm saying? The objective is, I don't like what the state's doing, and they're hurting this city and other entities there about really bad. And we really need to, and that 3 terms and out. That's another joke. I know it takes to go back to the legislation in 2011, start all over again, and maybe they can move it up to at least 5 terms. But if you want to get rid of somebody having limited term, go jump on Congress of the United States. They want the people to direct the nation, whatever. But I just want to let y'all know that I came here today to say something about our veterans. Since the Vietnam War, our veterans until this day have been involved in engagement in combat situations around this world and with one hand tied behind their back. And I want the Vietnam veterans to know they did not lose a war in Vietnam. Somebody said we lost it. No, we didn't. Our service people walked away from there straight up. What it is, our government is the one that keeps saying, shoot, don't shoot, take the hill, take the village, give it back. I mean, we send our service people such horrifying messages to poor things they don't know what to do. Or they go over there and represent us, they put their families, everything. We owe a lot to our service people. You understand? And I'm just tired of all our young people getting all shot up and busted all up and killed and whatever. We need to, you either go war, there's an old saying, love and war is not, it's fair. So you go over to some of these countries and so a few civilians get killed, big deal. Civilians going, World War II, that was a tragedy. A lot of people got killed in World War II. Civilians will die if they get caught in crossfire. That's part of the game. But when we kill a few civilians, they want to stick our whole government through a rank and drag. And these people that call themselves terror, whatever, they strap stuff on this and go blow up a whole half of a building and kill everybody. And nobody do nothing about that. We are fighting in this world with one hand tied behind our back. Sorry about that, but I am offended by what's happening to our veterans. Have a good day. I love it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Rasan Joshua Collins, an activist for the homeless and a Christian here in Las Vegas. And one of my main concerns, as always, is the abuse of the poor and a lot of the hypocrisy and things going on in the courts. And I just wanted to read a psalm, a little bit of it to you. In Psalm 9, verse 17 and 18, it says, "The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God. For the needy shall not always be forgotten, the expectation of the poor shall not perish forever." And if you remember in the Gospels, it talks about Jesus Christ. He was also homeless himself. And consistently in the Bible, you'll see that God commands us to defend the poor and their rights. And a lot of that isn't happening. I've been gone for a while. I was in jail for over 4 months for a trespassing charge. Now, one of the problems I see in the law and with the judges is they don't know the law, a lot of the judges. Now, also city council and the mayor, a lot of the times seem to be ignorant of the law. So do any of you recall NRS 201, NRS 196, or Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter 10, any of you? Or what it recalls, any of those?
We can't take action at this time.
I'm not asking you to take action. Do you guys know anything about those laws? Okay. That's a major problem because it's like you cannot govern a city if you don't know the law. Now, the ignorance I see in the police department, once you make them aware of things.
I'm going to have to interrupt just a second here. I take offense to that. We do have the opportunity and the ability to know what we're talking about because we have attorneys sitting right down there that we meet with pretty near daily whenever we have a problem. So we do have good quality people telling us what we need to do. Thank you.
I just asked you if you knew and you didn't. But my point is, this is an example. Under Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter...
Could I just say something, though, please? If we may not know the number, but if you said to us, do you know the law about such and such, then we might be able to. But we couldn't, I think, possibly know all the numbers.
Absolutely not. And that's my point, is that the judges in Las Vegas will hammer you for trespassing, but there are laws being broken every day in Vegas, right? And they get away with it and they think they're above the law. The police believe they're above the law. I've talked to police because profanity, obscene language, vile language is against the law under Las Vegas Municipal Code Chapter 10.40.030, right? But they continue to use profane, vile language and they laugh about it. I told Officer Hardison and some other officers and they said, oh, he read what I said and he just started laughing, kept cussing, and it's just a joke to them that they think they're above the law. Now we know God's going to hold everyone accountable, of course, but I would hope that the city would try to encourage morality under NRS 201, would uphold good morals and public decency. That's what Nevada Revised Statute Chapter 21 is. NRS 196 discusses treason. Now, if you choose to ignore this law, then you're guilty of treason. That's what's going on in Vegas. Sin City. This is America, a Christian nation, founded on Christian principles, and treason is what's happening right now. And that's why I'm in jail for over 4 months for trespassing, while we can promote sin every day and get away with it, and no one goes to jail. It's a big hypocrisy. And that's one of my main concerns. And now also, a lot of the homeless are still being abused. But I encourage you to research these things, and give your life to Jesus if you haven't done that already, of course. Oh, one more thing, real quick. Just the gospel message: sexual sin leads to hell. So obey Jesus, not Satan. Be sober. Don't curse, smoke, gamble, lie. For you, Jesus died. Be forgiven and baptized. We're in the last days. So I just encourage people, don't get caught up in the sin, because God hates it. And read Matthew chapter 25, James 2, and Romans chapter 2 also.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. Have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas 89125. If you want to look at the overhead at my sign here. I don't know if I should turn it this way. I was approached by an officer out at Centennial near El Capitan, I think, Road in Durango. El Capitan, Durango.
Could you turn that sign the other way, or turn it around?
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, this is the same sign I had used previously at Jerry Tarkanian Way and West Tropicana, near the highway, the freeway at West Tropicana. And so they kept messing with me, and they said, well, you need a permit. And I went to the special events section in the Clark County government building, and they did give me a permit to stand there. It wasn't in the street. I was at the corner there with a light. But there's a big pole. If anybody run up on the sidewalk, they got to hit that pole. So I was right there. So they kept coming to state police, and they said, well, go to the governor's office with your complaint. I explained that I have a problem with the people on Nellis Air Force Base claiming me on a program where they're encouraging people to sell illegal drugs. The program also encourages prostitution and homosexuality because they claim the people on the program, some of the people don't know they're on the program, because I didn't know for a long time. That's why I had trouble with my 2 ex-husbands when I was married, that these organizations, private organizations that claim citizens on the program, which the Catholic Church some years ago warned this nation that these type programs would bring pain and suffering on us as a nation of people. But the Bible says, why does men love darkness rather than light? Because their deeds are evil. I'm not saying I'm so holy, I'm no perfect angel. I have sinned. The Bible says all have sinned and come short of God's glory. A-L-L, all, everyone. David said I was born in sin and shaped in iniquity. So King David, you know what he did in the Bible, but he looked up on Uriah's wife and committed adultery and put Uriah in front of the battle and got him killed, and he impregnated his wife, Bathsheba. So we have sin from the beginning of the world, and I agree with Joshua. We're none of us are exempt from God's law. You reap what you sow, but the thing I'm telling them, if they're going to make me obey rules and laws, everybody should be made to obey them. First, begin with the trouble here. First thing, my name shouldn't be on that program where it's allow people to use me to sponsor people to sell drugs and prostitute. Then they say, well, we got to make her a part of it. If she don't become a part of it, then it's all in vain that we used her. I didn't give them permission to use me to do nothing illegal. That's what I'm trying to get those people to understand. Whoever allowed them out there, then properly instruct them to check in with the security forces. It's to protect me as well as them. They're in a military base doing something they shouldn't be allowed to do. Whoever's in charge of them have not properly instructed them how to protect the people they enter over there. I wouldn't be out there with that sign. Then another thing, at the bus company, the marshals wrote me this ticket. I did fall asleep. I was gnawing with the couple of guys that got tickets for sleeping at misuse of the bus station, which I have been before RTC in the meetings they have every second Thursday.
Could you wrap it up, please?
Yeah, well, okay. Well, I'm just saying, if they would get to the root of the problem, I wouldn't be in these situations which caused me, the police, to show up and tell me I can't stand there with the sign asking for money. I wasn't asking for money. I'm asking them to stop lying to the police so they can get my name off the program so I wouldn't have to stand there with the sign. Thank you.
Thank you. For those of you that are present tonight, we do have a young lady here that works for the city that will be able to help those that are in need of help. Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Ivo Plechko, P-L-E-C-K-O, founder of Peters LLC, P-I-T-E-R-S LLC. I'm here to remind about the invitation addressed to the City Council members and commissioners on September the 22nd with invitation to visit the future site of local manufacturer of modular housing units, which are in conjunction with my efforts on Peter's Home project, which is an international Nevada-Slovenia affordable housing social economy project for public good, to come to see the manufacturing facility, which will not take more than 1 hour, and it is within 10 minutes car ride from the City Hall, where you will see what we plan for the future to address the situation of housing for the target population of poor, disabled, homeless, students, veterans, and seniors. And this technological architecture, modular housing, is something addressing housing needs for the future, and all of this will happen here in the city of Las Vegas under the roof of the brand new manufacturing plant. So I invite all of you to consider finding time, and you can visit this location anytime from Monday through Friday, 9 to latest 4 p.m. to sit down and discuss what we can all do to use such a manufacturing facility for the city
What's the location?
and the state. The location is nearby the rescue mission. It's in the area which also is very in need for solutions like this. And we will be looking then in the future also for the prototype location where the units will be permanently
You don't have the
on
address?
display.
You don't have an address?
I indicated in the invitation that whoever is interested to visit the facility to respond by email, and I will then give exact information and arrange the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Farlow?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I'm here to ask the council for some help. The situation is this. The house on 236 North 19th Street was foreclosed by the bank that was servicing the loan. The bank took one look at the property, gave it back to Fannie Mae. I called Fannie Mae, and they've got it listed on the thing. The problem we're having right now is that we've got slumlords looking at the house. I went to Eric King at Neighborhood Services because the city has a program where they buy homes and rehab them and then sell them back to families as a percentage of income. But as Mr. King explained, they don't want a house like this. It's too old, and because the city has to pay a premium on their contract. I understand all this. My real problem is this. This house, it's over 60 years old, but it's fine. It's a great foundation in basic construction, but it needs a lot of work done. But the problem is that being at 60 years old, it had a bunch of work done without a permit. What I need the council to do is to call Paul Wilkins at Building and Safety and have him post the property. Just say, this property cannot be occupied without an inspection. And I know, Mr. Lewis, that the council can't take action. But if it's a safety problem, I think they can, because it's in their ordinary duties. I hope this is fine. But the council, the thing is this: if these slumlords look at a house and it says not to be occupied before an inspection, they run like roaches in the night when you turn on the thing. this house, and people say, why don't I buy it? I will buy the house, but if nobody else. But that really isn't the point. This house begs to have a family in it. We're right around the corner from the best grade school in town, as far as I'm concerned, Hollingsworth. I just love it. It's a wonderful neighborhood. The lot, it's a large lot, and I mean, people should have the same opportunity as enjoying a wonderful house like this as I have. I've lived there going on 25 years. All of this is established. We love it. But we need to scare away the slumlords, because the slumlord will buy this thing. It's got somebody slapped a lousy second coat of stucco on it that hides a lot of defects. But building and safety, Tom Cooley, he's no longer with us, but he knows the situation. Jeff Carson knows the situation, and they can put a stop. But I need somebody to call building and safety and have them look at this. And that's what
Mr. Farlow, please stick around for the next item.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else wish to speak under this portion? Seeing no one, we'll close that portion of our meeting today. Our next item is item 140, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. Council members, or anyone who wants to speak?
Me.
Councilman Ross, please.
Friday night, October 9th, all of you in the audience and watching at home, movie in the park at Centennial Hills. It is free for everybody, so bring your kids, bring your families, come on out there and have a good time. Also, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, the long-awaited Centennial Hills Day is upon us again, October 24th at the Centennial Hills Park. Fabulous opportunity for families to come out and have a great time. We'll have a lot of vendors out there. My wife says I will be wearing a Halloween costume, which I'm a little concerned about. So I encourage everybody to come out and have a great time. Thank you.
I thought she was in your costume now.
Thank you.
Mayor
Councilman Wilson, please.
Thank you. Councilman Ross, what's the movie that we're all going to be able to see?
Monsters versus Aliens, Councilman Wilson. And I know you're excited about that.
It's on the top of my list.
I know it.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ward 2 has a couple of great events coming up. I'd like to talk about them for just a minute. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday, October 17th. Starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, we're having our annual Mutts and Masters 5K run and 1 mile fun walk that brings out runners and dog lovers alike for a beautiful run or walk through scenic Summerlin. This is Saturday, October 17th. It's out at the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center out there on Pavilion Center Drive right next to Palo Verde High School. If you'd like to participate in the run or walk, you can sign up at www.active.com, keyword MUTS, for Mutts and Masters. And, anybody can come out. It's a great day out in Summerlin. Bring your dog. It's a fun, serious run, a 5K if you're a serious runner, or we have the 1 mile fun run. And I know Councilman Anthony's looking forward to that event. Then the following Saturday, another great event in Ward 2 is our Trunk or Treat Classic Car Show and Halloween Festival. This is Saturday, October 24th, once again, out at Veterans Memorial, just right next to Palo Verde High School. And this is going to be a great event where we're going to get into the Halloween spirit with a great car show and Halloween festival. It's free to everybody if you want to attend, and only $25 if you want to register your car for the car show. For more information, you can go to www.lasvegas.nevada.gov/trunk-or-treat. Basically, a great car show and a Halloween party all at the same time. That's Saturday, October 24th, and I'm done.
Councilman, will we be able to recognize you?
For the Halloween thing?
Yeah.
I'll be dressed as a car, so you won't be able to recognize me.
Your Honor, if I may.
No, you've already had your
Well, I just want to ask a question.
Oh, okay.
What time is your event going on? That's the same time Centennial Hills Day is. I'm wondering if folks can hit Centennial Hills Day and then head to your neighborhood.
The car show and the Halloween festivities, it's 10 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay.
So it's a 5-hour window. What time is your
We're
event?
doing a Centennial Hills Day 11 to 1, so folks can still have an opportunity.
do both.
Hit them both and have a great time.
Visit
Councilman.
both of the great wards, Ward 6 and Ward 2.
Yeah, whenever you include a car show, it's going to be a success. So.
Right.
Councilwoman?
I just wanted to say that I've been to one of those trunk or treats, and it was fun. It was
They're a lot of fun.
Yeah, you can't imagine what you find in those trunks.
Anyone else? Councilman Starbush? Councilman Barlow? Thank you. Mr. Farlow, in response to your comments about your house, just a couple of houses from yours, that is in my ward. I wish you'd have contacted me. I want to inform you that Mr. Wilkins hasn't been with the city for about a year now. And we have a good director. Chris Knight's done a fantastic job representing the city. I don't have his phone number, but his name is Chris Knight. I will have staff look into this problem we have immediately, and I appreciate you coming forward and bringing that to our attention. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak today? Okay. Hearing none, we will follow. We got a motion to adjourn. All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you very much.